The meeting is currently being recorded.
Chair Yankee, would you like to introduce the meeting or do you want me to?
Sure, I can introduce it. So welcome, everyone. This is the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for May 3rd, 2023 at 4 p.m. Michelle, if you want to read the instructions for remote participation.
Remote access and or in-person participation. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, in-person public comment, remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public comment via teleconference, that is via WebEx. WebEx remote link login. The login is https://bit.ly/3mkuri7. The password is sunshine. The telephone call-in number is 415-655-0001. The meeting ID is 2495-134-9878 ##. Press *3 to enter the speaker line.
Okay, do you want to read?
Mr. Yankee, I had the opening of the meeting at 4:07. Am I correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
407. If you want to read meeting decorum then, and then after meeting decorum, we can go with item number 1, Cheryl.
All right. Item number 1?
Meeting decorum.
Meeting decorum. Okay. You don't want to read that?
You can.
All right. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and or menacing behavior may be asked to leave.
Okay, and then item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes.
Okay, when you're ready, go ahead and call the roll.
Call the roll. Member Wolf, absent. Member Hill. Member Hill.
Sorry, I was just getting used to it. I'm here.
Member Hill present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Stein. Member Stein present. Member Padmanabhan no longer with us. Member LaHood.
Present.
Member LaHood present. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Vice Chair Wong.
Present.
Vice Chair Wong present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. We have a quorum.
Great. Okay, and do we have any agenda changes?
Let's check my people.
Okay.
I don't have any emails stating changes in the agenda.
Okay, so no agenda changes. Members, any agenda changes? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and take public comment on that. Any public comment?
I'm trying to get into the swing of things too. If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment at this time, you can approach the podium if you are in person, and if you are joining us remotely, you can raise your hand by using the application to raise your hand at this time. I'll give everyone a moment.
Again, this is public comment purely on agenda changes.
Public comment?
Only for agenda changes. Yep. We'll get to general public comment later.
Okay, I'm not seeing any indications for public comment on our remote system. I believe you can close public comment at this time.
Okay, we will go ahead and close public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have public comment, Mr. Warfield?
I just wanted to comment. I thought that this screen was going to show what your screens show with respect to, for example, the member who's participating remotely. But right now, I can't see anything on this screen here at all. It's blank.
What we're seeing is what's up there.
Okay. Are we going to see what we saw earlier and or the remote member?
Cheryl and Victor, I'll let you.
No, he won't, because we did not get the document.
No, Mr. Warfield's asking if you could put when we're not using the projector, if we can go back to the Teams or WebEx screen.
Cheryl, you can change it back to the room display if you like. Again, I cannot see it myself, so I
Okay.
don't know what's going on.
No, that's still not it, Cheryl.
I think it would actually just show the cameras on us. It doesn't show the remote attendees.
I believe that would be correct. It would only show the room.
We only show the room, Mr. Warfield.
Which you're seeing already.
So this is going to show the room as it is seen online?
It's not seen online. What we see on the projector there, the room can see. It is not, you've not made it available for people who are attending remotely
So
or use going online.
what do the folks who attend remotely see?
When did what?
What do the folks who attend remotely get to see if they're sitting at home right now?
Correct.
What do they see?
They don't see anything.
They
I
see
can
that?
say that I am looking at the meeting room and I see a picture of the room itself.
Okay, so people are seeing, Victor said he's seeing what these cameras are showing.
Can we turn the screen off
But-
just to get confusion?
But I cannot see the remote member and I cannot see the room, which is what you're saying is visible to the folks who are participating or watching remotely.
So, Mr. Warfield, there is no remote member that comes up on the screen ever. It's only a voice, the same as if you're online. All that's projected on the screen is a picture of this room, which you're seeing presently since you're here physically. So you're not missing anything on this screen. When you put something up on the screen, that then goes on our screen. That's it.
Okay, I do need to say that having watched very short portion of a remote meeting recording, I think it's important for the person presenting to know that the camera is above and behind the speaker. It's not as though we're like at the Board of Supervisors or the Library Commission where there's a camera facing the speaker so that anybody remotely can actually see the speaker while the speaker is speaking, nor does there really seem to be anything clear that one can see about the members, as I can see. The recording that I saw showed very tiny, blurry faces of the members. And I think it's important for somebody who wants to make a public presentation in what's supposed to be a public
Mr.
meeting.
Warfield,
to
this is only
understand
public
what it-
comment on agenda changes. This doesn't sound like it's an agenda change. We can reserve that for general public comment if you'd like. Okay, any other public comment on agenda changes only? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And then Cheryl, when you're ready, we can move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force regular meeting of April 5, 2023.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Anyone have any edits? Or if not, do we have a motion to approve?
Jennifer, did I miss any of the edits that you and I talked about?
No, this is Vice Chair Wong. I'll make a motion to approve the April 5th, 2023 minutes.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Wong to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
This is Member LaHood, I second.
Okay, so moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member LaHood. Let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Okay, if there are any members of the public who'd like to make public comment at this time, they may approach the podium. If you're online with us, you can use the program WebEx to raise your hand. And seeing nobody in the room approaching the podium, please approach the podium when I do call for you, please.
Okay, Cheryl, please let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
Are you ready to begin, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. First of all, I'm glad to be in the room. It's been years since I've been in this room and seen any of the faces of any of the folks on the task force. There's certainly one familiar face. The chair reminds me that his should be another familiar face, but most of you are new. And so who am I to say welcome, but it's good to be here and it's good to see real live folks and to be able to actually see them. With respect to the minutes, I think that it's very important for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, which is supposed to help the public understand and get access to meetings, documents, and so on. I think it's very important for you to document as much as possible what you have done, what you've said, and so on. So let's go to item 3 on these minutes. Action moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Wolf, to approve the attached orders of determination except for 20079 and 21165, including clerical edits. My understanding was that there was discussion here as to whether you should include the material that came after your June 1 meeting on this order of determination, which was the Compliance and Amendment Committee meeting, which discussed the order of determination and what follow-up action might be taken. So I think it was very important as a decision and as an example for future to make it clear that this action was essentially that the order of determination should only report as far as and not as far as the meeting of June 1st, 2022. That's the date of the full Sunshine Task Force decision date, and not include follow-up actions considered and or taken at subsequent meetings. That, I think, is the decision you had, and I think it's important and valuable to indicate that in your meeting minutes. Thank you.
Okay, seeing nobody else in the room approaching the podium, I'm going to move on to our remote public comment. Hello, caller, you've been unmuted. I will leave it to Cheryl to tell you when to begin.
Caller, are you ready to start?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
May I ask your name?
It's David Pilkow.
Hey, David, it's a little fuzzy. I can hear you, but your speech is a little fuzzy.
Okay. Is this better?
No.
You want me to
Maybe
call?
you're too close to the microphone.
Okay. Is that better?
A little better.
All right.
We can hear you, so go ahead.
And I'll make it quick on this item, and then I'll call back on the phone so you won't have me through the computer.
Okay, well, you'd like to make public comment this time, we can go ahead and take it, and you can.
That's fine. So on the minutes, a couple of minor edits. On page 1 of the minutes at the top where it says regular meeting, it does not indicate the location. I would just insert somewhere City Hall, room 408. I believe that's where the meeting was, and by remote, etc. On page 3, item 4, under public comment, the updates regarding public comment, the ledge system replacement, not my comment, which is fine, but Mr. Hillier, I think his references to Legistar. Legistar is a system, so I would capitalize Legistar in both references to it. Also on that page under item 5, Mr. Hillier's comments on the second line, it says the statuses. I don't even know if that's a word. I would just change that to status, singular. I think that works. On page 5, item 9, the first line there, complaint filed by Maria Schulman against Mayara Ruski Augusta Sa. That is actually one name, so I would eliminate the comma after Ruski. I think that's the correct reference to her. So a couple of lines down there. 4 lines down. California Public Records Act should be Act, A-C-T, not Action. And on page 9, item 14, that's the sentence, the task force discussed, and what the new codes are to a future agenda. The ideas are there, but it's not really a sentence. So if somebody could reword that to say something like the task force requested that the renumbering of the act and the recodification and what the new codes are be placed on a future agenda, I think that works better. But when you read that sentence, it may give you a headache. Anyway, those are my thoughts on the minutes. Thanks for listening, and I will call back for future items. Thanks.
Thank you. There's no other indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Turn it over to Vice Chair Wong. I don't know if you wanted to incorporate any of those suggestions into your motion.
Yeah, I will amend my motion to include. I will amend my motion to include the specified edits by Mr. Pilpel.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the meeting minutes with the edits suggested by Mr. Pilpel.
And the second accepts the amended.
Excellent, and that is accepted by the seconder. So I think we are ready for a vote. If I don't see any hands, yep. Okay, so Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and move on to a vote for that.
Hang on a second. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee? We have 7 in favor.
7 ayes, okay. And how many absents, just to make sure we record this properly?
And note that Member Wolf is absent from today's meeting.
Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next item then.
Item number 3, approval of the order of determination. File number 20079, S. Andrews versus District Attorney. File 21128, M. Schulman versus Mayara Ruski, Augusta Saw in the PUC. File number 21132, Ms. Schulman against Sherry Valdez in the Department of Public Health. File number 21165, Peter Warfield and the library users versus City Librarian and the Public Library. File number 22001, Cisneros versus Caroline Salaya and the Municipal Transportation Association. File number 22130, Mr. Petrellis versus Supervisor Catherine Stephanie.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Members, do we have any edits to the orders of determination? Member Stein.
Yeah, I was wondering, on page 15, it says that the date the decision is issued is today's date. But because we had talked earlier about considering our decisions effective the date that they are actually made in meetings, I wondered if there should be a different date there.
Yes, I think so. This is 15 at the bottom.
15, number, where'd it go? 21128. And it says date decision issued. Maybe we want to say in the future date decision made. I don't know.
Right. It should be the date of the vote of the task force. So in that
Right.
case, it should be, it looks like April 5th.
Yeah, and then we could say, OD approved on today's date.
You're looking at 2 different page 15s.
Yeah. 15 at the bottom, it's PDF page 5.
Okay, sorry.
So at the top, right. So yeah, I think that's a great point. So Cheryl, the date decision issued at the top that Member Stein pointed out, that should be the date the task force made their decision. And then
April 5th, right?
Right. And then on page 16, which is PDF page 6, that's the part that's blank. That should be today's date then.
Right.
Right.
And then we had the note from Mr. Warfield about the case 21165, not wanting to include the compliance and amendments component in the order. And also talking about wanting the DA or the AG notified, as you know, the Sunshine Ordinance suggests. And I'll just say that I'm amenable to both of those suggestions.
Okay, so it looks like if we look, his is on, the revised OD is on 19 and 20, or PDF page 9 and 10. And it looks like the motion that he suggested being removed has been removed.
Oh,
So I think we're there.
okay. Those are my only comments.
Yeah, and then I just add to that, the other one that he pointed out, it's very minor, it's clerical. It's in the same one, it's on page 16, or I'm sorry, page 19, PDF page 9, where it says in the introductory paragraph, it says violating administrator code. It should say administrative code.
What part on page?
It's the first actual paragraph after the case title. Third line down, kind of middle of the
got it.
page. Yep.
I think it's a spell check thing that my
Yeah.
computer does.
Like the,
This isn't, yeah. Other changes or comments?
okay, any other edits? Okay, do we have a motion to approve
This is Member Stein. I'll make a motion to approve
with the edits?
with the edit.
Okay, so moved by Member Stein to approve with those edits. Do we have a second?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I will second.
Okay, moved by Member Stein, seconded by Vice Chair Wong to approve the ODs with the requested edits. And we can go ahead and move to public comment.
Yeah, if there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment, if you're in the room, you can approach the podium at this time. If you're joining us remotely, you can use the application to raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I'll give everyone a few moments.
Mr. Warfield, do you want to make public comment?
Yes, I do.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association, PO Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544, and Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com. I believe I understand that the edits that were discussed in April and the ones that we sent to you on an unnumbered page after page 20 basically have been made, and for that, thank you. I unfortunately could not understand what Member Stein was saying about and what changes there are other than what we recommended, and also what you have as an example on your own with dates missing. So I didn't understand. There's an order of determination date at the top. There's a date decision issued on the left, right below that. And then on the last page, there's a date. The order of determination was approved by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on blank. So can we stop my clock while I get a clarity? I couldn't understand what Member Stein was saying that I think you're now putting in the motion.
Okay, go ahead and pause the clock, Cheryl.
I did.
It's not on your OD, Mr. Warfield. It's on a separate one. It's on the one for,
21128.
thank you.
Ms.
Yes.
Schulman.
So can I understand what the concept was? There's 3 dates on this, so I don't understand what the concept is about the dates on the letter.
Okay, so the date decision issued, that was listed. You probably don't have it in front of you because I think you're just looking at yours, but on the one that Member Stein was speaking of, it listed today's date, which obviously it couldn't have been today's date since it was in the past. So the request was to change the date decision issued to the date that the actual decision of the task force was voted on and approved. It was erroneously listed as today's date.
Was that the date the task force voted to approve the letter or to approve the?
No, that's the
motion?
date. That's the date that the date decision issued should be the date the task force made their motion at the meeting. The date that's blank at the bottom is the date that we approved the actual written. It's if they're blank on all of them, but that's the date that the task force approves the written thing. That Cheryl fill that date in once we make the we approve.
Okay, so thank you. So
Did you have
that?
Yeah, I was just going to say there is a point here, which is that it does say at the top, order of determination date, then date decision issued, and then date. There's another space for order of determination approved date. It seems like there's a redundant.
The one under the headline should be deleted on all of them. It doesn't need to
Yeah.
be there.
Yeah, we just need one at the top.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's all very confusing. I think the wording, perhaps for a future time, should be improved to be a lot clearer about what the dates mean.
Cheryl, can you please restart the clock?
And on the letter that I see for our 21-1, well, maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. I believe on page 15, 21-165 had a May 3rd date decision issued. And certainly the decision was made June 1st, 2022. So if the order of determination and the date decision issued are going to be the same, my understanding was that, and here it is, and I take it back, I see on page 19 that ours is June 1st, 2022. So thank you very much, and go ahead and please approve.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield.
With keeping in mind that I think the wording needs to be really improved, and it's not such a big deal to do that. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public commenters?
My apologies, I forgot to unmute myself. I do not see any other indication for public comment.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Member Stein, did you want to? I think you and Member LaHood were speaking about that date underneath the title. Do we want to make that part of the motion as well to remove that on these in future?
Yes, sure. So we want to remove the date decision issued.
It looks like
Have date of determination, order of determination be the date that it was issued, right?
I think what the suggestion was, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that at the very, very top it says order determination in all capitals, and it's not in there now, but there's a date that goes in there.
Right.
That one is redundant, and to remove that, so we have this date decision issued at the top.
Okay, that's
Only,
fine.
and then at the bottom it'll have the date that we actually approved the written one.
Right, yeah, that's completely.
Can I make a suggestion just to be totally clear? So everything you said, and the one at the very bottom where it says the order of determinations was approved by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Should we say the text of or something to indicate that it's the written text rather than the order?
Maybe say this written order of determination? What do you think?
Does that, what do people think? Yeah. Do we need that distinction, or should it be clear by the fact that there are two different dates?
Gosh. This should be a different item just to fix it for going forward. But yeah, I think it is a little unclear. Because it's really like the date that we reviewed it.
Right.
And this is just a review, right? We're not really approving here.
Well, right. We've already made the decisions. This is just like a meeting and making sure that what is written properly reflects.
So I almost would say that it was reviewed by I don't know. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, you know what? If we say reviewed and approved, then it's
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So.
Okay, Cheryl, you ready for, I think, Member Stein's amended motion?
Yeah, so I was, should I just give the amendment part?
Yeah, Cheryl, what would you prefer? Do you want her to just add on or want her to reread the whole thing?
Well, the motion is to approve these orders of termination with the suggested changes, but to also remove the two lines at the top saying order of determination, insert date posted, remove those lines for these minutes and for these orders and future orders, to just leave the date decision issued there. And then at the end to change the the last, I guess it's the penultimate lines that say this order of determination was approved, just to say this order of determination was reviewed and approved by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Can I add one more amendment? This is Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah.
I just noticed that on P18, let's see, P16 and P14, and I think those are the three. It actually says
Concluding
order.
pages.
Huh?
The concluding pages.
I'm sorry?
The pages where you conclude the OD. The order of determination was reviewed and approved by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on, and then we
Yeah,
today's date.
yes. So on the pages I listed, it says order of determinations instead of order of
Oh.
determination.
Yes.
I see what you're
So
saying.
fix that typo as well.
Okay, got it.
So do you have that as a full motion?
Okay, so I think that was, you were the seconder?
Yes, the seconder accepts the amendments.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we're all set and ready for a vote here. Anything else? Nope. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. All right, Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and vote on that.
All right, Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Hill?
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3. 7 in favor and 1 absent.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. And let's go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Item number 4, election of Sunshine Ordinance Task Force officers pursuant to Article 3, Section 5 of the bylaws. A, nominations and election of chair. B, nominations and election of vice chair.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So our bylaws state at the first May meeting of every year, we nominate and elect the chair and vice chair. So we'll do them separately, and I'll go ahead and open it up to nominations for chair for item 4A.
This is Member Stein. I'd like to nominate Chair Yankee. As chair, I feel like you just became chair. You had not much of a chance to be chair, and I like what I've seen, and I hope to continue it.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and accept it. Do we have any other nominations?
Do we have to have a second for that?
That's just for the nomination. We'll go ahead and
Okay.
vote.
All right.
Okay, seeing none. Well, do we have a motion to approve that nomination?
Member Highland, so moved. Motion.
Okay, so moved by Member Highland. Do we have a second?
Member LaHood will second.
Okay, so moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member LaHood to elect Chair Yankee as chair again.
Okay, hang on a second.
And we can go ahead and, do we have comments on that?
Yes, if any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can approach the podium. If you are joining us via remotely, you can raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment.
Just a quick question. Who seconded this nomination?
Member LaHood.
Thank you.
Sure, when you're ready, I think we,
Yeah, I'm ready for public comment. I mean,
okay, so go ahead and I think we have Mr. Warfield for public comment, so if you can let him know when you're ready.
all right, you ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I had hoped there would be a lively debate in a democratic process, competitively, and that the various candidates would all speak to what they are looking forward to, what they hope to accomplish, how they plan to lead this body. So I'm disappointed that there hasn't been even one speech from the nominee. However disappointed I might be, I can only say that I don't have strong objections to any of the candidates that you have mentioned, and actually might support the nominee, especially if he might give us some speech at some point, perhaps when he is thanking the body for his election. Thanks very much.
Okay, do we have any other public comment?
There are no other commenters on the remote system.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment on that, and Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and take a vote.
Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor, 1 absence.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to subsection B, nominations and election of vice chair. We have any nominations?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'd like to nominate Member Stein.
Preemptive strike.
This is surprising because I would nominate you. So
Preemptive strike.
Well, her nominations first, would you accept?
I think I'm going to decline.
Okay, Member Stein has declined the nomination. Do we have any other nominations?
I would like to nominate Member Wong.
Okay, so we have Member LaHood has nominated Vice Chair Wong. Vice Chair Wong, do you accept?
I will accept.
Okay, so we have a nomination for Vice Chair Wong to be reelected. Do we have any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion to approve the election of current Vice Chair Wong as our next Vice Chair as well?
I will make a motion to approve that.
Okay, so moved by Member Stein. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Schmidt. Okay, let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
If there are any members of the public who'd like to make public comment on this matter, you can approach the podium at this time. If you're joining us remotely, you can raise your hand using the system. I'll give everyone a moment. I see no indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, and then Cheryl, when you're ready, we can go ahead and take a vote.
My computer just deleted everything that I wrote for the last 2 paragraphs. So if you could remind me of it's Jennifer or what, Vice Chair?
Yeah, it'll all be in the audio, so just make sure you listen to the audio when you do the meeting minutes.
But I want to get the election correct.
Yep, so make sure you listen to the audio. It's not something that has to be done before the audio is available.
But I made the motion.
Yeah, it was
Thank you.
And
Schmidt.
seconded by.
Actually, I made the motion. Oh, sorry. No, I made the nomination.
Nomination.
You made the motion.
Okay, so it was nominated by Member LaHood. Motion to approve the nomination by Member Stein, seconded by Member Schmidt. Okay, yeah.
Okay, fine. Member Stein.
aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Hill.
Aye.
Member Hill, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 7 in favor and 1 absence.
Okay, and there's not like really a part for speeches, but I'll turn over to Vice Chair Wong if you want to give some brief remarks.
I will say that I've served in this position for about a year now, and I think I could only have done it with the support of all of the task force members, Chair Yankee, Ms. Leger, our DCAs as well. And one of my big goals is to continue pushing on updates to the website. I still owe another email to the clerk's office, and I will make it happen.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Wong, and I'll make a few too. I just want to thank everyone as well. In particular, I want to thank Member Stein and everyone who assisted her with the annual report. That was, an amazing accomplishment I think that we've had that hadn't gotten done in several years. So, it's really nice to be able to get that out there. I think it's also important that we continue to innovate in how we approach our backlog. I know there were some ideas. We've adopted the consent agenda to try to move things along, but certainly if anyone has any ideas for that, we can put them on the agenda, or any other items. I'm always, happy to put them on a future agenda. So thank you to everyone.
I also forgot to call out Victor.
Oh.
So Victor has also been a great help.
Yes, we can't. Thank you, Victor.
I can't think of enough.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, administrators report complaints and communications. So. First item on the first page is the schedule of tentative meetings for 2023 for the Complaint Committee, Compliance and Amendments Committee, EOT, and the Sunshine Task Force. All dates and times, I believe, are correct and have been listed in chronological order. So I also listed in petition some complaints submitted in hearing files created from March 22nd through April 20th. I don't know the exact number there are, but as of when this report was drafted, I got the last of the complaints in there. Since then, since matter number 23049, I think we've got one more complaint that was not included because it was later. Per Member Stein's request, for item 2, I have included a column to the very right, totals of the numbers that I believe were correct for 2018. We can completely close out because it is everything has been resolved or forwarded or actions taken. We can almost say that of 2019. And I would also say that of 2020, I think we'll be able to close those things out. We still have several complaints waiting for committee, task force decisions, many of which are anonymous. And we have more complaints for 21, 22, and 23. We are averaging about 9 or 10 complaints per month. And so it is proceeding along, but there's no explosion of numbers. I'm getting about 10 complaints a month, so sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more, but that's the average. I have also included the complaint committee minutes of April 18. So if any of you have changes, Dean or Laura, let me know. This is a draft, and so if you think anything should be edited, let me know. We got one item of communication that was, I believe, for Mr. Hillier. And I included it. Yes. And after that comes a list of all the emails that I have received, and I have deleted anything that was administrative. So this is purely task force business that I've been doing. All these emails I'm answering. Anybody have any questions or?
Members, any questions, discussion?
Laura, did I do what you wanted? Thank you. Yeah.
I think the table is beautiful. Can we remove the line for 2018?
Line line for 2018.
Meaning that since there's nothing in
It's
there.
done, but you guys had to know that before I could actually
Exactly.
close it out. So yeah, we can remove this line for the next month.
I do have just a small, not a question, but I don't know when I would say this. I'm not going to be present for the next meeting. And I just wanted to put that on the record. I believe that the complaint committee should be covered since we have two other members, but for the next two meetings, I'm going to miss the complaint committee meeting. I'm going to be out of the country. And so just wanted to put it on the record for everyone to know.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. And actually, along those same lines, I'm looking for July, and it's July 5th, which is the date after the holiday. I want to make sure that anyone.
I will be out of town.
Okay.
Member Highland here. Typically, when it's a date that close to a holiday, we sometimes consider postponing because people are taking extended. I don't know if people take the day before, probably the day before.
Yeah, because that's July 4th is a Tuesday.
Okay,
so
people take Monday off. So
Monday would
the
probably
first
be
day
a long
back.
weekend if you
Okay.
make it. So,
Okay.
Does anyone else though plan to take happy your 4th of July doing a vacation? Okay. And hopefully, cross our fingers, we'll have more members by then, since I know we're cutting it really close now. But as long as we just, have one person now, I think we'll be okay.
Do we want to decide who's going to chair the complaint committee while Dean's gone? Do we want to do that?
Well, he had asked me, he had asked during the last complaint committee meeting if I would do it, and I said I would.
Okay. And so if it's he's gone and you're chairing, we should decide who else is going to participate. So I'm asking everybody to keep.
Well, I think Bruce is a member. While 3 is ideal, we're running really short on members, and so I certainly don't want to have people having to attend 3 meetings in a month.
As long as Bruce is there. And I
Yeah,
think
as long as
we were going to
the two were okay.
confirm that he could be there.
Yeah.
As long
We
as
will
he's there,
just,
we have a quorum.
Cheryl, just make sure you confirm attendance, so well in advance of the meeting, just to be sure we have quorum.
Yep. Okay, anything else for this? If not, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
If any members of the public would like to make public comment at this time, you may approach the podium. If you are joining us remotely, you can raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. I'll give everyone a few moments to indicate if they'd like to make public comment.
You're on number 7 now?
No, we are on item number 5, the administrator's report.
Almost getting there.
Mr. Warfield, do you want to make public comment?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Peter Warfield, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I think that one of the members said that perhaps you should leave out on page 2 from the table, item 2, pending petitions / complaints before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and or committee. I think the member said to leave perhaps out year 2018 because it has all zeros. And I guess this is one of those games where you might say the lowest score is the best. Maybe. Of course, it could be that people are so discouraged that they're not bringing any complaints. But there's a thing called the null report, which is important to have so that it isn't something that just got forgotten or people wonder if it's been left out. And if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's what I thought I heard. So the null report says there's nothing to report. And so people will know it wasn't that you forgot something or left something out or that it was inadvertent, but that's the case. I remember working in a place early in my work career, and it was an insurance company, and they had like every state, how much did they have in insurance? And they had in Maine some kind of insurance amount of 3 digits. And I thought that was kind of a joke compared with the millions of dollars that they had everywhere else, and even tens and hundreds of millions of dollars of insurance. But the 3 digits that they had for Maine showed that they hadn't forgotten about Maine, showed that they didn't have 0 in Maine. So it's worthwhile. I do want to say that I'm not alone here, as I understand it, in having very great difficulty understanding what's going on. There's a kind of a booming bass sort of a thing. One can hear things, but not understand them very well. I don't know if you can turn up the treble. It is really hard, even when you're sitting in the room. I would invite any of you to come and try and listen to see what it's like so you can understand that. I think that's very important that people who are participating by sitting in the room should be able to understand what's happening. I also wish that I could see what is happening here. Let me say that I have seen in a previous meeting that was remote and hybrid, I've seen the room and Bruce Wolf in a big at-home screen.
Your time is up, Mr. Warfield.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Yankee, are we ready for item 6? No.
We have another person.
We have another person.
Oh, terribly sorry.
Yeah, I want to ride on the coattails of this gentleman here, as best I could make out what he had to say. You know, in your charter, you talk about in full view of the public. Well, let me tell you something. If I can't hear you, that's a travesty. That's almost neglect. So, I mean, I can see you all as good as I can with glasses, but if I can't hear you, it doesn't, this is remiss. And it really should be, makes you pardon me for saying so, rather hypocritical to your charter. In full view of the public. Well, if you can't hear them, same deal. Thank you.
Okay, there's no indications of public comment on the remote line.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment.
Chair Yankee, I did not get this gentleman's name.
If he doesn't give it, he doesn't have to.
Chair, Chair Yankee,
Yes.
I believe
Yeah.
Member Highland wanted to get a view of what the speakers are putting out in the room to
Yeah,
see.
so I just stepped to the back of the room and I was able to hear both Victor and us quite clearly. So for what it's worth.
However, when they're at that speaker, we get bad feedback here. So perhaps could we request that operations do a review of the system because there have been persistent problems with
Yeah.
feedback here.
How are your speakers when the speakers are speaking? Like the ones in front of you, under the mic?
I myself am having no
I
difficulties.
think it's just this one.
This one, when they're speaking from the podium or from the lectern.
And Vice Chair Wong's as well.
Yeah.
Yes, mine as well. I always put a notebook and my glasses case against the speaker so that I don't get the feedback right in my face.
Yeah. I'm finding the mic very hot. I mean, the audio very hot.
Yep.
It sounds like you're having trouble hearing what we're even saying in this discussion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Largely, as a matter of fact, whatever that woman just said,
Member Stein?
we couldn't make out nothing that she just said.
Is it better if I go straight into the microphone like this? Okay.
We'll speak more into the mics.
Okay, I think we're done with this item.
Tech check.
So, yep, all right. So let's go ahead and move on to item number 6.
Item number 6, hearing. Sunshine Ordinance references to sections of the California Public Records Act which have changed due to code renumbering.
Okay, and before we get started on this, I just want to let everyone know that the word attachments didn't show up here, but there actually is an attachment to that item. So if you click the text for item number 6, it should open an attachment. And this is a code renumbering for the California Public Records Act that I received from our DCA. So I'm actually going to turn it over to him, if you wouldn't mind just kind of giving us a summary of how we got here and if there's any substantive changes. I don't believe there are any that we need to worry about, but if you... Oh, wait.
Unfortunately, unless this is Member LaHood, unless I'm the only one having the problem, I am not able to click through, but I did receive that via email. Are you guys, you're able to click through?
I'm
number 6?
not able to click through, and I don't think I received anything via email.
Are you looking at the one that's live on the website?
Oh, no. I'm
Yes.
just-
So the memorandum for this meeting,
Mm-hmm.
and there is nothing to click on item number 6. You know what? Let me refresh it because perhaps
Oh,
I downloaded it too early.
Oh, maybe.
Okay, let me try that again.
it looks like for me it's...
It worked for me when I uploaded it.
It is live now. I downloaded it when it first
I
appeared.
think, okay.
Fascinating.
Same
Okay,
here.
thank you.
Probably the same problem.
Okay, you might have to hit refresh on your browsers. Yeah.
Okay.
Good to know.
All sorts of technical items.
And that's going to be the case for another one later on
Okay.
too. So, okay. So I'll turn it over to you, DCA Price Wolf.
Hi, Mark Price Wolf at the City Attorney's Office, and I'm joined by Valerie Lopez, who's also a Deputy City Attorney, and we'll be going forward. We'll be helping to advise the task force.
Speak into the mic a bit more.
Chair Wolf, you asked me just to sort of give a little background on this. There's really not a huge story to it. There are no substantive changes, and this chart just outlines the renumbering of the California Public Records Act to make it a little bit more user-friendly. Whether that actually happened or not, you guys can be the judge. But another request was made, I think it was from Member Wolf and maybe someone else at last meeting, was maybe we should now amend the actual Sunshine Ordinance, which makes reference to some of these codes. And so I don't think there's currently an effort to amend the Sunshine Ordinance or to amend, the Sunshine Ordinance right now just for this specific, to update it just to include these specific renumbering. But annually, the code is sort of updated with new changes, and there's a tickler to remember to include this when that happens. So I think that was really good, whoever flagged that at the last meeting to remind us.
Right. So that was actually one of my questions. So getting to that, is that something that is just done administratively, or is that something that like goes to the Board of Supervisors for them to approve?
No, it actually has to be passed like any other ordinance.
Okay. So, and then is that, from my understanding, like what you're saying is that you do like a package deal of all code changes within our charter and our various ordinances?
Yeah, that's right. Every year, maybe every couple of years, something like this happens where 2 or 3 statutes are renumbered, or there are no substantive changes, like maybe state statutes that are referred to, or even changes within local ordinances. And they'll just maybe put it in one piece of legislation to make those changes.
Like a cleanup language type?
Exactly. I mean, if this were something extraordinarily substantive that were needed to happen now, we can have a discussion about a separate piece of legislation, but I wasn't getting that sense from the task force.
And just to double check, because it says on the table that you sent us, I don't know if you could see the attachment, it says that this looks like effective January 1 of 2020. So this has actually been changed for 3+ years now. It says proposed, so I just want to make sure that this is really what ended up happening.
That's a good question. Why don't I look into that question? Because I think there were amendments this year. I wonder if something.
Right, because I thought it was a little more recent than
No,
that.
I
wanna make
agree. I
sure
think
that-
maybe if I sent this to you, I sent it in error, or somehow this document might not be the most updated one.
Okay.
So I appreciate the
Yeah, this
fine.
is what you had sent me, so.
Okay. Let me take another look while we're in this meeting, and I'll see if I unfortunately may have sent the wrong update. Thanks for noticing that.
Okay.
This is Vice Chair Wong. Can I make a point of order?
Mhm.
For folks in the audience in the room, there are actually speakers if you look up. And so actually you're not sitting under a speaker, sir. So I don't know if you want to move closer to that one. You may be able to hear a bit better.
You're talking about the circles in the ceiling?
Yeah, the big white circles. There's one right above you, Mr. Warfield. And
Yeah.
Oh, you're under one. I can't see.
Yeah, there's
Here.
there
Okay.
is one right there.
This is Victor Young. I just want to note that there are some boxes in the room for assisted listening devices, and you can get headphones. We haven't used them in quite a while, so we need to do some research on it. But there are assisted listening devices that you can get, where you can get headphones and listen to it that way.
So Victor, I think we had a question. I'm not sure if you heard where and how would a member of the public get those?
They probably should contact the administrator, and she can look into it, and we can test. We do ask that you let us know well in advance so that we can test the system. Some of the rooms, over the last 3 years, I don't know if it still works or not, but it was in place prior to COVID, so we just need to be sure it's still working.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Mark, so would it be helpful if we came back to this item later in the meeting? Would you like us to recall it or call it again?
I can look and see if I sent the right attachments, but assuming that you get something different, are there any questions about, just the concept of renumbering for renumbering's sake? I don't know what types of questions you would anticipate. I guess what I'm getting at is I don't know what we need to come back to. If I find there was an error, I could just
I think that
recirculate it.
Yeah, that sounds good. We could post it online too then.
That seems to me would make more sense.
Yeah, I think the biggest question I had was just to make sure what steps, if any, did we need to take to make sure the Sunshine Ordinance was updated with them. So it sounds like that's an administrative thing that the city attorney's office will push through at some point.
That's right. Yeah, and I appreciate you guys bringing that to
Okay.
our attention.
Any other questions, members? Okay, we'll go ahead and open this up to public comment.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment, you can approach the podium at this time. If you're joining us online, you can use the application to indicate to raise your hand to indicate public comment. And if you're calling in, you can press *3.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and PO Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I say the way to contact us for a reason. I think it's important for people to be able to see each other, hear each other, and in a real meeting, approach each other. Anybody who's listening or watching remotely is not able to come up to me, nor am I able to come up to them if they, for example, have a public comment and say, gee, that was really great, or I think you might be mistaken, and so on and so forth, as in a public meeting. So that's why I say how to get in touch. And I consider it important. I know from at least one person that the incorrect contact information that was published in your draft minutes repeatedly some time ago caused that person to figure, well, I guess he doesn't really want to be reached or he can't be reached. Those draft minutes sit out there for a month until if you do make corrections.
Mr. Warfield, if you could, this is about renumbering the Sunshine Ordinance.
So let me just say then, let me just put it baldly. This is a mess. I've looked up where somebody referred to a violation of the Public Records Act. And I wasn't able to find the wording that was relevant. I couldn't find relevant wording. This thing says, this table shows the proposed disposition of the following provisions and so on, as that law will exist January 1, 2020. That's something I think should have been very clear in your agenda, and it wasn't. It was just a vague thing about some kind of renumbering. What's a massive thing? It's a massive renumbering. You've got multiple multiple single-spaced pages of renumberings, at least 4. There's no number on what's in this book on your table. My version of the agenda packet, which I got from the clerk's office, had nothing for item 6. Nothing at all. You're supposed to be doing a public meeting. You're supposed to have agendas in advance. Unnumbered pages are, what is that? How do you refer to them? If you look at item 5, it jumps from whatever pages they've got there until item 7 or 8. It needs to be clearer in your agenda and what you're doing and what you're going to do. And also about your website. That's important too. Thank you.
Okay, Victor, do we have any other public comment?
Yes, we have one person joining us online. I'll unmute them at this time. So, caller, I've unmuted you.
Great. It's David Pilpel. Sorry, I haven't been able to get to the phone. Can you hear me? Am I still fuzzy?
You are still fuzzy, but we can, it is still acceptable.
All right. Well, I turned on the heat, so I guess I'm both warm and fuzzy. Never mind. Okay, on this issue, I have seen the included table before, but I think it's only a draft and it was relative to an earlier version of the legislation. I think it would be helpful if the city attorney prepared a memo and a table with all of the sections. And for all I know, there may be advice from other municipal law offices or private firms interpreting the CPRO that have already created such a table. But something that includes the old code section, the new code section, and maybe a column for the general subject of the provision would help everybody. And if that can be prepared in a way that's a public memo that can be put both on the city attorney website and the task force website to aid folks in the transition, I think that would be great. I would probably hold cleaning up the section references in the Sunshine Ordinance until the real Sunshine Ordinance rewrite is introduced, which I would anticipate will happen at some point and include both, less or non-substantive changes as well as substantive changes. And the Compliance and Amendments Committee continues to discuss it, and hopefully we'll have something for the full task force in the fullness of time. And just finally, these changes to the Public Records Act, as I just looked them up, were under AB 473 in the 2020 to 2021 legislative session, were effective January 1st of 2022, but were only operative on January 1st of 2023 for its own terms in section 7931. I think it would also be best the next time the city attorney updates the Good Government Guide to have a paragraph or several explaining what all of this is and what it means. It is non-substantive, but it does change all the references. Those are my thoughts. Hope those are helpful. Thanks for listening, and thanks to DCA Price Wolf for doing some work on this as well. Thanks.
There are no other parties in line for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. I'm going to turn it back
Yankee,
over.
may I request a point of personal privilege?
Sure.
Thank you. This is Member Hill. I just wanted to announce that I'm going to leave this meeting. I wish I could be there with everyone. I just got out of a major surgery, and I thought that maybe that my attendance would be needed in order to obtain quorum. Looks like we have quorum in the room, and I'm just going through a lot of pain right now. So I'm going to sign off, but I just wanted to confirm that that would not affect the task force ability to move forward.
No, we will still have 6 members. We will still maintain quorum. We appreciate you joining us, Member Hill, and wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you. I'll see the Education Outreach Training Committee folks on the 23rd.
Okay, so we will mark Member Hill absent at 5:16 p.m.
Thank you, Chair Yankee. Thanks,
Okay.
everyone.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Member.
Hi. I think looking back at the document I gave you, I think that document is accurate. All the renumbering is accurate. And what it reflects is when this remuneration was first proposed by a subcommittee, it was proposed in 2019 to go into effect January 2020. And that's just the document that everyone's been referring to when they're talking about the renumbering that was passed in 2022 to go into effect this 2023. So I'm fairly certain that it's accurate.
So it sounds like that it didn't really happen until maybe a subsequent legislative session, but it was the initial proposal made that's in that document.
That's right.
Okay. Members, any other questions?
Chair Yankee, could you restate what DCA Price Wolf said? I think some members of the audience were having
Okay, so
trouble.
I think if I understand correctly, what he was saying is that the proposal was initially made to go into effect on January 1, 2020. The legislature never passed it to go into effect then. The same proposal came up in a future legislative session using the exact same renumbering code. So while the date at the top shows a proposed effective date of January 1, 2020, it wasn't actually passed until a few years later. So the numbers should be accurate, but the date of effectiveness was not January 1, 2020.
Became effective January 1 of this year.
So it became effective 3 years after initially indicated in that document. Okay. I think that's it for this item. So we will go ahead and move on to item number 7.
Item number 7, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
If there are any members of the public who would like to make public comment at this time, general public comment, you can approach the podium. And if you are joining us via remote, you can indicate you would like to make public comment by raising your hand via the application or pressing *3 if you're calling in. Looks like we have someone at the podium for you, Cheryl.
Sir, would you like to give me your name?
Say it again?
Would you like me to give you would you like to give me your name?
Yeah, my name is Johnny Scanoni.
Can you spell that, please?
Schenone. And I'll do you one better. I glean that you are Cheryl Ledger, and we've been carrying on with email, and you gave me a file number, which will give you more, elucidate further about why I'm here, who I am, so on and so forth. And that file number is 2304.
Start the clock.
6.
Go ahead, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. In each and every one of the complaints in your agenda today, each and every one, let me point out to you that in each and every one, the complaint is about failing to respond. Each and every one. There must be a lot of failures to respond by the city, which theoretically, again, is supposed to be done in the light of day. It's public money, public actions, etc. Where my rub is, and the reason that I started with Ms. Ledger and filed the complaint and so on and so forth, is I sent an email to Dennis Herrera, who's now the king at the water department. And I put some questions to this guy, and that was a year ago, April, and he has failed to give me a response, another failure to respond. And I was asking him to tell me, number one, you impose this 5% drought surcharge. Where do you get the authority? This is not some fiefdom of his that he inherited from Harlan, whatever his name was. And also, I asked him a year ago on the water bills. They say that there's a bond that was passed in 2002. I asked him, how long is this bond going to be good for? 30 years? And then, since it's been in existence for 20 plus years, how much percentage-wise, how much percentage has the water department been, or the sewer lines or whatever has been rehabilitated? I mean, this is, to use the term that I heard from your mayor over here in room 200, this is bullshit. You know, you have this bond, you're spending money for 20 years. How long is this going to go on for? I think that he is accountable to me as a stakeholder, as a ratepayer, as a citizen, and now reluctantly a native. So, you have any questions? And I come down here today because Miss Ledger sends me this double talk about, well, first you must have your case heard by the SOFT committee before you can be heard before the SOTF. What the fuck does that mean? It sounds like double talk to me. You have to be heard by the SOTF committee before you can be heard before the SOTF. I'm quoting you. Does anybody, or is this a one-way dialogue or what?
This is designed to give you a 3 minutes to address the body, although, Cheryl, if you want to briefly let him know what the process is.
If you send me an email, when I receive an email from a member of the public saying they want to file a complaint, I ask them to send me their initial information, the initial request, and whatever responsive documents you have. And then I open a complaint file.
Right.
I put all that information into the computer. I then send a notice to the respondent saying this individual or group has a complaint against you. Here are their supporting records. So they get a copy of the entire file that I have thus far, and we call that the complaint. We also draft an affirmation letter, which allows the respondent to respond without a hearing and say, yeah, we made a mistake. And if they respond that they made a mistake and they're conceding any sort of hearing process, we put that on what's called a consent agenda. The consent agenda is heard by the task force, this group right here. And it's an easy, quick fix for petitioners and respondents to take care of business quickly. If you don't do that, your information comes to me, it goes to the respondent, and when I get their response, their argument about why they did what they did.
Is the respondent supposed to respond within a particular time frame, or can he do it, I'm sorry?
I was getting to that.
Sorry.
When the respondent receives a notice from me, they have 5 days to respond.
5 days.
5 days. And then I take that information, I put it all together. I put the file together so that when your case is then selected to go before a task force committee, you will have all the information from both sides.
Question, please. I'm sorry. When you get the respondent's response within 5 days, since it was my complaint, isn't it appropriate or incumbent on you to send me a copy of that response?
Yeah, well, usually the respondent CCs the petitioner, but if they don't.
Okay, this is probably too much back and forth for a live meeting here. I'll let you, please, if you want to give Ms. Leger your contact information, perhaps she can give you a telephone call tomorrow.
It should be in this file number, right?
Okay, so Ms. Leger, do you have his contact information? You can reach out and explain this.
I don't know. I'd have to look at my file.
Okay. Okay. Why don't you, at some point, maybe we'll take a quick break after this item. If you want to write down your telephone number and information, we'll have Ms. Leger reach out to you.
No, she's got to do this by email, because if she was trying to call me right now or for the last hour and a half or more than that, considering how long it took me to come down here on the bus, no one's answering the phone.
Okay, well, then you guys can communicate back and forth. You can do it by email. I'll leave it up to the two of you for how to do it. We need to move on with the live meeting.
And then just as a matter of order, let me ask you, typically, how long does it take between the time that you file the complaint, you get a response from the respondent, and so on and so forth, before I get an opportunity to get some accountability?
We try to have them scheduled first at a committee level within 45 days. After that, there is a significant backlog before it makes its way to the full task force. So it first gets heard by a committee within 45 days. After that, the file moves on to the full task force. That can take, unfortunately, right now, a substantial amount of time because we have well over 100 files that are waiting to be heard.
So, the thing is, Herrera could retire before this comes to the task force, and then, he's off and squandering his pension.
I understand. Sir, though, your 3 minutes is up. We're going to have to move on to the
All right, well, thank you very much for your accommodation. I didn't mean to abuse, but since you don't have people lined up out the hallway here.
All right, we have a lot of other complaints to hear, and the sooner we can get that, the sooner we can get to everyone else's.
I guess I should just leave now then, huh?
Or if you'd like to write down your contact information for Ms. Leger, and she can contact you tomorrow, whether you prefer email or phone number, and you can work out your questions back and forth.
Minutes here, right?
Yeah, if you want
It's
to.
a matter of minutes. I gave the file number, contact me by email.
Okay.
What else do you need? A engraved invitation?
Okay. So, Ms. Leger, if you could look at that file and contact
Thank
him
you
tomorrow.
very much for all of you.
Okay.
Hey, go ahead.
I think we have another in-person commenter here, Victor.
You ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I wanted to say that your efforts are very, very important to a lot of people who are trying to understand how our government works, who are concerned with how our government works, who want to provide democratically understandable input to how our government works. And you basically are the only way that members of the public have a chance, and the press for that matter, unless they have lawyers and, have assets considerable to pursue violations. I'm very concerned that should be very clear to everybody here. You guys are the only thing that stands between my getting some level of respect when I ask for a document or ask for records about something in the area that I am most interested in, which isn't necessarily open government or the task force. It's the library, as you may have gathered. And when they play games or conceal things or violate the law, that makes a serious problem for my being able to understand, and for that matter, write and publish stuff about what's going on. When you are ineffective, when you are weak in your defense of the public, and that's what you're here for, to take complaints, among other things, and defend the public's rights. When you're weak about that, or wishy-washy or unclear, to the degree that it's bad, I now go more and more naked to the library, figuratively speaking. And in fact, when you're ineffective because of long backlogs or weak enforcement, and you don't do, for example, what I've said is important for you to make publicity, openness, sunshine on what's going on, that only gets worse. And the library, in fact, is continuing to pretty much violate the law explicitly and on an ongoing basis, as you'll hear later. But the encouragement to violate the law is there when your enforcement is weak and not clear and not prompt. This gentleman talks about timing, and I think timing is catastrophic. My reading of the Sunshine Ordinance is you're supposed to, under the law, issue a final decision within 45 days, not just have a first hearing. In any case, you're very important to those of us who care about civic life and other things. Thank you.
Okay, Victor, I don't think we have anyone else in the room. Is there anyone online for this item?
Yes, we have one person. I will unmute them at this time.
David Piltel, sorry if I'm still fuzzy. I do not go naked into the library, literally or figuratively. I don't think that's a good idea. Just going to say. So on general public comment, I just had a thought earlier about amendments to the ordinance. We will have a more full discussion about that, both at compliance and amendments and at the full task force. But I recall among the amendments in 1999, technology was not nearly as advanced as it is now. Websites were only, a relatively recent thing. Although departments post meeting notices and agendas now at a department level, which is good. I think technology has advanced such that we could have a master list of all city meetings that one could sort and categorize by date, by location, by event type, etc. And so when a department or board or commission creates a meeting notice or agenda, it could feed into such an overall list or database or some kind of tool. And I think that's the kind of thing that one could include in the amendments to the ordinance, which are both more doable now based on technology and would actually benefit the public in a pretty meaningful way. So I wanted to know what city meetings exist tomorrow or next week or in the mission district or relative to some topic, that I should be able to search that across the board and not just on a department by department basis. Just another example of something to think about for amendments to the ordinance. I will check back in a couple of hours regarding items 13 and 14 that I care about, but I will leave you to your business for the moment. Thanks for listening.
There are no other parties indicating that they'd like to make public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. We will go ahead and close public comment for item number 7. Before we move on just to members, since we are down to a bare quorum, if anyone needs to get up to use the restroom or for some reason, that would make us break quorum. So what I'll do is before each item, I'll ask if we should take a short recess, just to make sure we don't have to stop in the middle of a hearing or something. So before we move on, do we need to take a recess or are we good to go for the next item? Good?
Let's power through.
That's perfect. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and move to item number 8.
Item number 8, file number 21002, complaint filed by Anonymous against Gwyneth Borden and the Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On June 15, 2021, the complaint committee, moved by Member Forsley, seconded by Member Stein, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the task force for hearing.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So let's see if the parties are here. Do we have the anonymous who is associated with file 21002? Doesn't look like in the room. So Victor, do we have that anonymous online?
Yes, if you are a party to this matter, if you can raise your hand by using the application to indicate the raising of hands, or if you are calling in, you can press *3 to raise your hand at this time. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised yet, but I'm going to go ahead and unmute a few parties to see if they're just having any issues.
Okay.
Hello, caller. Are you a party to this matter, item number 8? I've just unmuted the line. Yes, I was wondering, are you a party to item 8?
No, I am the anonymous for party 9.
Okay, I'm just going to note that. So when we get to 9, we can. Sorry, I'm just writing it down.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will get back to you when we call the next item. Again, if you're a party to this matter, you can raise your hand. Hello, caller. I just unmuted you. I was just wondering if you're a party to this matter, and if not, if you let me know which one you're here for.
Would that be me?
Yes,
Yes, I'm caller for item 11.
number 11. Thank you. Everybody else I see a name for. Oh, here he goes.
Hi, this is Caroline Salaya from the SFMTA. I am the respondent for this item.
Okay, I do not see anybody else raising their hand at this time.
Okay, thank you, Victor. So we'll note that the respondent is present, but that the petitioner is not present.
I spoke with the petitioner maybe 2.5 weeks ago regarding this and 2 other complaints that they had. He closed the 2 other complaints and I sent him the information on the case that was going to be heard. We had a long conversation. This person knew they had to make an appearance. I told him it could be remote. So.
Okay, that is helpful to have. So, members, how do we want to dispose of this?
Chair Yankee, I have a question. Ms. Leger, was this the first time that this particular item has been scheduled before the task force?
No, before the task force, yes.
Okay. My opinion, I think we should give him a second chance. Who knows what happened, especially if he was planning on attending remotely. It could be a tech issue.
Thank you, Member Hood.
I suggest that we observe protocol and table the matter, and we can give them a chance to reopen the case within 60 days.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. If we follow the complaint procedure 7B, what it does is it closes it, but it gives them 60 days to reactivate in the event, like you said, something came up. But if not, and the 60 days goes by, then it just gives the administrator permission to go ahead and close it out. Is that?
Member Highland will make that motion.
Okay, so moved by Member Highland to close the file pursuant to complaint procedure 7B.
Seconded by Member LaHood.
Okay, so seconded by Member LaHood. Not seen any hands here among members, so we'll go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Okay, if there's anybody who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can approach the podium or use the application to raise your hand at this time.
And Victor, we have someone in the room here, so I will turn it over to Cheryl to let Mr. Warfield know when he may begin.
You ready, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. There's a lot of law and technical jargon that goes on in these meetings, which to a certain degree is necessary. But I do think I appreciate what seems to be a generous and a reasonable disposition of this. But I think it needs to be crystal clear. What does tabling mean? What does reopening mean? What does that mean in terms of time lost or any other kind of a cost to the member of the public? And I certainly would ask if you might explain what the motion means for that member. I would hope that, as the maker of the motion said, the person who wanted a hearing and presumably went to a lot of trouble to get here, including an appearance at the complaint committee, which found in the complainant's favor. So I don't see why that person wouldn't be here unless there was some particular reason, but I don't think that a person should be losing anything on account of, for whatever reason, we don't at this moment know what happened. In any case, I would certainly like to know what the consequence of the motion is, because I don't know what it means you table it. I don't know what it means you're going to open it, reopen it. I don't know if that means do they get to the end of the line. So may I ask? That I think is something that should be, if you don't answer me, it should be crystal clear in the motion so that the person who reads the minutes might know, oh, that's what it means, whatever it means. So yeah, if I could hear what the motion means in practical terms, I would appreciate that. Maybe then I could make more informed comment. I don't know that it's clear in your complaint procedure either. So we have 30 seconds, and I guess, what? Is it possible to get a clarification?
We can give you clarification when you're complete. It's not a dialogue. Public comment's not a dialogue. I can certainly address that when you're complete.
I don't think it's unreasonable to make it clear what the meaning is in plain English in its effect for somebody from the public to make public comment on what's being offered. If there is a huge cost, if this person gets to the end of the line, then I think I would say, let's make something more generous to this person who's.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warfield. Your time's expired.
Thank you.
I will just, so it's clear to anyone, including the complainant, if he's listening, the rule that we're citing is 7B of the complaint procedure. It says, if the complainant fails to appear at an SOTF or committee hearing regarding their complaint without prior communication, the matter may be filed and dismissed without prejudice. Complaints dismissed without prejudice are considered closed and no further actions are to be taken. The complainant shall be notified of the action and may request that their complaint be reopened in writing if requested within 60 days. The complainant may also refile the complaint on a future day. Then it says the SOTF or its chairperson shall determine if the complaint should be reopened. So that gives them, so Ms. Leger will be notifying the complainant of the action that we took, and then they have 60 days to reopen it.
Right. And Chair Yankee, just to clarify for anyone who's listening, what that means, if they say, yes, I do want it reopened, they don't go to the back of the line. It's picked up where they were. Is that correct?
Is that how you typically? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
Okay, just checking. There's nobody else on the telephone line or remote who would like to make public comment at this time.
Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Members, do we have any other discussion? Okay, see none. Cheryl, when you're ready, let's take a vote on that.
Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Wolf, absent. Member Hill, absent. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 1, 2, 3. 6 in favor, 2 absences.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. We can go ahead and move to the next item unless someone needs a recess. Okay.
I could use the restroom.
Okay. We are going to take a 5-minute recess, so we'll call back to order at 5:50 p.m.
Taking my
Back in order, pardon me. Matthew,
I did.
Thank you.
Cheryl, you might want to mute the mics.
Member Stein, this is roll call.
Present.
Member Schmidt,
Present.
Member LaHood,
Present.
Member Highland,
Present.
Vice Chair Wong,
Present.
Chair Yankee.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Okay, and I'll note we're back in session at 5:54 p.m. Okay, so we're moving on to item number 9.
Item number 9, file number 22007, complaint filed by Anonymous against Thomas Campbell and the Fine Arts Museums for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sections 6721 and 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner. On February 22nd, 2022, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to find jurisdiction that the records are public to forward to the task force with a recommendation to find violations of 6721B, as in boy, for not justifying withholding, 6721C, as in cat, for not assisting the petitioner in directing them to the proper office, 6721D, as in dog, for failing to communicate with the petitioner on why the records are not being provided, and 6725 for not responding to the immediate disclosure request in a timely manner.
Okay, and can we verify that we have both the complainant and the respondent here, either in the room or online?
I am your complainant here online.
Okay, thank you for joining us. And do we have a respondent, Mr. Campbell, or someone from the Fine Arts Museums?
I got word from Michelle Bourne that there would be somebody here. I think her
I
name
have
is
Jason
Jerry
Pfeiffer
Prima.
who has raised their hand. If you can indicate if you are the representative. Oh, I have another person raising their hand. I have I have several people raising their hands. I'm just going to unmute them and they can indicate if they are the representative.
Good evening, I'm Paria D, representing the Fine Arts Museums, and I'm joined by a couple of my colleagues as well.
Yeah. Jason Seifer, CFO at the Fine Arts Museums.
And Megan Bourne, Secretary to the Trustees, Fine Arts Museums.
Okay, Victor, if you could leave them all unmuted, but I'll just note if are you the three of you going to share your time, or do you have like a spokesperson who is going to be addressing us?
This is Paria. I'll be the speaker for the organization. Then we have my colleagues joining for questions as needed.
Excellent. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so just to run through real fast the procedure here for those who are new to the process. So each side will have 5 minutes to present their case. We'll begin with the complainant. You also, if there's any other parties to provide facts or evidence, they'll have 3 minutes each. Following the complainant, those will follow the complainant, and then the other ones will follow the respondent. The task force then has the ability to ask questions if they need clarification on matters. We'll then go to rebuttals, which will actually start with the respondent for 3 minutes. Then it's the complainant for 3 minutes. Then the task force will deliberate, formulate a motion, we'll take public comment, and then vote on that. So that's the summary of how this will go. And it looks like this was heard by Compliance and Amendments Committee. So if we could have Chair LaHood give us a summary.
This was a while ago, but unfortunately, I think this is going to sound familiar because we've had requests like this before regarding both the museums and also other San Francisco entities where there's a nonprofit involved that gets funding from the city, and there's often disagreement about how the Sunshine Ordinance applies. And there was clearly enough confusion here. There was jurisdiction, and this needed to come before the full task force. But I think this is a bit complicated, and it won't be unfamiliar because we've heard these complaints like this before.
Okay, thank you. I think we're ready to begin then. So Cheryl and Victor, I'll let you let our complainant know when they may begin.
Great, thank you. Good evening, and appreciate your time and attention. So for background, this complaint is about a public records request I filed last year when the status of JFK Drive and Golden Gate Park roads were a matter of considerable public debate. Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco is a city agency. It's listed in the city charter. Its department head is a city employee who receives a city salary, works in a city-owned building inside a city park. They display a city-owned art collection guarded by city employee security guards. And it also, as you just noted, has chosen to delegate some aspects of its operation to a nonprofit agent. Last year, FAMSF invested a lot of resources into lobbying other parts of city government. It's unusual for a city department to hire a lobby firm to fight the initiatives of another city department. So I filed this request last year because there was a lot of public interest around this activity. And by stonewalling, FAMSF successfully avoided public disclosure and scrutiny of its actions throughout the whole debate and election and for over 16 months. Obviously, a lot's happened since then, but I think this complaint is still important to hopefully reestablish, as you have in the past, the basic principle that FAMSF records are public records. I'd like to separate the complaint into sort of two groups of issues. The first is just around responsiveness, that as listed in the complaint, there are a bunch of ways where FAMSF acted in bad faith in violation of the ordinance in responding to the request. Never responding or even acknowledging that items 2 through 11 existed, or providing a justification for withholding these records, or making an effort to minimize withholding. For item 12, they provided annual visitor data, but never acknowledged the request for daily data or responded for any follow-up inquiries asking for the daily data or providing a justification for withholding it. In short, they were largely non-responsive and non-communicative, and instead of providing specific grounds for withholding records, just didn't acknowledge a large portion of the request and didn't respond to emails. None of that's what the Sunshine Ordinance expects from a city agency. But more importantly, as the Compliance and Amendments Committee found, the records sought here are public records. That's what you found previously in a similar complaint, Robert M. Smith v. Fine Arts Museum. In that complaint, the petitioner sought records related to the funding of a DeYoung Museum exhibition, including, quote, copies of receipts, payments, and other financial documentation. The task force found FAMSF in violation and that these were public records. And if financial documentation related to a museum exhibition is public record, then so should financial documentation about the museum's contracting and lobbying. And that's true even if the records are being held by an agent of the city, such as COFAM, the nonprofit. In previous complaints, you found that city agencies need to obtain public records in its constructive possession, even if they're held by contractors. There have been a number of cases involving the Parks Alliance to that effect. And Government Code 6253.3 says that a state or local agency may not allow another party to control the disclosure of public records. Furthermore, the California Court of Appeals agrees, finding in Youth Athletic Center v. City of National City, that public records are still public records, even if they're held by a subcontractor, when the records are in the actual or constructive possession of a public agency. And here, these records are clearly in the constructive possession of FAMSF, even if they're held by another body on behalf of the city. The agency's department head, Thomas Campbell, is also a director of the nonprofit. When Mr. Campbell sits down at his desk in a city office in a city-owned building to do his city job, for which he receives a city salary, these records are clearly available to him. It strains credulity to believe that he would not be, that information about, for example, the number of visitors to the museum, say last Thursday, would not be available to him when he does his job if he wanted it. Finally, there is a section of the Sunshine Ordinance 67.29-7 that's very specific to transaction records when the city makes an agreement with outside entities in relation to funds being collected from citizens. And the request for visitor data boils down to a request for those transaction records. And that would also require that they be treated as public records. So in summary, I'm asking that the task force uphold the Compliance and Amendments Committee recommendation that these are public records finding violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, and appreciate your help in obtaining these responsive records. Thank you so much, and thank you to Ms. Leger and Mr. Young for all your help and endless patience in this process.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the complainant?
No,
Okay,
it's all in the packet.
sounds good. All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to the respondent, and then Cheryl and Victor, if you could let the respondent know when they may begin.
Might first ask who will be speaking. Dari Paria. Hello? Hello? Victor, can we unmute whoever's going to speak on behalf of the museum?
They have control of their own mic now.
Okay, do we have one of the respondents available to
Yeah,
speak?
just sorry about this. This is Jason speaking. Pari is just having a computer issue just for a minute. Let me just check if she's going to be able to respond right this second, or one of us needs to take it for right now.
Okay.
Apologize for the delay. All right, so she is unfortunately having some issues, so she will be on shortly. Just a couple.
She could always call in via the telephone line, if that would be easier.
All right, well, thank
It's
you.
on our agenda.
Thank you for that. I think what we'll do is we'll just start on some of this discussion because I think there will be certainly some back and forth. So why don't I just start with explaining the relationship and talking about a few of the points that were made in this earlier discussion. So one quick thing about COFAM, the not-for-profit organization. We do not have a contractual, there's no, we're not a contractor with the city, and we also do not receive funding from the city as well. So we realize that this has been an ongoing issue and an ongoing question with the city and a variety of various nonprofits. But in our particular case, all of the requests that were put forward involve COFAM, not-for-profit institutions. All of the employees that were involved in all of the requests that were put forward were also involved, are not city employees and are all not-for-profit employees. Additionally, all of the infrastructure and underlying systems, they are all not-for-profit systems as well, not actually handled, not part of the city infrastructure. There's no IT support and there's no software support through the city itself. I also understand that Paria has now joined, so if you can unmute her on the line, that would be great as well.
I am looking I have one person who is, oh, there it goes, I see it.
Great, Paria, are you on the line now?
I'm here. I apologize for that. My computer crashed just as it came up to me.
So I started going through some of the points, but I will hand it over to you to complete some of the thoughts.
Perfect. Yeah. Good evening, members of the task force. Thank you so much for your time. As I'm not exactly sure what Jason said, so I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but I just want to start out by saying that COFAM is a private nonprofit. We don't receive any city funding. We're not a contractor consultant of the FAMSF department. And our employees, or the employees of COFAM, are not city employees, and no city funds are used to retain, employ, provide benefits to any of those employees. The request, I'm going to just walk through the history of the request. We received an email in January 13th of 2022. This email was sent to our contact email at FAMSF, and just to give a little bit of background on the email address, that is the general email address for both of the museums, the Legion of Honor and the DeYoung Museum, so it receives quite a large volume of emails, and we have had a lot of different staff members that manage that. And so this email kind of got lost in that. We have a dedicated email for public records requests, and that email was not sent there initially. But as soon as we did, we are alerted that that email was received by the complainant. We responded within 24 hours of that notice, the immediate disclosure request, and we responded to all other parts of their request within the regular timeline for a standard request. We provide the complainant with all of the records that Fine Arts Museums, the department has. The other records that were requested are COFAM records. They fall underneath the nonprofit. They're not public records and therefore are not disclosable. And I believe that's kind of a summary of our of where we are with this request.
Does that complete your statement?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members, I'll turn it over to you for questions.
Chair Yankee, yes, the last speaker, I wanted clarification. I was a little bit confused about, you said there was a delay, but then you responded within 24 hours. Could you repeat that section again? You received the immediate disclosure request, and how quickly did you respond, and what did you do?
Sure. So the immediate disclosure request, so that was sent on Thursday, January 13th, and so that went to our general contact email. And the complainant had sent a follow-up email on the 18th to our Chief of Staff, Megan Bourne, who's on this call. And as soon as we saw that email, which was received directly by a staff member who also assists with our public records request, we responded within 24 hours of that. I understand it's not within 24 hours of the initial request, but as soon as we knew that the request existed, we did respond timely to the immediate disclosure part of it.
Thank you.
Member Schmidt?
Yes. I have a question to the two speakers on behalf of the respondent or respondents. In your answers may each be significant, and it's sort of a preliminary question, which is, you've told us what the relationship is not. You've said there's no funding, et cetera, et cetera. But my question is, what is the relationship? What are the aspects of the relationship between the Fine Arts Museum and COFAM? And I'm going to just ask maybe one person answer, and then I do want to hear from the other person.
I'm happy to help answer that. So the Fine Arts Museum San Francisco is a state department, and it owns the two buildings, the DeYoung Museum and the Legion of Honor, and a majority of the art collection that's housed within these buildings. The city only supplies a certain number of staff for the museums, which are predominantly security staff. So basically, if I could kind of explain it, is that if the nonprofit COFAM didn't exist, the museums would basically kind of just be like art with security. There wouldn't be like any exhibitions, there wouldn't be any public programming, there wouldn't be any like operations staff, the cafe tipping, all of that. Like, none of that would really exist. So the COFAM kind of acts as like an operator, but they get all their funding privately. They fundraise for their nonprofit. So they don't ask the city to provide funding to fill out those positions or to carry out those duties. That is all done by private donations and private funding.
Thank you. And then I'm sorry, I didn't quite recall the name, but could I get the answer on behalf of COFAM? I think the gentleman was speaking on behalf of COFAM.
Yeah, no, I think that's, I think Paria did a good job of explaining it. And when you look at the overall sort of fundamentals of the two organizations, the city is a separate entity completely. And so we go through this, the city goes through the city budget process, and it is entirely, there are city accountants, city HR folks who work with the city employees. The COFAM has separate city financial records, separate HR employees, completely separate employees. So it is a completely separate organization that is completing all of the operational functions that involve the art. So curators, educators, the programmatic pieces, all of those areas that Paria was just discussing.
Okay, and for either of you, what are the documents that set forth the relationship?
So the relationship has been in existence since the 60s. And this has been long running at the in terms of the long running relationship between the not-for-profit organizations and the city original city museums. And they have just existed in this manner since the 60s.
Okay.
And
So
some
you don't
versions
have
thereafter.
do you have any documentation that sets forth the terms of the relationship?
There is not a terms of the relationship. It has always been in existence. And if you look at the charter of the not-for-profit organizations, their purpose is to support the artistic functions of the museums, basically the programmatic side.
So the land that the museums occupy is public land, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so there are COFAM employees who do extensive work, it sounds like, within those public facilities, correct?
So if there's far more not-for-profit employees than there are city employees.
But there are there are city employees and there are nonprofit employees performing work on behalf of COFAM on the public facility, on the public lands, right?
They have different functions under, they have different functions supporting the broader museums.
And so how many COFAM employees at this time, and you can give me a rough estimate if you need to.
We have probably 500.
500, and how many do work on the premises which are owned by the city and county of San Francisco?
All of the employees work at the museums. It's our entire purpose is to complete the programmatic aspects to the museums.
And so COFAM's office is within the museums, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and just so we're all aware, the COFAM was the ones we raised the money to rebuild the DeYoung Museum. So we actually funded the construction of the DeYoung itself.
All right.
It wasn't the city that funded the construction.
But COFAM doesn't pay rent for occupying offices there, correct?
We do not. There is no rent. No.
Okay. At this time, no further questions.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Okay, see no hands. I do have a question. This is for the petitioner or the complainant. The way that this is was presented to the request was presented to the museum. Just to make sure I'm seeing it correctly, I'm looking at the bottom 105. I think it's PDF 13. Is the only indication that any portion of it is an immediate disclosure request? Is that the part that's under bullet point 1, we'll call it?
That's right. Because bullet point 1 requests a specific document by name, so I thought it would be easy to fulfill. While the others, I was happy to wait the 10 days, given the amount of effort involved in searching and retrieving.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm not I'll say I'm not particularly concerned about the difference between January, 13th and 19th with regard to the immediate disclosure request. But I'm more concerned about the lack of follow-up throughout January and February when I asked, why records hadn't been provided or even acknowledged.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure we kind of dispose of the immediate disclosure request portion.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it doesn't murk it up. So I'm reading just so it's on the record from 6725A. This is a portion of it. It says, talks about, being a shorter deadline, and says this deadline shall apply only if the words immediate disclosure request are placed across the top of the request and on the envelope, subject line, or cover sheet in which the request is transmitted. So from what I'm seeing, it looks like the subject line, if this is correct, just says sunshine request and doesn't include the word immediate disclosure request. So I'm thinking that even though it was included in the bullet point number 1, I'm not seeing how it would apply because I don't think it strictly met those requirements, but let me know if I'm missing something.
From my point, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with treating the entire request as a non-immediate disclosure request for the purpose of this.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. Any other questions, or should we move to rebuttals?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah, I have a question for the respondents. I know it's been a while, and I think that Mr. Cipher and Ms. Bourne were both at the February 2022 meeting, the CNA meeting, and I have notes here. I mentioned a one-page memorandum of understanding, and usually, one exists if there's a transactional relationship between two organizations. So I don't know if you can refresh my memory. I know you've just mentioned there isn't anything in writing, but I just wanted to double check that there isn't actually an MOU, as mentioned in the previous CNA committee meeting.
This is Paria. I can help answer that. So the one-page MOU, it's a one-page MOU. It's not really like an agreement or a contract, which I think is what we were trying to make sure to kind of differentiate what it really is. It really just explains like what COFAM is, what the State Department is, and what the foundation is, but FAM F, and then that's basically it. It doesn't have, I think, what I believe the task force members are looking for, which is like a more detailed agreement or contract. That doesn't actually exist.
I have a question. This is Member LaHood. We may have gone into this in our previous meeting, but for the full task force, can you explain why the petitioner, why his follow-up questions did not receive responses? He says that he contacted you when he didn't receive everything he requested and did not receive that he was often, his request for further information did not receive responses. Can you explain what was going on there?
Right. I think that our position is that this is, like, the public records request is something that's given to a city department, and since COFAM isn't a city department and most of the items are being asked of the State Department to produce them, that the State Department doesn't actually have those records. And so when we're saying we don't have any response records, or that the State Department doesn't have any, I guess my kind of position is I don't know what else to say beyond that, since COFAM, the nonprofit, is not subject to the same kinds of laws that the State Department is required to adhere to. So I think that's I think kind of a point of, even for us, a little bit like confusion of, well, if the State Department doesn't have the documents, we don't have the documents, and that's basically what we respond, is that those are not our records, they're not public records.
And one more question. What about the dual role of Mr. Campbell?
So, so Director Campbell, so per the city charter, and it's similar for other museums, like the LACMA is like another good example to kind of put out there. of having this kind of dual role of being both a department head and the head of nonprofit. And I know Megan Bourne is on this call. I think she could elaborate a little bit more on this better than I can about that arrangement.
We'd love to hear from her.
Megan, are you still on the call?
Yes, I was just unmuting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, yes, the director of the museums is the department head of FAM, which the Fine Arts Museums as a city agency is, basically responsible for the buildings and the collections. And the director is also the CEO of the Corporation of the Fine Arts Museums, which raises basically all of the funding for operating the museum outside of the maintenance and security, and providing all of the program via curators, conservators, educators, and also providing the just basic day-to-day upkeep inside the building, like janitorial staff, and overseeing the cafe concession. So as Paria and Jason both said earlier, COFAM is, and with the director as the head of it, is basically responsible for the operations of the museum.
And does the director in any functional way keep track of which time during the day is spent wearing which hat, or is everything done concurrently? Is this like in a law firm where there are billable hours to one entity versus another, or is everything happening at the same time?
It is definitely not like a law firm where every quarter hour is accounted for.
But most of the time is really spent on the operations of the institution, of curatorial needs, of fundraising, and all the other activities that actually have to occur in order to actually run an institution of this size.
Thank you.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, first to the petitioner, would you say that the records that you're looking for that are at issue here, you believe that they're held by COFAM as opposed to some other sub-entity?
I don't know the structure of how this works internally. I believe they're in the constructive possession of the city in some sense or another, regardless of who actually owns the server or the computer on which they operate. Given that I am sure that if Mr. Campbell is in his office, these records are available to him within the meaning of the Sunshine Act, that he certainly can know information about the daily number of visitors to the museum that he oversees. He certainly can know about contracts that the museum he oversees has signed.
Thank you. To the respondent, the Fine Arts Museum itself, your department was the one who received the complaint from this petitioner. Is that correct? For FAM?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The State Department.
Was there a communication of any kind, and it could be two people sitting at desks next to each other or whatever, but was there a communication between a representative of FAM and a representative of COFAM where a request was made that COFAM review the request that FAM had received?
I would say perhaps not formally. I think it's more I think this is kind of where the challenge is. Like, if we're talking about a nonprofit that has, let's say like this, give an example, like we'll just talk about like nonprofit A or B that's, separate from this conversation. If you were to just a random person just go up to someone there or send a request into a general email box or something asking for contracts and emails and text messages of employees, it's just, those are not the kinds of records that any nonprofit would just disclose to a member of the public.
You're saying it didn't happen, and you're saying it didn't happen because of that reason, because somebody at FAM thought that going to COFAM to ask for any of these documents didn't make sense to you. Is that fair to say?
I think that's fair to say, yes. But it's just it would be seen as being like, private documents that wouldn't be disclosed. And I think another step beyond that, these are all nonprofit employees or not city employees, and so they may not be even familiar with or expect that their text message and emails and that kind of information would be something that a member of the public could just get access to. That there would be an expectation of a certain level of privacy as well.
Okay, and to COFAM, do you recall ever being asked to look at your records with a copy of the request with the items that were being requested that we're talking about here today? Was anyone ever asked to respond?
We are all COFAM, and all of these records are at COFAM, the organization. There aren't other city employees who are doing this work. It is all nonprofit employees. So I think just to clarify, of the city employees, there's 110 city employees who work for the Fine Arts Museums Department. 80 of those are security guards, 10 of those are building engineers, and then just a handful of other administrative employees. None of them are involved in these type of activities, and there is no funding from the city that's ever been involved in these activities either.
Yeah. Okay. What kind of organization is COFAM? It has a 501c status, correct?
Correct. They're not-for-profit organizations that have been in existence since 60s.
What provision of 501c is it?
We would have to.
Do you know?
Not off the top of my head. We would have to double check it, but it's probably educational purposes. But we would.
Does it have a mission statement?
Oh yes, yes.
Do you know what is it something that's brief or is it extensive? Can you tell me the mission statement? And this is my last question for the day, but I'm just wondering what it says.
I am probably not great at the mission statement, actually.
any of the people here, if you know what the mission statement is.
We certainly have it on the website, but that would be different than the 501c3 status, certainly.
I'm looking.
It is a 501c3.
It is a 501c3, correct?
C3, and it's what type of? It's a charitable organization. It's a
yes, charitable.
Yeah, charitable. Okay.
Yes.
And what's the purpose under 501c? Do you know that specific purpose? It's listed. Artistic. Is it artistic?
Let me. If you give me a second, I could look. But
that's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to see if it was right at hand. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Members, any other questions, or should we move to rebuttals?
I just have, this is Member Stein. I just have one point of clarification. This Corporation of Fine Arts Museums. What is is that just the city museums that we're talking about here, or is that some other entity? This is for the respondent. Is this something that, and can you tell me what your relationship is to the Corporation for Fine Arts Museums?
So once again, we're a 501c3 that has been set up since the 1960s, who have operated to run the programmatic arms and fund exhibitions, fund conservation, fund education programs, most of the activity that you see within the museums themselves. The city department predominantly, and really the only things that they fund are security guards and building engineers.
So the city is the Corporation of Fine Arts Museums? That's a city entity?
No, it's a 501c3 nonprofit.
So that is you?
Yes.
Okay, and so you had your relationship to Platinum Advisors is just that they perform lobbying for you?
We had hired them at various points for not necessarily lobbying, but for advice as well.
Okay, thank you.
Historically, although we don't have a relationship with them any longer.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, not seeing any, we're going to go ahead and move to rebuttals. So this is 3 minutes for each side, and we'll just go ahead and start with the respondent for rebuttals. So Cheryl, when you have the clock ready, please let them know.
3 minutes, sir.
3 minutes for rebuttals, yes.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Great. Great. Thank you. So thank you, members of the task force, for your time this evening. Just want to reiterate again that COFAM is a private nonprofit that does not receive city funding, that is not a consultant or a contractor at the city. A majority of the records that were requested by the complainant were private records of the nonprofit, and they're not publicly disclosable records that are owned by the city department. We did disclose, the city department disclosed the records that it does have that are public records, and that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Cheryl, when you're ready, if you can let the complainant know when you may begin.
Anonymous, you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Just to respond briefly, that there is one other relationship between COFAM and the city, of course, which is that Mr. Campbell receives a city salary for his job as a department head, which, you know, realistically, COFAM receives funding from the city in that way, and that is several $100,000 that go to compensate COFAM's CEO as additional compensation, is clearly a benefit, a financial benefit to COFAM. There is this memorandum of understanding that lays out the relationship, and it clearly establishes that the basic function of the museum is a city function. It cites the charter as saying that the board, the city agency, is responsible for assuring that the museums are open, accessible, and vital contributors to the cultural life of the city and county, that the museums bring art appreciation, education to the people of the city and county. And COFAM's mission backs that up. When you look at COFAM's Form 990 from the year 2019, which is the most recent, at least publicly accessible one with the IRS, it says COFAM is a nonprofit public benefit corporation, ... COFAM conducts this work on behalf of the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco, FAMSF, which is a charitable trust to department of the city and county of San Francisco. ... COFAM accomplishes the mission of FAMSF through exhibition of the permanent collection, special exhibitions, etc. So ultimately, the city agency is responsible for having a museum, making it available to the public, providing all of these museum services. That the city agency has chosen to delegate some of its responsibilities to a nonprofit is certainly the case, but that nonprofit, according to its own tax filings, exists to be an agent of the city for this purpose. And it's fundamentally not tenable to have a city agency that can just wall itself off from the Sunshine Ordinance. That you can't have a city department head who can just arbitrarily switch between doing his city job, which is subject to sunshine, and doing a private job, which is not subject to sunshine, without any accountability for that. I'd argue the vagueness of that memorandum of understanding really points to why these are public records, that this isn't like the city signed a clear contract with a vendor, like an exterminator, where there's one side that's a city, the vendor's on the other, and there's a clear separation between the two. This is a city function that's created by the city charter with a city board and a city employee director that's been entrusted to perform these duties. And it is ultimately FAMSF that's responsible for carrying out those functions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members, it's with us now to figure out how to handle this.
Member Highland here. We've been over this many times. I'm going to read into the record something from file 19058, which might help educate us a little bit more. And I'm pleased to say Mark Price Wolf, DCA Wolf, will be quoted here as well. And Mark, feel free to chime in. But basically, this was back in, I want to say, January of 2020. This was the last of the Robert M. Smith cases. And DCA Wolf noted that FAMSF, COFAM, and the Foundation are three separate entities. He noted that 12L does apply to COFAM and the Foundation. So I think where we ended up was that, under 12L, there are limited things that can be asked. But there's some further discussion here that said, read this. And if people want to look at this, this is 19058. If you look under our website documents, you can pull that up. DCA Wolf noted that FAMSF, COFAM, and Foundation are three separate entities. If FAMSF has documents subject to a Public Records Act request, it has an obligation to turn them over. But FAMSF does not have an obligation to ask COFAM for their records. DCA Wolf noted that 12L does apply to COFAM and the Foundation. DCA Wolf also noticed that if the records were sent to FAMSF, they would have to comply. DCA Wolf stated that if the request was made to COFAM, they would have to follow the 12L requirements to produce. Our action on that item was moved by Member Yankee, seconded by Member Hines, to require FAMSF disclose COFAM and FAMF records stored on city resources and/or communication systems with any reference to COFAM or FAMSF, even if COFAM or FAMSF created that record. That's kind of where we ended up. There was public comment by Anonymous, who noted that FAMSF's obligation does go beyond just producing their own records based on the contractual language between the city, contractor, and commented regarding the importance of the email servers. Also stated that when he first heard the case, he sent a records request about FAMSF's use of COFAM, FAMSF computer systems, and did not receive any documents from the museum. So hopefully that shed some light on, I think, where we ended up on all this. I'll let the rest of the team take over.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, I think that everything that the member has just stated seems like it would also apply here. The one thing that I would add is that I don't think the fact that they're under 12L precludes the possibility that COFAM and FAM could be so intertwined as they are in this situation that there would be a sunshine obligation independent of 12L that the community, what's that case down in San Diego, community youth services, that would apply. And so there would be I think that the thing that's bothering me most here is that the COFAM only exists to do what is a public function. That's all it does, as far as I can tell. They're coming in and saying, well, you don't have to pay us. And I may be wrong. I may not understand the situation, but we were privately funded to say you don't have to pay us, but we're going to bring our people onto the land, which obviously has major public liability ramifications. We're going to do all these things, but we're going to say that we're still private. It seems to me it's still completely a public function. And so I think that that's the thing that really bothers me is they're so intertwined, and it's so clearly I don't know exactly what they were thinking when they set it up like this, because it seems like setting it up was one thing, but then to say that therefore like they could completely evade public disclosure of what their functions are. I think that I would add that on top as my further analysis.
This is Chair Yankee. Mark Price-Wolf, maybe you could kind of help, because I think that was an important point you brought up, Member Schmidt. I thought we had a court case that you forwarded to us with a different issue. I think it was the Sullivan case. And it was talking about basically when a government contracts out a government function, and if that would be applicable here. And that might be the one you were referring to. It was
possibly
somewhat related to the community benefits district type of thing. And we found in that case it didn't necessarily apply, but perhaps it does here. And I don't know if you recall that, or could. I'm trying to find that item. It was a few months ago, if I recall. Does that sound familiar?
Is that case?
So the way, this is a very complicated issue, right? And I think Member Schmidt is coming at it from a very pragmatic angle of what do these agencies do now, and sort of asking this public function question. But I remember when we looked into this a few years ago, and I wrote a pretty detailed 20-page memo, analyzing the differences between COFAM and FAM-SF, and trying to figure out what box they fit in terms of whether the Brown Act applies, whether the Public Records Act applies, whether the Sunshine Act applies, whether 12L applies. And they all have slightly different, what I would say, tests. And with respect to the Public Records Act and the Brown Act, it's a lot about how were they created, not necessarily what function they're serving now. It's a lot about the creation. And so that's a lot of what I talked about in those memos. Whereas I think for the Sunshine Act, it really is all about, does this organization fit into the definition of a policy body, right? That's where a lot of the Sunshine Ordinance really has its teeth. Whereas 12L, is really just, okay, you're a private organization, but the city government gives you some money, so you have some reporting requirements in some meetings. So, and I think that's what Member Highland is getting at, from this previous case that we had, trying to suss out what documents were responsive. And so, because that's really what we're you guys are trying to get at right now, is if the same exact request is given to all three entities, to what extent does each separate entity have to respond? So it dances around a little bit your question, but it is more about the creation. And like I can forward that memo again to the task force, but I think Member Highland succinctly summarized the conclusions from that memo. And I think there was one more point that I wanted to make. The petitioner made an interesting point that.
Speak into the microphone.
Sorry. There was one point that I think the petitioner started out with, and it had to do with like possession, constructive possession, and this is where I think things get factually complicated. I don't know if we have all the answers to, but the extent that a member of FAMSF has possession of a document, and if that person also happens to be part of COFAM, it's about whether, and the same request was sent to all three. If it's accessible by FAMSF, you can't just suddenly put on your COFAM hat and say, well, it's not going to be accessible here. So even if it's accessible as a FAMSF document, I'm not going to give it to you, right? So it might sound like semantics, but practically speaking, if the petitioner is looking for certain documents that he thinks both might have, like he'll likely get it anyways through FAMSF. I guess his point is that he just doesn't know necessarily whether there might be documents that COFAM just but on its own has that FAMSF might not.
Yeah, and I think that I would agree that to some extent they can play the like, oh, sorry, I'm wearing this hat today. I'm wearing this hat after lunch, but I'm wearing that hat before lunch. I think that could apply here to some things, but I want to go back to the creation. What you said about creation. That I don't know. I can't tell like what the creation was exactly, but creation can set up a very sort of small finite relationship, and then the relationship expands into much more. And so I think that the creation would have to include what they're doing now as opposed to what they said they were going to do back in the 60s. So it seems like what's going on right now is that for the most part, COFAM pretty much is, other than these things that FAM does, they're kind of running the place, and they're the creative operation over there. So yeah, I agree. I agree, Mark, Mr. Price Wolf, that this is a hard one legally. This is really, it's hard to figure out. I mean, I think I would probably ultimately go with the application of the Community Youth Athletic Center. I think it was like down in the San Diego area, some city. And I think that we're getting into that potential constructive possession realm. But yeah, I agree that this is not clean legally. It's almost like you're trying to, it's a very strange, I don't know how many other places you get a relationship like this. This is a very odd thing to me. It's a weird animal that I don't know if I've seen the extent of such intertwining between a public and private, and yet it's unclear, like even if they know what function is whose.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I just wanted to point out that 5 of the 6 members present today were present for that file that Member Highland read about. So we actually had, I think, a unanimous ruling on that one. So Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, what was the extent of the ruling? Did it say that COFAM documents did not need to be included in anything?
So the action moved by member Yankee, seconded by member Hinsey, to require FAMSF disclose COFAM and FAMF records stored on city resources and or communication systems with any reference to COFAM or FAMSF, even if COFAM or FAMF created that record.
I would say that I would vote to replicate that. It would be my feeling that there might be a potential separate vote to go outside of what's on city computer systems to compel that FAM ask COFAM to supply documents. I don't know if I'd have, if I made that motion, I don't know if I'd have all 6 of the 6 that we have, but maybe we should make exactly that kind of motion to start with, and maybe that's the extent of what we can do here today.
This is Member LaHood. I think there's a clear reason why Mr. Campbell is a city employee and a head of the department. So there would be visibility in what's going on in this operation. And here's the thing. I know everybody involved in this is trying to do great work. We love art. It's wonderful that all of this is happening. But either, is Mr. Campbell a city employee and subject to the Sunshine Ordinance and working on behalf of the city and loyal to the city, or is he not? And is the foundation doing work on behalf of the city, or even though it's not receiving money from the city, is it leveraging city assets to do its own thing and employ a bunch of people? I don't think that's really what's happening. And if that's not what's happening, then I think Mr. Campbell and FAMSF need to be more transparent and need to honor what is required under the Sunshine Ordinance. And I would like to see more of that from his department.
Well stated.
So I have a question, maybe for our DCAs. The case I was thinking of was the Epstein Hollywood case, where it talked about, I think, the city charter in Hollywood, Los Angeles area, basically envisioning that a nonprofit would be set up to perform city functions, right? So I went to our charter and I found section 5.105, talked about the Fine Arts Museum, San Francisco. And this might be something I would be curious about how you would see this section of the charter, how it would relate, if at all, to that. And it says the board, I'm assuming that means the board of the Fine Arts Museum, may enter into agreements with a not-for-profit or other legal entity to develop or operate the museums and to raise and maintain funds for the museum support. So to me, that almost seems to, unless I'm misunderstanding, in the charter's envisioning almost the creation of these not-for-profits to perform certain work so that the city under its city hat didn't necessarily have to. And I think if I'm not mistaken, that court case kind of talked like, well, if the charter's, envisioning that nonprofit being created to perform that government purpose, then the records are public under the Brown, I think it was a Brown Act thing, but it may be CPRA. So
a key distinction in Epstein and the current situation is in Epstein, the Los Angeles, do they have a charter? Like the governing document at issue, it's a Los Angeles ordinance at issue. And it required a nonprofit to take over the city functioning.
So it's a requirement where here it says may.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so that's the major distinction.
Okay,
I remember
thank you.
looking at that, and that's part of it.
Okay, thank you, that helps.
Was that distinction important in that case? Or is that a distinction which you bring up because you think it matters for us here today?
Great question. I can't recall right now.
Okay.
Like the Epstein case to that specificity. I wasn't prepared for that, but I can look that up.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Does someone want to try a motion? See where it gets us?
I mean, this is Vice Chair Wong, at the CNA committee meeting in February 22222, February 22nd, 2022, we did recommend to find specific violations. So I'll just start there. So I would like to make a motion to find violation of 6721B as in boy for not justifying withholding, 6721C as in cat for not assisting the petitioner in directing them to the proper office, and 6721D as in dog for failing to communicate with the petitioner why the records were not being provided, and 6725.25 for not responding to the well, actually, I'm going to leave that one off. Yeah. So I'll end it after why the records are not being provided.
Is there an order along that, or I think if I'm not misunderstood, I think we're still waiting for the petitioner to receive the vast majority of what he asked for.
And then there was a third violation.
6721D as in dog. It's also in the agenda.
So everything in the agenda except the last one, which was regarding the IDR.
And I'd like to order Thomas Campbell and the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco to provide the records that have been requested, even if those records were created by COFAM. Those records were created by COFAM.
Do you want to say or FAMF, which is the third organization, although it's not quite as clear what records may have been created by them that would be responsive?
Sure.
So there are three entities, and the ones that we want to make sure that he is responsive with documents that may have been created by COFAM, which is the Corporation of the Fine Arts Museums, or the Fine Arts Museums Foundation, also known as FAMF, not to be confused with the city department, which is FAMSF, the Fine Arts Museums of San Francisco. I was just saying that for you. Yeah.
Should I,
Sure.
do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member LaHood to find a violation of 6721B for not providing justification for withholding, 6721C for not directing the requester to the proper office, 6721D for failing to communicate with the petitioner, and 6725 for not responding to an immediate disclosure request, and order Thomas Campbell of the Fine Arts Museum to provide the records requested, even if those records were created by COFAM. Is that correct, Member Vice Chair Wong?
After 6721D, it's for failing to communicate with the petitioner on why the records were not being provided. And then we're striking everything around 6725. So nothing related to the IDR.
6725 is being stricken.
Yes.
Okay.
And the last thing, after you say created by COFAM or FAMF.
SF.
No, FAMF, it's a third entity.
That's why we're all confused.
Incidentally, COFAM and FAMF have identical boards. No, I got that wrong. FAMSF and FAMF have identical boards. COFAM has a much larger board of trustees. Forgive me.
But I still think a large number are overlapping, if I recall.
COFAM and FAMSF?
No.
Sorry.
COFAM and FAMF.
Yeah, that's what I have. I thought you said something else. Yeah.
Okay, I have a couple questions on that motion, not to be difficult about it. First one, if we're saying that they should have, this is regarding, I'm sorry, the subsection C part, where they should have sent them elsewhere, essentially. Where elsewhere are we envisioning that they should have sent them if there was a violation? Or are we saying that they, I mean, the way I'm understanding is that the motion is basically saying, no, you are COFAM also, right? That you have to have it. So that might be saying that you have to turn them over, but I'm not sure it means like, hey, you went to DPW, but really that's a park and rec thing. That's where you need to go. That's kind of more of how I see subsection C usually, where it's, you have to direct the person about where to get them. I think we're saying, no, they went to the right place, but they should have given them over.
They hid behind another.
They hid behind
entity.
it, right? They hid behind. So I'm not sure C pertains unless, I mean, what are they gonna say? Go down, come back in and knock on the same door and pretend like you're asking for COFAM. I mean, right? It's the same place. So I'm not sure it really applies. And then for everything. And then I think subsection D is request specifically to the supervisor of records, which would be the city attorney's office, which I'm not sure that's applicable here. Because it says if the custodian refuses, fails to comply, or incompletely complies with the request, the person making the request may petition the supervisor of records for determination whether the records is public. And then it talks about what the supervisor of records needs to do. So I don't think the supervisor of records, unless I'm mistaken, was involved in this one. So I'm not sure how that would apply.
So you're saying that everything that we're talking about should be covered by 6721B?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I chime in as the petitioner, or are you? Can I just respond to that?
We don't normally have
it's fine
like this. Yeah. And then I just want to make sure. So it sounds like if we vote for this, regardless of the C and D part, I think that's more of semantics. I think the real part is the order that we're putting out, right? We're basically then going further than we went before and saying, we don't care if it's FAMSF, FAMF, or COFAM, anything in any of those three, everything is a public record. And the Sunshine Ordinance applies all over the place. That sounds like what we're doing.
Yeah.
Would that be, can I ask if the maker of the motion could answer that? Because I didn't interpret it to go that far, even though I would like to pretty much go that far.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily interpret it that way. I think in the previous motions in the file 18058, we weren't finding violations of the Sunshine Ordinance. We were actually just providing an order, if I recall correctly. So here we're actually finding violation and also making an order. And actually, I do think, Chair Yankee, your points are well taken. I would potentially also want to consider a violation of 6726 of withholding kept to a minimum. That could also be in replacement of those, because I think that one also applies. Should I just make a new motion?
That might be the easiest way to do it, just to clean it up.
In which case, do we need to withdraw?
Yeah, you
Okay,
just
I withdraw. I rescind my support for the initial motion.
Okay, I will withdraw my motion as well, and I will state a new motion to find a violation of 6721B for not justifying withholding, Section 6726 for not keeping withholding to a minimum, and then the same order as the previous motion. So to order Thomas Campbell and FAM-SF to provide the records requested, even if they were created by COFAM or FAM-F.
Do we want 6721C in terms of being transparent about what was even available?
I mean, I think that could apply. Yeah, not the part that we were citing, but I think that part definitely could.
Okay, let's add that on.
What did you say? 67 what?
21C.
And that is for not providing a statement as to the existence, quantity, form, or nature of the records. Correct?
Yeah, because it seems as though sort of a general response was given that we don't have those, but we think that that FAM-SF does have those on some level, even if they were created by those other entities, that the head of the city department would have access to those, even if they want to come back and say, but here's why they're being withheld. Like, they need to acknowledge their existence.
Agreed. And I would say that if there is a document that's in the files of that FAM-SF, that makes it a public document.
Yeah.
You know, they can't say, oh, sorry, this is not public. This is their document, even though it's sitting here in a government office.
Excuse me, Member LaHood, are you second? You going to second on this motion?
Yes, I'll be the second on this motion. Does the maker of the motion accept that amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Should I read it back?
Yeah, please read it back.
Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member LaHood to find a violation of 6721B for not justifying withholding, 6726 for not keeping withholding to a minimum, 6721C as in cat for not assisting in providing a statement as to the existence, form, or quantity and nature of the records, and order Tom Campbell and FAM-SF to provide the records, even if those records were created by COFAM or FAM-F. Is that correct?
I think so.
Yep, that's it. Okay. I'm going to take public comment for this.
No, I don't want to be difficult, but I'm not 100% there, but I'm totally convinced of getting there. So I just want to know how we're the thought process, because obviously the first time I made the motion when we had this before, and my thought when I was making that motion is, things are on a San Francisco email server, or they're being stored in a file cabinet on San Francisco property, and they're saying, I can't give that to you. It's like it's literally on city grounds. How can you not turn that over? I think that was pretty clear. This seems to go further because it's talking about text messages, some of these things. And I guess I'm trying to see what do you guys envision? What's triggering it for you to go beyond the 12L and to say basically everything the COFAM does is, subject to the Sunshine Ordinance? I mean, obviously there's a contraction. It's an odd contraction. I mean, it is mixed and weird, and I'm not sure I necessarily disagree that it isn't all public work. I'm just curious to hear your thinking about that.
To me, it's about the head of the department being the head of the city department is a city employee, and he has access to these things as part of his job as a city employee, which I think Member Schmidt agrees with this, makes them public records.
Then as far as the text and stuff, San Jose Smith.
I would run it a slightly different route than the two hat guy who's always switching his hats, which, you know, that's obviously clearly a difficult situation to assess here. I think you could somehow, you could, if you clearly demarcated, you could have a person who is doing a public function, but then they can somehow be involved in something that's private. I think that potentially you could. I don't know if the division here is sufficient. So I mean, I'd probably vote, if that's what this motion means, I'd probably vote for it. I guess this, to me, it's more that the whole operation is about like public art. It's putting on public museums. Everything here is some kind of a public function. And I know that Mark said, well, it's really more about the creation. And I get that. I think that if certainly if Campbell has has documents that he's got free access to at the museum when he's doing museum work, you would think that that would make those into public documents. It seems like, you know, I don't even know if I've seen any cases like this, but I would agree that that would. Although if they've got a secret safe in the back where he has to change his hat and go back there and get a special person to give him a combo to get in, maybe they could keep that different. But I don't know where you draw the line.
Yeah. Actually, I have a question for Chair Yankee. Is part of this, and I think this is a fair thing too, wanting for the task force to be consistent with rulings? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So my concern is, obviously we in the annual report talked a lot about it, right? Is we're hearing a lot, and I agree it's a huge issue where the city and nonprofits share a certain amount of responsibilities, right? And I want to make sure as we hear each case, we kind of build a framework so that we're not just saying, well, this feels like it's a lot of intermixing and this one doesn't feel like it. Like, what triggers it from being a 12L relationship to a full-on all of sunshine, right? That's what I'm trying to see. What's that trigger point? Because there's a lot of them we've rolled down that we say, okay, you know, obviously, like I think the Conard House one, right? We looked at that and said, okay, you know, 12L applies to the Conard House one, but and the records being requested don't fall under a 12L record. Therefore, we ruled that we didn't have to disclose them, right? Now, obviously, Conard House is performing a very, you know, important function for the city. So I'm trying in my mind say, okay, in that one we said, okay, 12L applies. Why does this go beyond that? Why is this a, 12L plus everything else applies? That's for consistency. That's why I'm trying to, so that when we go look for a future case, we can say, okay, this is the framework it falls under. This is why we're going to apply this particular standard to it. And I'm struggling to figure out what that trigger point is.
Is it possibly exclusivity? That's all these guys do? I mean, that again, that's a slippery slope.
Right, because there may be a bunch of, and that's.
But it's almost like these, silo B and silo C exist because of silo A and nowhere else.
Right, they can't exist without it.
That's enough of a trigger for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that,
that's almost like, a city department says, well, we're going to create this quasi department. We're not going to call it department. It's going to fund itself separately, and we're going to hide everything there. I mean, that's a little extreme, but I think.
But could that be argued with the Parks Alliance? Obviously, there's not a city park. What would they be aligning with? But yet, I'm not sure we necessarily said.
So I think to your concern, which is for consistency, in this more and more complex world that we live in, I think we'd be doing a service to the public by adding layers as we go and not necessarily staying at one level. So I'm encouraged to vote for this. And I'm also trying to think, I'm not sure if previous order determinations were ever complied with. That also weighs on me. Robert M. Smith, I don't know if he ever got what he asked for. I don't know I don't think we sent it to kind
of ended there with our order.
To ethics. Yeah. So at the very least, let's get it on the record. Let's push for it. It's kind of my feeling.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I also find this like a really tough case because of how our current laws are written. And I think I've sort of said before, I feel like state of art of right to information law around the world now really often has clauses about when a city is giving substantial funding or assets or something to resources to nonprofits that they should come under it. But, our law doesn't particularly say that. 12L deals with nonprofits that receive at least $250,000 in city funding, right? We didn't ask how much this head of both organizations receives in salary from the city. But you could argue that if they received more than $250,000 from the city in salary, that is receiving city funding, essentially. Or you could look at what kinds of assets are they receiving from the city. For me, there's this other issue too, where because there isn't even a contractual relationship, but the two entities are so intertwined in providing a public service, as ill-defined as their relationship might be, I feel like they are substantially connected in providing that public service. And that's the messy piece for me. But I still see this like intertwining of what they're doing in creating this project of a public art museum. And so for that reason too, I'm inclined to see them as potentially subject to the Sunshine Ordinance.
Here, I will vote for this. And for me, it's going to be actually going back to 5.105 and saying the board may enter in agreements with a not-for-profit or legal entity to develop and operate the museums and to raise funds and maintain funds for the museum support. I think that the charter very explicitly envisions something like this. And that's just why I'll vote for it this time. But I'm not sure for myself personally, that would extend to every nonprofit. And that's why I'll vote for it for this particular reason, but not necessarily do I think that's a new standard for all nonprofits.
Chair Yankee, I think it's important that you are making it clear that this applies to these facts. And this is a situation that's very fact-centric, fact-intensive. Some situations you can make a rule and you can follow it over and over again, but I think this is a situation where we just really have to dig down into it, and we'll see different fact situations and it may fall one line or the other, but at least for these facts, I think that's what we're concerned about.
Yeah, and I could see it for these. Yeah. So, sorry to take so much time.
It's good to have these conversations.
Okay, anyone else? I didn't mean to monopolize. We can go to public comment then?
Yes. If there's any members of the public who would like to make public comment on this item, you can approach the podium at this time. If you're joining us remotely, you can raise your hand through the application, or if you're on the telephone, press *3. I'm not seeing any indications for public comment on this matter.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Any last words?
We just have the motion read before we vote on it.
Sure, that's a great idea.
Moved by Vice Chair Wong, seconded by Member LaHood, to find violations of 6721B as in boy for not justifying withholding, 6726 for not keeping withholding to a minimum, 6721C for not assisting in providing a statement as to the existence, form, or quantity and nature of the records and order Tom Campbell and FAMSF to provide the records, even if those records were created by COFAM or FAMF.
Okay, go ahead, Cheryl.
Time for vote?
Time for a vote, yep.
All right. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 6 in favor and 2 absent.
Okay, that motion passes.
I have a second motion.
Okay.
Very specific. I would move that we issue an order that the Fine Arts Museum, which is the public agency, must request that representatives of COFAM review the document request at issue in light of the obligations set forth in the Epstein case and the Community Youth Athletic Center versus National City case to determine if it possesses any documents that need to be produced as the law requires.
What were those cases again, Member Schmidt?
One is chair, and that's the end of the motion that I, at least for now, wanted to. Chair Yankee mentioned the Epstein case, and I don't know the citation for that. And the other one, it was cited in this petitioner's materials. It's the Community Youth Athletic Center versus National City, and that's one of the constructive possession cases. So I'm basically saying, look at these cases. You have certain obligations, like if you have something that's a public document, but it's constructively possessed. And I think that they need to really determine. I don't know if anything's going to come of ordering them to do this, but one of my questions to FAM was, did you even ask COFAM? And they're like, no, we didn't. Why would we need to ask for COFAM? And I'm saying, no, you had to ask them and tell them that they need to look at this thing. So that's the purpose of this. It's just sort of a little add-on to what we had already passed.
Member Schmidt, just so for the record, it's Epstein versus Hollywood Entertainment District 2, Business Improvement District.
Thank you.
We have a second for that motion?
Member Highland, I'll second that.
Okay, moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Highland.
Okay, I haven't gotten, you went a little too fast.
Oh, okay.
I haven't gotten the whole thing. It says, task force issue an order that the Fine Arts Museum must request that representatives of COFAM review the document request at issue in light of the obligations of Epstein versus Hollywood Entertainment District 2 case, set in the view to determine, this is where I got.
To determine.
I have it if you want.
Sure.
So it's Epstein versus Hollywood Entertainment District 2 case and Community Youth Athletic Center versus City of National City case to determine
Whether.
if it,
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I have your whole motion. Okay. If it possesses any documents that need to be produced as the law requires.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let me just make sure I got this. And Member Highland, your second?
Yes.
A second. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Highland, that the task force issue an order that the Fine Arts Museum must request that representatives of COFAM review the document request at issue in light of the obligations of Epstein versus Hollywood Entertainment District 2 case, set in view to determine, wait a second, and Community Youth District Center. Hang on a second. And Community Youth Athletic Center versus National City to determine whether if it possesses any documents that need to be produced as the law requires. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's City of National City, which I know sounds redundant.
City of National City. Yeah. No, I do have that. You're right. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? If not, we'll move to public comment. Okay, let's go to public comment.
If there's any members of the public who'd like to make public comment at this time, you can approach the podium. And if you're joining us remotely, you can raise your hand through the application or by dialing *3 if you're calling in. I'm not seeing any indications for public comment at this time.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment on this and go ahead for a vote. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Hill, Member Wolf, absent.
Okay.
So 6 in favor, 2 absent.
Sounds good. Any other motions on this one? Ready to move on? Okay, we're going to move on. That was a long case. Do we need a break or do we go through the next one? Mr. Warfield, did you need a break? You did. Okay, since Mr. Warfield is the presenter, let's go ahead and do a 5-minute break, if we could.
Gosh, I just need to stand up.
What time is this that we're calling the break?
5 minutes. We'll try to come back around 7:37 if we can, but 42.
We need some task force yoga.
Yeah. I was getting migraine headaches today after our meeting, staring at the little computer.
Oh, this is so much better.
So much better.
So much happier.
Like, because I just had this little laptop staring at that for 8 hours.
Now you get to be the chair in an actual chair.
And in the chair.
Yes. Mark, do you need a plug for your phone? There's one here. Would you like? Oh. Oh. Do you want this one? Wait, that's a yeah. Yeah. Hey, we have some of these. Oh, no. I offered them to people and I think you didn't hear me. Because sometimes you gotta, you need some calories.
I
And
love
just so
it.
you're not surprised, there is some flavor on them, but it's like, yeah. Would you like some?
No, thank you. How often do dry cleaners text you to say that your clothing is ready for
I've
pickup?
never had that happen.
Yeah,
You've got a good place.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Oh, I'm totally hearing the echo. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a dance part. Oh, yeah, when you open the door.
It's inside, yeah.
Yeah.
Some event going on.
Yeah. Maybe they'll feed us when we're done.
I've been known to do that before. Swing by. Sorry.
So Lila, what do you want to talk? Let's talk. Hang on, let me my schedule.
And thanks for making time.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry that I like.
It's not my wheelhouse at all. It's kind of writing.
You are doing an amazing job, and you did all this like super heavy lifting, and so tomorrow's the fall.
Yes.
Yikes. How long do you think to wait? I don't know, like half an hour. If we can do it half an hour, how about 9 a.m.?
Schedule.
I know it's a little bit crazy, but some of the things are. I can do 9 a.m.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that
Yeah,
work?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. And we'll talk on the phone. Okay.
I have your.
I'm sure you do. Yeah. Because I think I was texting you that
Yeah.
day when I couldn't find parking.
Yep.
Cool.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. We're working on these op-eds and trying to get that.
Those are really good though.
I think one's like almost like too journalistic and then
Mhm.
one's like too dense. So we're still trying to like find the
Striking the
tone.
balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought it'd be good to have it with ethnic media services, which.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because then it would be syndicated across like certain ethnic media and hopefully reach a broader audience.
yeah.
than
Yes.
we reach. That's the point of that
Now,
one.
did you send it to all the city officials already?
No, that is not. We're sort of.
We need to full plug
It's
it all.
a separate little PR release.
Yeah.
that Lila-
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not.
I've been looking in the board communication, like, it's not in there. What
Oh.
is it?
Just noticed your timer, little egg timer with the colors. That's really clever. Never seen that before.
I think there's
Had all these years?
API month celebration.
Whatever it is, it sounds fun.
Oh, I know, it's like, oh,
It smells really good out there. I
Yeah.
was like, can we take an hour left? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it smells good. Yeah.
Really?
I was like, can we take
That's a lot better than my,
an hour-long recess?
Remember Highland's been known to go and grab a bite during recess in
Yeah.
the past, a long time ago. But
Yes, Vice Chair Wong used to like to really sneak into events as often as possible.
Okay, I think we're all back, Cheryl.
We're all back.
And our mics are still on, it looks like.
Roll call, everyone present. Okay, we're ready for item number 10?
Yes, we are ready for item number 10. I'll just say for the record, we're back at 7:38 PM. With all members present. All 6 of us present.
All right. Do we want to wait for Price Wolf?
No, go ahead.
Item number 10, file number 21165, complaint filed by Library Users Association, Peter Warfield, Executive Director, against San Francisco City Librarian Michael Lambert and the San Francisco Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely or complete manner. On June 28, 2020, the Compliance and Amendments Committee moved to return this item to the task force with the recommendation that in regard to Smith versus San Jose, the violation be forwarded to the Board of Supervisors, recommending that the city should generate government email addresses and that the Education Outreach and Training Committee develop and implement an education campaign about the implications of Smith versus San Jose on communication practices of commissioners and commission staff.
Okay, so actually, before we begin, I see Mr. Warfield is here. So do we have someone from the library present?
Yeah, hi, this is Margot Shaw with the library.
Okay, thank you for joining us. All right, so this is not a full hearing. This is coming back to us for recommended enforcement action. So what we're going to do on this one is going to be 5 minutes for the complainant and 5 minutes for the respondent. And then it's just going to jump to us to figure out what we want to do. So it's going to be kind of an abridged version since we've already actually heard this case. Obviously, if we have questions for either Mr. Warfield or someone at the library, we can ask those. So we'll go ahead and start with Mr. Warfield. And Cheryl, when you're ready, if you could let Mr. Warfield know when his 5 minutes starts.
Okay, Mr. Warfield? Let me know when you want to give us speaking.
Yeah, thank you.
Go ahead.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. It can be reached at libraryusers2004@yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. This is a pretty straightforward matter. And let's say this, I'm fine with the recommendations that were provided at the Compliance and Amendments Committee, with one exception. And that is what I consider to be really the most important, in particular for the purpose of recognizing the significance of this. This is a very significant violation. It was voted 10-0 by the full task force and 3-0 by the subcommittee that heard it initially. And I think it's got to do with not just the law, but larger issues like First Amendment rights to petition the government for redress of grievances. And this is about the library refusing to provide us with the email addresses of the library commissioners, which are the policy setting body and appointees of the mayor to carry out policy matters for the library. So in the letter that we sent on April 27th, we had an all-purpose, so to speak, arrangement that said the following about this item. That is that there's something missing. The law says if the custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order that you gave, to turn over those email addresses, refuses or fails to comply with any such order within 5 days, the Sunshine Task Force, shall notify the district attorney or the attorney general. And I think that's very important. That speaks to the importance of the matter. That speaks to the hope that this will be enforced in some fashion. And that's really all that I would like to ask you to do, and that is to add this requirement of the law to your follow-up action. And that's pretty much it. I'd be very glad to answer any questions. I think it states it pretty clearly in these 4 paragraphs. And we ask you to follow the mandate of the law and include in your follow-up action the notification of the district attorney or the attorney general. We said preferably both, but that's up to you. I think it's important, and I think it's important for you to recognize the importance of your actions and the requirement for the library to comply. I'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have. And I hope that there might be an opportunity if there's, well, rebuttal, I guess, is not part of your plan. But anyway, it's pretty straightforward, as I say. I'm repeating myself. Apologies, but that's it. I've got a minute left. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, are you complete, Mr. Warfield? Is your presentation complete?
It is, unless somebody has questions, which I would be glad to answer.
Yep, we'll get to that after. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and move to the respondent.
Ms. Schaub, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes, thank you, Cheryl.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, task force members. I appreciate your time tonight. As we've stated in our response and in the times that we've come before you, the library will continue to withhold personal email addresses of the library commissioners. The city attorney has publicly advised that commissioners' personal email addresses are exempt from disclosure. As stated in our response, the personal email addresses are still protected by privacy and exempt from disclosure, even though they use them to communicate with commission staff. And I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then what I should probably do is, since this came through compliance and amendments, if Chair LaHood, you wanted to give us some background, or anyone else from that committee, where we're at.
I mean, honestly, this is pretty straightforward. I think there's a disagreement between the Library Commission and the task force on the issue of whether email addresses of commissioners are public. And we even had a discussion at CAC about the fact that we as task force members were all advised to create separate email addresses for our work with the city, so that all of the communications with each other and with city staff and with members of the public could be contained in one place and be transparent. And we do that. It seems that the library commissioners could have done the same thing, although you'll also note that in our recommendation is that we should, in some fashion, I think, write a letter to the Board of Supervisors saying this has come up, not once, but in other instances, and we would recommend that the city create email addresses for commissioners to avoid this problem in the future. And that's, once you get appointed, you get a city email address, and that's what you should be using for that particular work. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Compliance Chair LaHood. All right, so members, thoughts on this one? All right, I'll kick off the discussion a little bit on this too. I really think that the direction that your committee took us is exactly what I was thinking too. I do have some concerns about saying that we should refer it to the district attorney or attorney general implies that there's some type of criminal aspect to this, right? It's the law is being broken, and I think we all kind of, when we talked about this last time, admitted that I think we're kind of pushing the envelope a little bit with our order. Smith versus San Jose, I think, talked about the contents of private communications, right? Someone using a private email address to make communications, but I'm not sure it spoke to the email address itself being disclosable or not. And I think part of the problem that we have here in City and County of San Francisco is that we also have very strong privacy protections written in to either the charter or as an ordinance, right? I think it was a proposition just not too long ago that was passed along those lines. So I think going down the path of trying to litigate whether or not these email addresses should be turned over, I think takes us down a time-consuming and unproductive path. I think the far simpler solution is the city should just require all commission members, all city officials to they should make city email addresses for them and require them to use those city addresses for city business. Because, in a different angle, we ran into this, I think, with the case we heard with redistricting task force and election commissioners, where someone was asking for emails that were written by these people, and their response was, I did it all on my personal email address, and I'm not sure I have it anymore, and we couldn't find them. And the city obviously couldn't access it because it was on a city or on a personal email address. So I think perhaps the direction we should go is exactly what you described, and maybe even beef it up a little bit more. And is this one of those situations where we use our ability to suggest an amendment either to the Sunshine Ordinance itself or maybe belongs elsewhere in the city code to write just that, perhaps include specific language that the city might want to adopt somewhere as an ordinance that says, city officials shall, have a city email address created for them and shall use that city email address for all city business, outside of some type of an emergency or something, right? I mean, and then I think that would, going forward, get this a lot further. I'm not sure if we refer this to the district attorney and think that they're going to take this cause on, that's going to get Mr. Warfield what he wants any faster. I actually think this is one of those situations where the legislative process may work better, because I think it's just blatantly obvious that city officials shouldn't be using personal email addresses.
Right. And if I may add one more thing, in our conversation before, Ms. Shaw was saying, well, I'm forwarding the emails to them. Everything's just going through me. And I think Mr. Warfield saying, well, I shouldn't have to use that intermediary. I should be able to email them directly.
Well, right. And look, I think that's a valid point, because it might take some time for a city employee to get that email and to turn around. Like Cheryl doesn't work on Saturday. I wouldn't expect her to. But maybe Mr. Warfield wants to write me an email on a Saturday, and I think he should be able to. And I think, frankly, all of us should have city email addresses. I think it's the opposite of Sunshine that we're told to create Gmail accounts or something to do city business. That makes no sense to me. So I really thank Mr. Warfield for his case, because I think it's shows what I think is a serious deficiency in Sunshine. And maybe part of it's because Sunshine Ordinance was written before email addresses, and it was, really were used as widely as they are now. But I guess I tend to disagree on the fact that thinking send it off to a lawyer to somehow litigate this is going to get a result that we want. But those are my thoughts.
On the request to refer to DA, Attorney General, I just wanted to note that the DA's office and the Attorney General's office don't just do criminal work. They have various civil functions. And so when I hear something is being dealt with by the Attorney General or especially the Attorney General's office, they do a huge amount of civil side stuff. It doesn't imply to me that there's criminality involved. I know there's some level at which maybe something like this would be put into maybe some kind of a misdemeanor category. But, I know that at least under the Brown Act also, technically the DA or the Attorney General can bring actions to get injunctive relief, which is a very civil type of remedy. And so that might affect whether someone wants to or doesn't want to order or that something be sent over to those offices. The second part of it is I don't know how much discretion we have to deny what the statute kind of says we have to do it. And so I'm not sure if we can really justify not sending this thing over to either one or the other.
Vice Chair Wong?
Sorry, anyone, I guess, in the room, I'm curious where exactly that quote is from, specifically referring to the district attorney or attorney general, because I don't see it myself in the administrative code.
It's a 6721E. Kind of halfway-ish through the paragraph. E is an element.
I'll just add that I think that it is a symbolic thing to say that, oh yeah, we're sending this over to the DA or the AG. These referrals, as a practical matter, there's 1 in 1,000 amount to anything other than that just gets put in a file with all the others. So nothing really happens with this kind of thing. I mean, you see all over in the law, federal, state, et cetera, they have these provisions that say, oh, that you can refer it to this. Unfortunately, that's often somewhat of a, it's a gesture, but nothing more than a gesture. Just to be realistic.
Yeah, I'll jump in there. I kind of have two thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Number one, I think you're right. Ultimately, if there's an insistence that we notify the district attorney or attorney general, I would imagine if it was a state law, we would do it with the attorney general. If it was, a CPRA or a Brown Act, if it was a sunshine thing, I would imagine we would use the district attorney. But I also think that notify and referral to me are different things. A notification is, here you go, right? A referral to me is a more robust thing. Like when we've done ethics and we can show up, we can make our case. A notification to me says, it could literally be Cheryl sending it to the attorney or the DA saying, the SOTF found that their order was not complied with, period. And that's it. That's all that's to me required under this. To your point, that's going to end up, more likely than not, in a file cabinet somewhere, not going anywhere, which we could do. And if the insistence is that we do it, I think, we kind of, our hand would be forced and we would do it. My only concern about sending a lot of things over to any of these is I think if we ever do see something where there's significant malfeasance, right, where we're like, wow, this is terrible, we really uncovered something bad, I don't want it to be like that boy who cried wolf thing where we send them 100 files, but really one of those 100 are something that we think is just absolutely terrible. We want to grab their attention and it gets lost in a bunch of other referrals. So I think that's why historically we haven't sent things over to them. Not that we're trying to, avoid enforcement, but I think we've always saved it that if we send them everything, that it's all going to go in a file cabinet and we're never going to grab their attention if and when we think it's necessary. But I agree, if we have to notify them, if we need to send them a copy with our meeting minutes and says I think we could do that, but I don't think it needs to be a full-fledged referral necessarily either.
Agreed.
So,
one last thought on that. So it is in the ordinance and, I think we all acknowledge that, but, I wonder if we should have a conversation with the DA's office where we say, this is in here. We would like to comply with this. Are there, two channels? One where we're sending you notifications, but another channel where if we really think something rises to the level of, extreme negligence or criminality, that it needs to be handled in a different way, and asking them, how can we comply with the ordinance, yet also make sure that we have a channel for, when we need to sound the alarm.
Yeah, I think in an ideal world, and maybe we make a motion on this, is to have Cheryl send an invitation to the DA's office and see if they'd come to one of our meetings so we could have that discussion. I mean, I really think that's the best way to do it, because I think that's an excellent point, right? I mean, that's always been my concern about sending stuff too much to the DA, is not that I don't want them to become involved, but I don't want them to ignore us thinking you're sending us, petty little things,
Not that this is petty.
Not that, I'm not,
No, no,
I'm not
but-
saying this
but
one is.
Yeah, not expecting them
My
to.
point is right.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not saying that this one is, but if we were to send everything that we get over to them, because I think a lot of them aren't necessarily complied with within 5 days, but CAC does an excellent job of getting what the person needs, and we kind of resolve it there.
We wear them down.
You wear them down. But if all that just gets sent over, right? If basically every agenda that you do gets sent over to the DA's office, I'm not sure that grabs their attention when we really need it. So I think to have that conversation, be like, how do you envision that relationship working? This might be a great way to do that.
Can I say something? Just that our
Sure.
experience with the DA has been that we've gotten responses saying this is a civil matter we're not going to handle. Just something to consider.
Victor, if you're on the line, do you have any history on that maybe that you could share?
My history is from George Gascon when he was
Okay.
DA. That's how far back I go.
I think Mr. Warfield can't hear Ms. Leger on the microphone.
Microphone.
Yeah.
I was just saying that my history has been with communicating with George Gascon's office, and that when we have sent him cases or his office cases, the response has been that we do not handle civil matters.
I think that this may be one of those laws where it was voter passed, and it has this provision that says notify the DA. On the other hand, the DA gets some notification that this happened, and they're like, okay, you notified me, but it's like, what? There's nothing I can do about this. There's not a corresponding legal structure whereby the DA says, oh, well, when I get that notification, I'm going to look for, and it doesn't have to be criminal, but like a civil remedy that it's part of what I'm supposed to be looking for, or of course, a criminal remedy. In this case, they might say, well, there's nothing that I can do, so thanks for notifying me. It might be sort of like you see these things sometimes in the law where there's nothing like to kind of do anything other than, okay, notification, it happened, nothing happens after that.
We're working in government myself, and we have all sorts of send notifications. Most of the time they go into file cabinets, right? And the agency is like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this? Put it in the file along with all the other ones that I get, right? And that's why I don't want, I want to make sure, that when we do want to engage the DA on something that we really want to partner with them on, that doesn't get thrown in the file cabinet, that we really grab their attention when we need it. But it says what it says also.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if, how we want to formulate the motion here. I think that there's potentially a variety of motions we could do, and maybe we do them separately, because I think they're the kind of distinctive issues we could do. I mean, I think there's one we could just, simply have our administrator notify the attorney general or the district attorney that our order wasn't complied with, right? And I would recommend attaching, a link to the file, and that's notification, right? The DA does what they do with it. That meets our requirement under that. I think Member LaHood's point about perhaps, making a motion to invite the district attorney to have a conversation with us about 6721E, I think would be a great thing. I don't know if they'll respond, but I would love to have that conversation if they would show up. And then I think a third possible thing we could do here is to basically follow through with what CAC did and make some type of recommendation to the board. And I don't know if we want to recommend, specific language or just a more general topic about some type of legislation they can pass about getting everyone SF.gov email addresses. I think
Yeah,
that's important.
we haven't sent anything to the Board of Supervisors yet because we're still sort of in the process, but.
Right, or maybe we could send that part back to CAC
Right.
and see if you guys can develop just like a paragraph of,
Yeah.
Suggested legislative language that we could vote on and send over.
Right, because we weren't going to send anything directly anyway.
Right,
It was always
right.
going to come here
Yeah.
first. Yeah.
So those are what I'm thinking, like the 3 courses of action that might make sense here. I don't know what anyone else thinks. And I mean, I would vote for all 3, what I just said, but I said it. So
they all sound good to me.
Like you're making a motion, Chair Yankee.
Oh,
3, actually.
okay. You know what? I'm gonna do these as separate motions just so it doesn't get all muddled up. So my first motion will be to have I move to have our administrator notify the district attorney's office that our order in file number 21165 was not complied with, and to include a link to the agenda packet for that file.
And the minutes,
I'm sorry?
agenda packet, and then today's minutes.
We could do that. Yeah, I mean, the agenda packet is sufficient, I think, because that includes everything. But you can send the minutes too.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'll second.
Okay. So let me know when you have that. It's moved by me and seconded by Vice Chair Wong.
We're going to do public comment.
Yep. When you're ready.
Is there anyone who would like to make public comment and in the room, they can approach the podium. If you're online, you can raise your hand at this time. Okay, I'm going to unmute one person.
David Pilpel, I'm back. Is this public comment on all matters pertaining to item 10 or only on the instant motion?
I would say it's on the instant motion.
Okay, then I'll have my comment for other aspects.
David, hold on a minute.
So Mr. Pilpel asked if it's public comment on the item in general or the specific motion. So I said it's a specific motion. So I'm sorry, Mr. Pilpel, I didn't hear you over Cheryl. Did you say you're going to save your public comment?
I'll save my comment for either a later motion or for general thoughts on the item, but I didn't have anything specific on the DA referral question.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So any other public commenters?
Mr. Pilpel, your audio quality is getting worse.
I'll work on it.
Less warm, more fuzzy.
Okay, Victor, do we have any other public commenters?
I do not see any additional hands raised at this time.
Okay, so I think we're ready for a vote on this. Cheryl, when you're ready.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. 6 in favor, 2 absent.
Okay, great. All right, here's my second motion. Let me know when you're ready, Cheryl.
Okay.
Okay, I move to direct our administrator to send a communication to the district attorney's office requesting that they attend a future meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to discuss our mutual obligations under Administrative Code 6721E. And that's the motion.
Who wants to second?
This is Vice Chair Wong. I'll second that one too.
For public comment?
Yep, let's go ahead and open that up to public comment.
If there are any parties who would like to make public comment on this matter, you can approach the podium at this time. Or if you're joining us remotely, you can raise your hand to indicate you'd like to make public comment. Give me one moment. Caller has been unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, this is on the phone and not the computer. David Pilpel, so this is the motion to invite the DA or a representative to come speak to the question of 21E implementation, Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think I support the idea. I probably support the motion, but I'm not sure if this is in scope for the item as described, which is simply regarding the finding in the instant complaint 21165. And I mean, it is tangentially related to that, but it's really a broader policy question of the relationship between this task force and other government actors. So you may want to check with the Deputy City Attorney as to whether it's within scope. I do support having the discussion, but I'm not sure if the motion is properly before the body. That's my thought right now. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I do not see any additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. That's a good point. Is that motion out of line for this agenda item?
So I apologize, Chair Yankee. I was looking into a different legal issue when you were talking. I was speaking with Ms. Lopez here. So do you mind repeating?
Right. So what the first motion we made was to notify the district attorney of this, but throughout that, we have a concern that sending notifications to the district attorney may or may not be a productive way to handle these, because we don't want them to just get thrown in a file cabinet and be done with it, right? So we want to more clearly establish a relationship and with the DA for when we need how we envision 6721E, how we work with the DA's office on that, right? And so the thought was to invite them to a future meeting and see if they want to have that broader discussion. Is that an improper motion to make under this agenda item where we've been asked to notify the DA, which is why I made that, but it's arguably not a direct motion on the specific complaint in front of us, although it's related to the first motion I passed to a certain extent.
I'm going to give you really a wishy-washy lawyer answer. It's not super clear to me in the same way it's not very clear to you, it's sort of like a second cousin relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I think it organically came out of this conversation.
Right.
So it makes sense that this is something you decide. If you were just to randomly say, something I've always been curious about is our relationship with the district attorney.
Right,
Can we write a letter? I mean, if you want to tie it better to this particular topic, you can say, as we were discussing in complaint, if that, I think it's close enough that it's not in clear violation of the law, but if everyone here would feel more comfortable putting over to next month, I think that is also okay. So
I'd agree with that assessment. Yeah. So sounds, yeah.
Which part of it?
I think we're maybe, close to the line here, but I don't feel like we're going way outside the scope and doing something that is totally irrelevant to the matter.
What if I added as prompted by the hearing of file 21165?
I have, how about to ensure proper shepherding of file? Sorry, I don't have the file number in front of me.
Oh, 21165.
21165. That directly connects it to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with the notifying part. I think more broadly, to your point that we talked about before is, if we were to have, I'm not sure I would vote to refer it to the DA necessarily. I mean, we can notify it, right? But so that's why I want to have that more broader conversation, not necessarily. So maybe it is better to hold for a future agenda item, which I'm fine with. I can rescind it. We can put it on a future one if, out of an abundance of caution, I will rescind my motion. And I will, put that on the future agenda. But then I'll get, sorry, did someone say something? Oh, but then I'll get to my third motion, which is related to this. Well, is it or not?
Is it one of the items that was on the agenda, which I think regarding the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah. So I think it's on. Yeah. So, okay. So then I will move to request that the Compliance and Amendments Committee generate specific proposed language to send to the Board of Supervisors that would require the creation of and usage of city email addresses by all city officials except in extraordinary circumstances.
Email addresses by all city what?
Officials.
Uh-huh.
So where are you at?
Addresses by all city officials.
So to require the creation of and usage of city email addresses, all city officials, except in extraordinary circumstances. I mean, the reason I say it that way is if, there's a city official and they're witnessing a fire and they want to, email someone, all they have is their personal, obviously I would want them to, take care of that.
Regular business. And one thing, so I'm ready to second that motion. I just want to clarify the role of CAC. I think that's an excellent idea. What I don't want to happen, because our review of the Sunshine Ordinance is going to take a while, I think that maybe we should do this quickly and separately.
Yes.
And to maybe tell them we're going to follow up with other recommendations as well, but this is something that you may be able to act on quickly, and we want to raise this.
I 100% agree. I mean, my concerns also when we look at, revisiting and re-amending the entire Sunshine Ordinance is that if you have 20 suggestions and you have someone who vehemently disagrees with one of those 20 suggestions, they may vote against that proposal.
Right.
Because even if the other 19 they love, because they really are that much against that one. Right. So I, personally speaking, I kind of like it more as a piecemeal. And I think this one is so related to this and doesn't have to be sent with something else that I would say we just move on it as fast as we can now. That's my preference. So you seconding?
I'm seconding.
Okay, public comment.
Okay. Any discussion on that amongst the members? Okay. Public comment on that?
If there's anybody who would like to make public comment, you can approach the podium or raise your hand. I have unmuted a caller. Oops, I will unmute a caller.
Okay. All right, is that better? Okay, David Pilpel again. Sorry, I had to step away for a second. This is a motion to send a letter regarding email use or craft a policy. I'm sorry, I missed that part.
It's to craft actual suggested language for adoption by the board as prompted by this file.
Okay, so to that, I agree with Chair Yankee's comments earlier about the fundamental purpose of email for government use, that everybody should get assigned an appropriate city government email address and use that for government-related work. I would craft this not as an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance. I think this can be merely an administrative practice with minor budget impacts to the various agencies, boards, commissions, and departments. I would send a letter regarding this, a short letter to the Board of Supervisors and the mayor with copies to the city administrator, the city attorney, the Department of Human Resources, the Ethics Commission, and the Department of Technology, all of whom have some role in the matter, in my view, or could. It is inconsistent across the city. Some members of boards and commissions are assigned city email addresses, and others aren't. And it has nothing to do with how big or small the department or board is. It has everything to do with what their current practice is. The Planning Commission used to publish the private email addresses of members of the Planning Commission, and now I just checked on their website, and they each have sfgov.org email addresses that are prominently listed under the Planning Commission, and the same thing with the Historic Preservation Commission. Other boards and commissions don't, or it varies, and I think what you're seeking and what one should be seeking here is just a consistent approach to at least members of decision-making boards and commissions in the city. I'd be happy to help in crafting that if that's useful, but I think this should be a relatively simple letter and should not require, at this time, an amendment to the ordinance. Those are my thoughts right now. Thanks for listening.
We have any other public commenters? Victor, are there any other?
Sorry. There are no other indications of public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Here's my. Did you have? Oh. I understand where Mr. Pilpel's coming from. My concern isn't as much the making. Well, actually, but part of it is the making part, right? I think the city should make them, right? But if it's just telling the IT department and the city administrator, whomever, to make a bunch of them, if no one uses them and they continue to use personal email addresses, that's where I have more concerns. I think that's what even happened with the election commissioner case, where they admitted they had a SFGov one, but they just don't want to really use it, right? And so my concern is if it's not actually written in as legislation, just having it doesn't compel someone to use it. And I think it has to be that part of it as well. So I don't see how we compel people to use it and can hold them accountable for not using them if it's not actual legislation. That's why I suggest we actually propose it as legislation.
But isn't the issue here that there needs to be a way to be able to reach these people directly and not, that's a separate issue from being able to see what they're writing on different accounts. So if everybody had to have an email address that was public that people could reach them through, I think that's the solution we're looking for. If they choose not to use it and they choose to conduct all this, public business on their personal accounts, that's still subject to the Sunshine Ordinance. It's just that if somebody does want to reach them, there's an avenue to reach them.
That's a good point. I mean,
Mike,
I guess the reason I'm thinking about doing it this way is I think there's multiple benefits, this being one of them. I mean, you're right. We could say that everyone has to have a city email address, but if it sits there and no one checks it, are we really giving a false sense to the public that they're really contacting them? I think there needs to be not just that it exists, but we all have one, but none of us check it. Well, we check it once a year. Is it really serving its purpose? I mean, members are sending email to an address, but if we're not compelled to check it, are we really receiving it? I mean, is that whole transaction really occurring? I don't know. I mean, that was my concern.
Yeah.
Plus,
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I think, as a broader city policy, and we just need to move away from city personal email addresses to be used for any official business.
Mm-hmm.
This is one huge reason why. I think there's other good reasons why as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, my understanding of this motion was that we are creating specific language to propose to the Board of Supervisors. That was my understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct, or?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that we craft language to send over to the board and say, hey, this is a problem. This is the language. Some version of this language is what we think you should consider in legislation.
Okay. Specifically of the Sunshine Ordinance, or just general?
I guess it could be if it belongs elsewhere in our code of ordinances, then it could go elsewhere.
I don't know. As a member of the CNA committee, I don't feel comfortable drafting legislation. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so I like the idea of it just being a letter. I don't know.
And here's another thing. We only meet every other month. And the initial recommendation was that, in regard to Smith versus San Jose, the violation, the one we're talking about, be forwarded to the Board of Supervisors, recommending that the city should, so sort of tying these things together, that we're saying, here's a problem. Mm-hmm. This is not the first time this has come up. And because of this, we want to make this recommendation. And I'm wondering now that, even though I seconded your motion, does this have to go all the way back through CAC? Because if so, this is going to take months. Perhaps we're already in this was on the agenda. There was public notice that we were thinking of taking this action. If we get agreement on this, could we have authorization? And I'd be happy to help to draft the letter and then have the chair send it.
Or you can send it.
All right.
That's fine.
Whatever the case may be. Yeah.
I'll just say, I feel like it's a little bit far removed from our mandate as a sunshine ordinance to argue that this should be a law and this is what the law should be. But I do think it fits to me more better under our mandate to say, here's a practical problem we're seeing in people wanting to reach their officials that's come before us in different cases, and we want to alert you to this problem and suggest that you consider having some kind of policy and leave the crafting or whether they want to make a law or whatever they want to do to them.
Could we say it would be useful and expeditious if the city were to issue all commissioners and members of decision-making bodies sfgov.org email addresses?
And encourage the users to use it for all public business. Yeah.
I mean, I was looking under 6730C, where it says the task force shall advise the Board of Supervisors and provide information to city departments on appropriate ways to implement this chapter. Okay, so that would be sending the letter. It goes on to say the task force shall develop appropriate goals to ensure practical and timely implementation of the chapter. Then it says the task force shall propose to the Board of Supervisors amendments to this chapter. So I think we could do both. We could do say, it's a practical advice type letter, or we could say, no, we actually think this is an actual legislative amendment that we think you should consider. And maybe mine goes too far at this stage. I'm happy to scale it back, or we can just adopt what you had. But personally, I think it does need to be an amendment to this chapter, and does need to be more than just a suggestion, because I think we've seen this come up. This is now at least the third case in the last year where we've heard there's a problem because someone's not using a city email address, right? We've heard it come up in a variety of ways where, we can't reach them. They no longer have access to it. In this case, it's they can't reach the person. So it's something that comes up again and again. And I think it's a, 1 or 2 sentence amendment that could be proposed that would fix it all. But if everyone's feeling like it goes too far for this particular case, we can just make it a general memo to the board.
If I could just interject, after the discussion, I'm a little inclined to think that maybe it's not really exactly the right thing to do here. Let me just mention that it feels like it would basically cause people to, call Gmail and say, not call them, but okay, I'll set up the account. We set up all these accounts and then they don't get used. More importantly, I think that there's a whole set of recommendations at the end of the Smith-B Superior Court opinion. And they talk about how cities should implement the idea that, suddenly now there is going to be sunshine with regards to use of personal accounts. And yet the Supreme Court didn't say, well, we're going to impose all this, but it said, we recommend that cities should look at something like that. Now, I think that San Francisco has not done that. I don't think, and I know that people are talking about amendments, and I've, thought about different amendments. I think that this would be maybe best included as sort of part of a package of changes that would be done, not just to corral email, but I think it would also cover other types of communication. Because when people realize that, okay, I guess email's going to be a problem, they'll just go to another use of the hundreds of different ways that we can use our phones now. And so I think that this is not going to really be it's just a tiny fraction of what all the communications are these days that we're trying to capture under Smith v. Superior Court.
Those are good points. I guess my only concern, getting back to what we talked about earlier, is I think it's an important thing that I don't want to risk wrapping up in a broader set of amendments. I think, and maybe we do just a proposal on Smith versus San Jose amendments, separate from a general rewrite of the Sunshine Ordinance. I think that's going to get messy because there's going to be a lot of strong opinions on what gets put in there and what doesn't get put in there. And I think that this, like I said, we've seen this come up so much. And I think there'd be probably broad consensus for the general concept of city business needs to be done on city, media. That I want to keep it separate, but maybe we don't attach that to this file and we just look at it. Maybe a motion should be that we just agendize a discussion on amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance, specifically as they relate to Smith versus San Jose. I don't know. Thoughts?
For June?
June? Yeah, I could do it for June. I mean, we could actually have this discussion and maybe that's more appropriate than trying to attach it to specifically this file. And we could then open it up to Member Schmidt's idea of maybe there's, we want to say, we shouldn't be doing a lot of, private texting either, right? Or whatever else it is. But I think, I just don't want to get it tied up. And I know you're doing a lot of important work and the other things. I just don't want to see it wrapped up in there.
No, I agree. I think this is discrete. There seems to be a lot of interest in this.
Yeah.
And people have made a lot of really good points. If we can act on this subset of things together quickly next month and get a letter sent out, I think that would be amazing.
Okay, so all right, I'm going to rescind my motion if the seconder agrees.
I agree.
Okay, and I'm going to make a new motion that we agendize for the June meeting an item to discuss and take possible action on an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance as we're empowered to recommend under 6730C related to electronic communications by city officials. That sound good?
I'm just wondering if it needs to be a motion or if we could
I can just
make it part of agenda item 15.
I could just do it. I kind of like the fact of the only reason I'm doing it as a motion. I don't think I need to do it as a motion. I just kind of like it tied to this case so that it shows a paper trail that we're actually taking that action on Mr. Warfield's case, and that we can follow through on that. But I think you're right. I don't think it really technically needs to be a motion. I think I could just put on the agenda.
Okay, so this is what I got so far. Chair Yankee moves that we agendize for the June task force meeting an item to discuss and take possible action on an amendment to the ordinance as we are under the power to recommend.
Empowered to recommend by 6730C regarding electronic communications by city officials.
So that was a motion?
That was a motion.
Then I will second.
Okay.
Okay, we get time for our public comment.
Yeah, unless any members have comments on that. Okay, we'll go ahead and move public comment.
Okay, if there's anyone who'd like to make public comment, you can approach the podium and I will unmute our caller. Mr. Popo, you've been unmuted.
Mr. Pilpel, are you going to make public comment?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Sorry, I was writing a code section. Can you just summarize what the motion is on this at this time?
I can
apologize.
reread it. Moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member LaHood, that we agendize for the June task force meeting an item to discuss and take possible action on an amendment to the ordinance as we are under the power to recommend 6730 C as in cat regarding
Yeah.
electronic communications by city officials.
Got it. I'm in support. I think that's fine. This could be handled under item 15, but that's fine. In the meantime, let me read you 3 sentences. I think I just wrote the code section for you. And I would put it under Chapter 8 of the admin code, which pertains to records. Each member of a city board or commission, except for city advisory bodies, shall be assigned a city email address by the city department associated with the board or commission for use in connection with official city business. Members of city boards and commissions who receive email in connection with official city business on a non-city account shall forward such email to the city email address. City email sent and received by members of city boards and commissions shall be subject to record retention policies and schedules as provided elsewhere in this Chapter 8, period. Not bad, huh? All right, anyway, yes, I'm in support of the motion. Thanks for listening.
How many coffees, Mr. Pilpel?
See, it's warm and fuzzy, right?
There you go. There you go.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Pilpel, could you email me that language if at all possible?
But I don't use email. I'll find a way to get it to you. Yes, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
Me too.
Okay, bye.
Hell.
Yes, one for everybody. Okay. Next caller.
There are no additional callers.
All right.
Okay, go ahead and close public comment. And Cheryl, it's not under the power. I said empowered. EMPOWERED. Or did you?
I have a question. This was on the agenda regarding Mr. Warfield's issue. Is he still excluded from public comment on this?
On this one, yes. But
Okay.
once we open that agenda item, this is not going to be Mr. Warfield's agenda item. I'm
Got it.
opening it up as a new thing.
Right.
And he could be a public commenter.
On that. Got it.
Yes.
No.
Right. That was a no. Okay. Why don't we take a vote on this and we'll move along. Yes. So Mr. Warfield, we're going to be scheduling an agenda item, kind of, as a coming off of what your complaint was to discuss an official policy or an amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance related to communication by city officials electronically. So that will come up in June. It won't be directly tied to your case. You won't be a presenter on that one. But when that comes up in June, you can make public comment on that case or that file. We'll have Cheryl open up as a file. Okay, so let's go ahead and vote on this.
A second. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. 6 in favor, 2 absent.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for participating in this one. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 11.
Item number 11, file number 22010, complaint filed by Ron Cicero against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner. It says action, but it should say complaint committee moved by Member Stein, seconded by Chair Schmidt, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the task force for hearing with the recommendation to find violations of CPRA 6253 B as in boy by failing to make records available, and CPRA 6253 C as in cat by failing to respond to the petitioner about the status of the request.
Okay, and do we have Mr. Cicero?
Yes, sir.
That's you?
That's me.
Great. Okay, thank you for coming. And do we have someone from the police department maybe online?
if you can raise your hand if you are, oh, I see them now.
Yes, this is Sergeant Adam Lobster with the San Francisco Police Department.
Okay, great. Before we start, this looks like it got heard by the complaint committee. Complaint Chair Schmidt, did you want to give us a quick summary?
Yes, Mr. Cicero, who is last case on the calendar. Sorry, this is a very long hearing.
That's okay.
You may be in from out of town. He's trying to get, I believe it's a 40-something odd year old file on, I think it's a murder case, and he'll explain that to you. And apparently it's, way pre-digital, and the police department says that, it was going to take extraordinary effort to find the file to give to him. But they didn't foreclose the idea of finding the file. I'm not sure if anything's happened since our committee hearing, but it's not clear to me if any real efforts are being made to get him this file. Member Stein, anything else on this?
I think at the time that we heard it, he'd been waiting a year already to get these documents. That I believe when they got the request, they forwarded it to a media department, but it was going to have to go to some archival building or some archives that apparently the media department didn't know of. It seemed like after our complaint hearing that maybe there would be some action, so I'm interested to have an update on that.
All right, thank you. And quick question, just so we're approaching this the right way. It looks like the request was November 8th. Did you guys forget, was this is like right as we switched from the mayor's order that went from...
This was still under the mayor's order.
It was, okay, because I noticed your recommendation.
In my notes, our recommendations were to look at CPRA violations.
Okay.
Unless it came back to us now, still unfulfilled, in which case we could also look at like a 67.21 violation.
Yeah, okay, sounds good. All right. Cheryl, when you're ready, if you can let Mr. Cicero know when he may begin. 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Say when. Sure. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time to address this. I know it's getting late. I'll try to keep this as top line as possible. Brevity isn't always my thing, but I will try my best. My name is Ron Cicero. I'm a documentary filmmaker. So yes, I have a very understanding wife and a disappointed mother, but that's okay. That's a different discussion. My last film premiered at Sundance, and it was one of 170 films chosen out of 15,000 that year. So I've been doing this a while and have had some success. And, I traveled up here from the southern part of the state because two things really. It's not only the lack of response from the SFPD, but it's also the type of response and inconsistencies in the response. And both the project that I'm working on that brought me here before you, as well as the motion that I'm bringing forth is not to villainize anybody, not to make anybody's life difficult. It's just a matter of to get my hands basically on the material that I'm requesting. So I guess I'll start off with, my request was originally made by email in December of 2020. And it was to gain access to archived evidence, including but not limited to audio recordings, video, notebooks, physical evidence, etc., used to prosecute a case that was sort of a seminal case here in San Francisco, which the reason why I'm focusing on it, not just because it's a historical true crime, that's not really something I'm interested in, but because it has many issues that both the city and the country are still addressing today. And even though this is from 1975, 1976. So again, it's not just sort of the lack of timeliness in the response, it's also the content of the response, the rationale for not bringing forth what I'm asking for. And so I'll give you a timeline in a minute, but let me sort of jump ahead to the reasonings or the rationale why the department is saying they can't provide this information or this material. And that goes from, first they said they did not receive my correspondence, and then later that was sort of corrected. And then there was a trouble locating the materials. And then the last response I got, again, which, it wasn't the most timely response, but the last response I received that was another jurisdiction was going to be now using these materials for a case that is a cold case that's going to be opened. So again, in addition to lack of a timely response, the reasonings are really contrary to what I've found in the last 2.5 years of research. And this research includes FOIA requests with the FBI. It includes interviews with people that were directly connected to the case, including former inspectors at the SFPD, and another journalist who spent about 20 years on this case and wrote a book that actually used these materials. They're included in his book. And that book was written with Earl Sanders, who, as we know, was a former police chief here. So there's between 8 and 12 boxes of original evidence. And that was taken from the SFPD. It was used during the writing of the book, and then most of it was returned. And I know, after, again, speaking with these sources, that the evidence was recently transferred and cataloged at the new forensics building on Evans. So I know it's been around the last 15 years, and I know in the last a couple years, 2 at most, maybe 3, it's been seen, it's been cataloged, and it's been moved. Now, again, going back to the response that I received, the final response, which was, oh, there's a new case that's opened up. With all due respect, I mean, most of those connected to the case have since passed away. And there's really no reasonable expectation that this case will be retried. Anyone who was convicted, with the exception of Mr. Larry Green, has since passed away. Mr. Larry Green is still incarcerated. He's been incarcerated for 50 years. He's been up for parole 14 times. Me having access to this evidence to photograph and or scan at the SFPD forensics building is going to have zero bearing on Mr. Green's case, whether he's up for parole again or there's some other motion brought. I'm not working for anybody other than myself. There is another production company that is now starting to provide funding, and thank you. Is that it?
That's 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Sorry about that. I didn't time myself very well, but thank you.
Just finish your sentence. And
Oh, okay. I was just going to say I'm not working on anybody's behalf. This is strictly for this film, which is an important part of California history, San Francisco history, and has a great bearing on what's going on today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cicero.
Yes, thank you.
And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the plaintiff?
Actual evidence?
No, any other parties? Like, do you have anyone else testifying here on your behalf? Or on
just me.
Okay, great. So let's go ahead and move on to the respondent. And Cheryl, when you are ready, if you could let them know.
Officer, what was your name again, please?
It is Sergeant Adam Lobsinger from SFPD.
Okay, you got 5 minutes. You ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, now I appreciate Mr. Cicero's background and what he's trying to accomplish, but my understanding here is that the hearing here is in regards to what we're required to produce and what is bound by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. So while I don't disagree with his overall purpose, I'm basing mine off of what our policy and procedure tells us. And we tried to deal with several other cases. In this particular instance, I did everything I could to assist Mr. Cicero in his quest to produce this documentary. Even after I couldn't locate these items, I set up an interview with our homicide detective, and he set up an interview with his father, who's a retired deputy chief of San Francisco Police, with intimate knowledge of these killings that he's talking about. In terms of the evidence production, what I believe Mr. Cicero was referring to, and we did discuss, was that in the last few years, we switched over to a digital coding. Now, with the digital coding, each piece of evidence that we've collected over the years, which is literally in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, goes back. We start with the most recent one and work our way backwards. Each code gets its own unique number and has gone through bar-coded and everything. My understanding, what I was told by our property division, the people who were in charge of that, we've only made it back to this point about 15 years. Old antiquated archive stuff was out at this facility out in Hunters Point Naval Shipyard, which nobody has access to. When I asked them, I said, okay, do we have this evidence? They said, we don't know. We haven't made it. We're still in the 2000s recoding, and we can't just go digging around and opening up boxes. That's not how it works. We need to work our way back. That is what I was told. That's what I relayed to Mr. Cicero. Now, with that in mind, I said, I don't know. I can't get in. They won't let me in. They won't let anybody in. There's a process that works its way backwards, and that's the policy of the SFPD. Furthermore, even if we were able to allow me in there or a police officer, a sworn officer, we can't just let the general public or anybody just come in and start reviewing documents. There are a number of sensitive, identifying personal information that we would need to go through before it be made available to the public. Lastly, Mr. Cicero did mention this case about Earl Sanders, and I believe is related to the zebra killings, that they were transferred, cataloged, and moved to Evans. That's our new facility on Evans Avenue. I inquired about this. Everybody who I spoke to knew nothing about this. I asked if Mr. Cicero, if we could talk about who knows about this, because allegedly he has sources. That's fine. If I were to be provided these names and people who know where things are, I'd be more than happy to try and produce these documents. When I inquired about it, I received, I don't remember the exact response, but I was not able to find the person who apparently had knowledge of this. I went through my chain of command and went through just my personal contacts, people I know at SFPD who I think would have knowledge of it. Nobody has any knowledge of this. If somebody could come to me and say, hey, these are the 8 to 12 boxes that were taken from SFPD and returned to this person, and this is where they are, I'd be happy to fulfill the request. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. And are there any parties to provide facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, hearing none. Members, can ask questions.
Do I have a response to that or no?
Rebuttals will come after our questions.
Got it. Thank you very much.
This is Vice Chair Wong. I have a question for the sergeant. I was trying to find a response to Mr. Cicero in the packet, and I didn't see one. I only see a letter of response to the complaint being filed. Was that correct?
I don't know anything about the packet. Well, let me just fast forward to just kind of move. I know we're running far behind, but let me fast forward. A lot of this stuff was done through email, and a lot of it was done on just telephone calls. So if there's a lack of response, that's certainly on me, and I'll own that one for not documenting properly. That's on me. So, yeah, some of it is through email. I mean, I have one email in front of me that's just between, me and Mr. Cicero. Now, I don't know if that's part of the document of the packet, but that's kind of what I can tell you on that.
There's actually 2 letters, if that's helpful. I can.
Yeah, I see a letter on P368. I don't see any emails between yourself and the police department, actually.
So yes, there's a letter on the 28th of 2022, which said that they were going to fulfill the request by March 2nd of 2022. And there was subsequent emails to Cheryl asking if that was going to be fulfilled and what I should do. And that never occurred. And then I received a letter, which I have up on the screen now, which was sent on May 20th because I had asked the SFPD, hey, it was supposed to be fulfilled by March 2nd, and here it's, April, May, it still hasn't been fulfilled. And the letter that I received, which I highlighted in the 3rd paragraph there, it says, an outside jurisdiction has opened up the investigation in connection with this case and disclosure of records at this time. Sorry, that's difficult to read on your screen there. but you get the gist of it. It would endanger the successful completion of that investigation. So I guess where some of my confusion is not only in the lack of the timeliness, but also it seems like there's been a couple different reasons why I haven't been able to access this evidence. And sort of my response to that is I found out from a source inside the SFPD that indeed this evidence does exist, and it would not endanger any outside internal or external investigation. And when I emailed the department, well, who is this outside organization that has reopened this case? Again, I didn't get a response. And so this has been 2.5 years. And the next step for me is litigation. I mean, what else am I going to do?
Just may I reply to Vice Chair Wong on P368 is the response where they originally said they would reply that they would respond to the request by March 2nd.
Right, but that is the letter to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, correct? In response to the
Oh.
complaint being filed, right?
Yeah, now I see.
Yeah, so what I was looking for was an actual response to Mr. Cicero from SFPD in regards to his original first request.
Sorry, it's difficult to hear with the mask. Maybe it's just, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I can speak a little louder. So what I was looking for is emails from SFPD to yourself, Mr. Cicero, in response to your original requests, December 2020. And then when the original request was made from our perspective in the packet, November 8th, 2021 is where I could find the first email request being sent to SFPD. So, and I don't see anything, I don't see any responses from SFPD to yourself in the packet. So I don't know if anyone else found anything.
No, and I would just note that we try not to accept evidence like this during the hearings that isn't part of the packet, because what happens is it doesn't afford the police department or the other side the chance to look over what you're going to speak to.
Oh God, I think that came from I thought it came from Cheryl, but maybe it came directly from the
No, I don't see
SFPD
in the packet either.
Oh, okay. Sorry about
So
that.
we try not to introduce things because it would just
Fair enough.
The other side not a chance. So
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss on this one. I mean, I'm especially I'm on the phone. I can't see anything.
Right. Yeah,
Other than I'm working. I'm working.
It's from you, Adam.
Okay. Which letter?
It's dated May 20th, 2022 via email to ron@getinvader.com. It's signed, "Thank you for your courtesy in this regard. Sincerely."
I'm going to interrupt because, I mean, it can't be submitted into the evidence packet for us anyways. So, like, it is not something we can consider as a policy body at this point. That specific letter.
Sure.
Yes, we can, just stop the conversation on that. Okay. Other questions?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so to the sergeant, is it or is it not being claimed that there's some outside jurisdiction who is suddenly investigating something, which is a reason why Mr. Cicero shouldn't get these files that apparently date back about 50 years.
Right.
Is that what's happening here?
That's half a question for me, half a question for Mr. Cicero. My understanding, based on what was told to me by the Homicide Investigations Unit as well as our Property Division, which is who is in charge of managing evidence, is that we have not gone with our new evidence system. We have not gone back even close to that far, and therefore it has not been assigned. It's actually a 9-digit code. That's how we're doing. It's called evidence on queue. Everything gets assigned. Every case gets assigned a 9-digit code, and then my understanding is that each piece of evidence is then itemized within that 9-digit code. And we're only back in the mid-2000s, maybe even the 2010s. I honestly can't remember. We're not back into the 70s. Now, based on that information, even if I knew if and where any of this stuff existed, I wouldn't be able to access it because there's not a code assigned to it. Now, what is being alleged if I'm understanding correctly by Mr. Cicero, is that somebody has this, what was it, 8 to 12 boxes that was taken from SFPD and brought back magically. Now, that's, to me, I have no way to corroborate that. I couldn't possibly corroborate that. Mr. Cicero says there's sources that says that this information is being used. So what I'm saying, my official stance and the SFPD stance, is that we don't know of any evidence that had left and came back. And if it is, I don't know how it's accounted for or where it's accounted for. And as far as I know, if it's dated back that time, our property division hasn't accounted for it yet. So that's the hang up. I don't know if this evidence exists or not. I truly don't know. If it does, my understanding is we haven't accounted for it yet. If it does, and Mr. Cicero knows about it and knows the people who have knowledge of it, please let me know who these people are so I can try and track it down.
Okay, so there's a couple different things going on here. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I was saying, to answer your question, sir, I don't know anything about an outside agency, and like I said, I believe this is related to the zebra killings. I don't know anything about an outside agency reopening an investigation into this matter. And then, furthermore, the second. Now, let's pretend for a second that is true. Now, this person that Mr. Cicero does claim has knowledge and access to this information, this person claims that it would not endanger the investigation. Well, then my question is this person a homicide investigator? Do they know it? How, even if we were to be able to produce this information, how do we know that this person knows for a fact that
who's this person again that you're describing?
I don't know.
Oh, you're saying that Mr. Cicero has described this person. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
That's what you're okay. So let me just there's a couple things going on here, and I just want to see if I can create a little bit more order here. So I guess on the one hand, Mr. Cicero asked for the file, which would be probably a lot of boxes. And I think you said that they're digitizing, but they've only gotten back to like the 2000s. And so I guess there's a process that is going to take a while for the police department to get back to the 70s before they can actually get to this file. Were you saying that as one aspect of your answer?
Yeah, so part of it is, in a perfect world, we have all of the evidence. We have every single piece of evidence that SFPD's ever collected. Now, if I could just draw an analogy and imagine it, your house is filled with a number of items, and you want to assign a unique numeric number to each item in your house, your lamp, your cell phone, your car keys. You start in your bedroom or wherever and work your way to each room. Right now, SFPD is in one area, and we're trying to work our way back to numerically add a numeric value to each item in our house. That's the best analogy I can come up with to say we're still in one spot and we're working our way back. So
yeah. So it would take many years to get to the 70s if you keep going at the same pace, correct?
I couldn't give a time estimate, but it seems like that. So that's my understanding of how property is handled in a perfect world. So that's my understanding based on everything that I've learned to this point is that it would take us a long time to get back there, and we're not allowed to go back. We can't just jump from room to room. Now, that's the first issue. The second issue is that Mr. Cicero knows someone who has knowledge of this case and knows that this old evidence has left and come back and is being used again. That very well may be true. I'm in no way, shape, or form am I disputing that, but I have no knowledge of it. I don't know who it is, and if it did, here's the thing: if it is down on Evans Avenue, let me know. Who do I talk to?
So you think something is down on Evans Avenue, or you don't?
No. I have no idea. That's according to Mr. Cicero.
But he told you that he thinks that there's some files that are on Evans Avenue, correct?
Yes, I think I'm not going to say the allegations. That's a strong word, but I think the way the story goes is that someone at some point accessed this evidence a long time ago, left with it, and it came back and is now there and has been accounted for. But my understanding is, based on the way our new evidence is being processed, it hasn't been accurately accounted for in our new system. Someone just knows its whereabouts somewhere.
In the file that he asked you for that that you do know exists, but it hasn't been digitized yet, where is that located?
That's what I don't know.
You don't know? Who does know where that is?
That's my question to Mr. Cicero.
No. The file, he sent you a public records request, and he asked for the Larry Green file. And correct. I'm asking you, where's the Larry Green file?
The Larry Green file, which would be part of the zebra killings. The zebra killings occurred, I believe, in the late 70s, early 80s.
That's 74.
Okay, 74. So early 70s. So if, assuming we have every bit of evidence from the zebra killings, we would not know exactly where it is until we work our way back there and account for it. Right now, they're going backwards, and we're in 2010. Let's just say 2010 for the sake of argument. I don't know exactly where we are, but
what do you mean you don't know where it is? Yeah, I mean, is it in San Francisco? Is it in the Bayview district? Is it in a certain warehouse? It has to be somewhere. You don't even know where the Larry Green file is?
To the best of my knowledge, it would be down in Building 606, which is the Hunters Point Shipyard, which is an old building. Okay. That's the best of my knowledge. But I don't know, because, sir, if you keep going backwards, evidence collected in the 1940s, we might not have all of it anymore. In fact, I'd be willing to bet we don't have it anymore. Because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to itemize every bit of evidence we still have, but we're working our way backwards, starting from present time back. So we're not in the 70s yet. We're not even remotely close to the 70s. If we have every single item of evidence from the zebra killings, I believe, based on my research, is that it would be down, it was called Building 606. That's what it's colloquially known as, because that's the address in the old Hunters Point Shipyard. That's where I believe it would be, but I am not allowed to go in and just start randomly inspecting boxes. Nobody is allowed to. Property is working their way back.
So the answer to Mr. Cicero is that he needs to wait until they've moved back from the 2000s to the 70s, and there's no other process whereby he can get access to this file. Is that the answer to him?
That is the best answer I've come up with. Now, to that point, Mr. Cicero is saying that he knows someone who says that, yes, we do know exactly where this is. It's not even down in Building 606. It's at Evans in our new facility. It is left and it's come back and it's sitting right there. I don't know.
You said you told us already that you don't. That doesn't. There's nothing about that makes any sense to you. I understand that. Okay.
Oh no, it's not that it doesn't make.
I want to ask Mr. Cicero. Does that add anything to your knowledge about this? Have you heard about Building 606?
Well, I think the important thing to sort of go back to is, what is the reason why I cannot be provided with this evidence?
Yeah, it doesn't
it doesn't add up at this point. With all due respect to all parties involved, I've heard that I didn't get your request and we don't have it, and it'll take time, and it's tied up with another case. I guess my first question would be is, first of all, what's this outside organization? What's this other case?
It doesn't sound like this person, Sergeant Lobsinger, doesn't know about any other jurisdiction that has an interest whereby they can claim the government code 6254F exemption. And I'll ask him again, is there some basis that you know of, Sergeant Lobsinger, that somebody would be claiming that there's some exempt records still that are being withheld in response to this request because of the investigative privilege. Yeah, go ahead.
There's nothing to my knowledge. If I knew if I was provided more information, I might be able to give a better answer. But I can tell you this: I've dealt with a lot of PRAs in the last 5 years. This is the one I've spent the most time on, the most time asking questions, the most time making phone calls and sending emails. If I knew who that other agency was, I might be able to get a better answer. But the answers I've received within the SFPD is that it's not an open investigation anywhere else that I know of, and our catalog system hasn't gone back that far yet.
Okay. How many people are working right now on trying to move back through time and this large process whereby they're digitizing records, evidence, et cetera? How many people are actively doing that work right now? Do you know?
I couldn't provide that number. The only thing I can say is I'm sure you've seen quite a bit lately how woefully understaffed we are. So
okay. Got it. Understood. Okay. Yeah. I was just trying to figure out if you had any knowledge of that. Okay. Appreciate the answer. No more questions.
Okay. Members.
I just have two quick questions. One is for the SFPD representative. Who did you speak to in property that gave you the answer that there was no way to access the records?
This was the sergeant in charge of the property control division, who was down at, we'll just keep calling it building 606. She has since retired, and this was, I'd have to find my email, but this was probably a year ago.
And do you know who is currently in charge of the property control division that is digitizing the records?
I do not off the top of my head.
Okay, so you haven't spoken to anyone for a year about this?
Let me see. I just pulled up my email. Let me just take a quick look at it to make sure I have it. Yeah.
This is Member Highland. While he's looking,
I don't have the email in front of me. I'm sorry. I thought I had it, but it was very, very well could have been a phone call, but it was at least a year ago.
Okay, and for the petitioner, did you attempt to convey, who it was who believed that the records were at Evans Avenue, and any more information about where they might be there to the SFPD?
I didn't give the specific name. It is an officer at the SFPD. I didn't feel it was appropriate as a journalist. However, one must assume that there's some type of cataloging of these materials because there's been a number of major crimes in San Francisco history, whether it be Harvey Milk, et cetera, where we've seen this evidence or seen evidence. There's also a book published called The Zebra Murders that has a lot of this evidence in the pages of the book. And so clearly, I can't imagine there's not a label on a single box in a huge warehouse. I mean, there's got to be some type of cataloging system. And I guess the thing that is most disconcerting is that every time I sort of inquire about this, a new reason comes up as to why I can't have access to it. And to me, as a journalist, that starts getting me thinking like, well, okay, there's something here. There's a there. And so I just want access to the materials. The story isn't here to villainize anybody. I'm not standing here to villainize anybody. This is an incredibly important story, which I don't want to go into the details, but I've received cooperation from the FBI, the National Archives. The only place I sort of can't seem to crack is here in the city. And it's as important for the city as it is the rest of the country.
Member Highland, Member LaHood, Vice Chair Watt.
So Member Highland here, and this is not really a question for anyone, but just to kind of where I am on this. if you take an analogy of any city department that decides to embark on a digital cataloging of admittedly existing paper records, does that preclude those records from being accessed for the
Right.
2 years that takes place? I think the answer is no. If the mayor ordered Building 606 to provide boxes 762 through 768, it'll be on our desk the next day. So I am not convinced by any of this. This is interesting because we've never really, in my time.
Just to jump in a little bit, we're getting to deliberation rather than questions.
Oh, okay.
So if we could say that for deliberation, just to finish up.
Oh, I thought we were in deliberation.
No, we're in questions still. We still.
Okay. All right.
We haven't gotten to rebuttals yet. So. Right.
Okay, I'll save. I have one thought I will save for deliberation, but there's something a little bit incongruous here because so what I'm hearing from Sergeant Lapsinger, am I saying that correctly? Is that they're going in reverse chronological order, which implies that things are in enough order that one would be able to find where the stuff, at least from like 1973 to 1976, is maybe not the exact shelf, but sort of the zone within the warehouse. Unless, Sergeant, are you saying, like, is this like grandma's attic where everything has just been shoved in together? In which case, how are they going in reverse chronological order?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And the short answer is I don't know. And the even shorter answer is that sounds about right. Because I think actually my belief or my understanding is that part of the reason for this digital 9-digit numeric tracking is because we have not kept great records. And that's on SFPD. So I don't know. I am not a records expert in the least bit, but that's my understanding is that there is, I think that's a great analogy. It's like grandma's attic. And we kind of have a rough idea, but we don't just go in there and dive in and just start opening boxes. We're trying to be as methodical as we can. Because right now, like I said, we're in the 2000s. It's probably our record keeping in the 2000s is probably pretty clean. But I would imagine some of the old case stuff from the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever it is probably not as clear. And we're still working our way back there. Now, well, I mean, that's the answer. That's my answer to your question. Yes.
Okay. And are you also saying that the police department does not, I mean, this is one of the most famous cases in San Francisco history. And you're saying that the police department did not take any extra care with the evidence from this case and treated it like any other case?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that at all. I'm relaying the information that's been provided to me. Believe me, let me if I could summarize this all in one thing. If I could find those boxes and hand them to Mr. Cicero and be done with this, that would make me extremely happy. In no way, shape, or form am I trying to preclude anyone from getting the information sought after.
That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Wong.
Yeah, quick question for Sergeant Longsinger. So say if you get a request for other evidence, say it's from the early 2000s, do you have the same answer then, that no one has access to it? Or if someone is requesting evidence that has been digitized, do you have access to that and do you provide it to them? Like, what is the process in those cases?
I haven't been asked that question. The vast majority of the questions I get are existing cases that happened last week or last month or maybe last year, in which either one of two things has happened. We do have it digitized. We can we release whatever we can release, or it's part of an open investigation, and that's the other one. If it's part of an open investigation and it might hinder the investigation, we don't release it.
Okay, thank you. And one quick but very unrelated question for Mr. Cicero. Are you the creator of Happy Happy Joy Joy?
Am I the creator of what?
Happy Happy Joy Joy?
I am.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any more questions? Can we get on to rebuttals or a sing-along? We'll do rebuttals. Okay, we'll start with this is 3 minutes. We'll start with the police department. So Mr. Lapsinger, I'm sure we'll let you know when you may begin. You have 3 minutes, and then we'll get to you for the final rebuttal.
Are you ready to begin, sir?
And that's for me?
Yep.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing here is I'm acting as the middleman, and I'm trying to provide as much information as possible. The analogy of grandma's attic is probably an apt one, but this is the information that I have received, and I'm relaying it to the best of my ability. I'm not an expert on property storage. That being said, if there is information that could be provided to me that would help me move this process along, I would be more than happy to make that happen. I know I've gone above and beyond everything I can do to help Mr. Cicero in his quest. Now, while I don't think the importance to the public on his documentary has any bearing on what is produced and when, I can say this: I would love to see this documentary. I've talked to Mr. Cicero about this at length. It sounds interesting to me. So if I could have more information that would help me facilitate this and make it work faster, I'd be happy to do it. In the meantime, I'm left with what I've been told by everybody who I've spoken to at property, at homicide, at investigations, at administration. These are the answers I've been provided. I don't know what else to say. And that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cicero, you have 3 minutes yourself for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I think there's two things. First, I would love to hear, and maybe we've heard this already, is there is definitely not another investigation that is precluding me from receiving this material. And that seems to have been settled. Despite what may have been said before, I think that's an extremely important point, especially if this goes to litigation. The second thing is with all due respect, I did say where it is. It's my understanding it's the Evans building. I don't feel the onus is on me to find out who is responsible at the SFPD for bringing the material to the evidence building, because clearly I shouldn't say clearly, but that has happened. And clearly somebody must know inside the department who is responsible for making, for moving that evidence and cataloging it. And finally, grandma's attic or not, there's got to be some type of cataloging system. I can't imagine the boxes were just tossed in the back room. Even if it has a label on the box, it seems the SFPD is too buttoned up to be that cavalier with historic evidence.
Okay, is that complete your?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great. Okay, now it's up to us to deliberate, and so I'll give it back to Member Highland since I did cut him off with his deliberations. Let him pick up where he was.
No, I was just saying that I think only in one other case that I can remember in my 12 years have we had a records request that went back to boxes of records that were ancient. And I don't remember at the time if we talked about, obviously the record retention period has passed. Does that affect our ability to compel those records to be produced? I just can't remember what we came up with for that, but it's interesting from a historical perspective. That's all.
And Member LaHood, I thought you had some deliberating point you wanted to add.
I can't remember what it was. Can't remember what it was.
Member Schmidt?
Yeah, this case was pretty clear when we saw it at the complaint committee, and it's pretty clear too. And I don't have any personal issue with Sergeant Lovesinger's performance of his job in light of the constraints that are apparently placed upon Sergeant Lopesinger, which is these just rules that have so little relation to sunshine, public records, open government, FOIA requests. The law is that you get a request and you're supposed to go and get the documents and then give them to the person who makes the request. And it sounds like everybody's just telling them, sorry, We don't go there. It's back in that building, but we'll do it in several years. It's just, I haven't seen anything like this. And I haven't been around here that long, but I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to really give Mr. Cicero what he's due here, although I do see that he's got some sense that litigation may be the path that he needs to be looking at. Despite it that it's expensive, it may be that he can't afford it. But I think that everything we can do here, it's pretty clear that, you know, we find violations, et cetera, order the production. But my experience with this is one of the departments that seems to come up pretty often in our problem list.
All right, I'll jump in. This obviously part of my day job is to preserve historical county records, going back to the 1800s. So I know a little bit about it. Since, you know, I work for Alameda County, and we have probably over 20 million historical records, and we're actually embarking on a project to, it's separate state legislation, but we have to go back and find records that are only on film, get them digitized and processed to find certain things that state legislation requires us to try to find and stuff from, you know, the early 1900s, right? So I get it, it's a process. But I think to Member LaHood's point is, even though they may not be in the type of indexed, you know, orderly format that we want today, if they are going in reverse chronology, that suggests that there is some sort of order to this. You might not be where they can just go and find the box off the shelf, but I would hard to believe that there's one big giant room with stuff that has one box from stuff from 1905 next to one that has from 1995, and they can't somehow narrow it down to at least like a couple years range, right? I think even going back historically, you know, like I said, you know, you're not going to find the same level of indexing we have today. We have computers, we have a different way to catalog and database things, but they did do something back then, right? And to say it's just in one big giant building and we have no idea where it is, one day we might stumble on it, and if that ever happens, we'll let you know. I don't think it's a satisfactory response. I mean, unless it's true. And if that really, really is true, I'm shocked because, you know, there's a lot of stuff before 2000 that may still very well be relevant. I mean, those are still potential criminals and potential, you know, victims that are still alive in today's world, right? We're not talking about stuff that's, you know, 100 years old here. And, you know, it makes me wonder if some other agency like the FBI were to say, hey, we need something, would the person who has the key to this building get in there and maybe do a little bit more diligent search than's being done here? That being said, I think to Member Schmidt's point, I mean, I think that, you know, the person, Mr. Lapsinger, who presented today, has done the extent of what he can do. And so I think in this case, I'm thinking, okay, we need to escalate this a little bit, right? It sounds like there's a sergeant who's the public information officer, another sergeant who's in charge of the property, and person who testified to here tried to ask that person to get in the building. They're saying, no, you can't come in. And they're saying, hey, I can't get in. Sorry, that's it, right? So I think it's our obligation at a minimum to escalate this, right? So I think whatever we do, I would recommend we send it directly to the chief of police and say, look, you have an obligation under the Sunshine Ordinance to do what you can do to find this. And it might not be tomorrow. It might not be cataloged in a way that they can get it, you know, within 10 days. I think that's, you know, probably not going to happen. But, you know, if it's taking years just to get to back 2000s, I don't think that waiting another 5 or 10 years or however long it's going to take is reasonable either. I think there's some level of reasonable, you know, search they need to do that I'm not convinced has been done here because someone doesn't want to let someone else in the building, right? So I think we should probably find some type of violation, issue an order, direct that order to the chief of police, and then maybe in a couple months, compliance and amendments takes a look at it and says, okay, no, maybe they can come in with a picture and show what it really is grandma's attic. Okay, then I can't, then we do what we can do, right? I don't know what else we can do if it's stuffed all over the place with absolutely no order, you know, to it whatsoever. But I'm not convinced right now that there isn't some level of order that would allow them to find it. And that might mean going out of order from their digitization plan, but that's what the Sunshine Ordinance requires. They have to get it. They can't just say, when we hit the 70s, we'll give it to you. That's my thought.
Yeah, I'll just throw in a few thoughts too. I mean, I definitely feel like there's a violation for timeliness, which is now back under the Sunshine Ordinance because it's continued to not be timely provided even after the mayor's orders went out of effect. I think there's not, aside from Sergeant Lobzinger, I don't think that there's been an attempt to really help the petitioner find the documents on whoever it is that's in charge of the documents. I also think that there's a violation of 67.297A, not keeping records in a business-like and professional manner if there are records that simply cannot be found. And well, there was one more. No, I guess I would also want to say that in our order that or whatever we send to the chief of police, that we ask that those in charge of property and records at both Evans Avenue and at Building 606 at the HP shipyards be ordered to search for those records.
I think you just made a motion, Member Stein.
I don't know. Those are my, other people might have other thoughts.
What was I'm sorry, what was the 6729? What was that you're looking at?
-7A, not preserving records in a professional and business-like manner.
That says what? The mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and business-like manner all documents, correspondence, limited letters, draft. I mean, this is 1970s, so I think you'd have to find that one. I think I'd be a
You don't think it
stretch
fits?
because I'm
Yeah.
not sure the chief of police today, if in the 1970s they threw stuff in a warehouse.
But they
And-
threw stuff in the warehouse recently, right?
It
I
sounds
didn't
like
get
it's
to-
potentially been in there for a long time.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know when they've been thrown. Maybe Mr. Lobsinger, do you know when the records were put in building? What was it? 606?
No, I don't know the process of when and where things go and come out.
Do you know how long that building's been used for records? Like, are we talking 5 years or 50 years or?
You know, I've been I've been a cop for 10 years, and I worked in the Bayview where that is, and it's an old building. So that
Okay.
that gives you any context.
Okay, so more than 10 years.
I would feel comfortable saying that. I truly don't know though.
Okay. So Member Stein, that would kind of, I think, preclude
Okay.
the current department head is being responsible
Yeah,
for it.
and
I
that
mean-
wasn't a motion, it's just part
No,
of.
no, I know. Yeah, that's why I think it's worth having these discussions. Yeah, absolutely. But I definitely see, I think, a
There's
violation.
there's a news article that the city bought that building in 2019 to house these records. So
Really?
But they may have
No.
previously rented it.
Oh, could be.
possibly, yeah.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it might have been an official purchase or a lease or I don't know, but I know it's been out there since I know it's been out there, and to my understanding, it's been stored. Or it's been property.
Yeah, it's Old Navy property, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's the old Hunters Point shipyard. They're part of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I see how you can read it a different way. I still think it applies. Like the city should be maintaining records professionally, whether it's handwritten, how they label boxes, how they, organize archival materials, digitizing them. To me, it still seems relevant, but there might be differences of opinion.
I mean, I guess maybe I'm biased by my, my own personal opinion or experience. I mean, I started at a certain time. My coworker started at a certain time. We're handed the dealt we're the card we're dealt, and we have to make the best of it. So if I can't find something from 1880 because the county recorder in 1880 threw it in a box, that's not any of our fault. We should do our best to try to find it, but I don't think you can fault today's people for how something from 50 years ago may have been kept or not kept. I don't know. That I would have a problem with that particular part, but other members may disagree. I mean, that's just based on my personal experience.
This is Vice Chair Wang. I mean, I still think it's on even current department heads to retain documents, though, and in a business-like manner, even if those documents are from the past, and they're still in charge of making sure like all documents under their purview are taken care of. Correct?
Well, true, and I think that to answer that, I would argue that their digitization program that they're talking about is an effort to do just that. Right, they can't snap their fingers and have it happen tomorrow. I think they're taking, it sounds like, an effort to actually preserve these in a business-like manner. It does take time. I mean, it really does take time to go through historical records and preserve them and restore them or whatever else is involved in that process. But I still think they need to go a little bit faster in finding these particular records than they are. I mean,
Right. I guess the other, it's like business-like manner. Could that also mean like they could actually just find it now, like they should be able to have found it in the last like year and a half or so.
Point of information, it looks like the police started using building 606 according to the Chronicle in 1997.
Okay.
So that building should have some semblance of order. And then the things that were moved to if it was moved to the Evans building, that's where the new scanning is happening.
Mhm.
Is that correct? So one would assume that building is even more organized. I don't know. Maybe that's too many assumptions. Just giving the date of how long they've been using building 606.
I mean, I'll give you a story. The Board of Commissioner meetings for Alameda County were stored in the center of their parking garage next to the tire repair shop for sheriff vehicles. So that's where you would find a Board of Commissioner meeting or a Board of Supervisor meeting from like 1880s. So where they put stuff back in the day will shock you. But we did a project.
Well,
so, but
and if I may, real quick, I didn't even know that property was being stored at the new building at Evans. My understanding that's
not
special
to cut you off,
operation.
This is our deliberation time, not more.
Oh,
time.
okay. All right. Just trying to add a little context.
No, I get it. Does anyone have a motion to try on this one? Or we can make a few motions if there's some disagreement on how we want to do it.
The idea is that we've heard so far, so making sure that we send that order to the chief.
Yeah, that's what I suggested, just so that we don't have different departments blocking other departments within an agency. All right, I'll make a motion that we find a violation for timeliness under 6721B. Order the police department to do a search as soon as possible for these records and send the order directly to the chief of police and to refer the file to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for follow-up.
Could we be more specific and say that at least that refer to the chief of police and ask that those in charge of property and records at both Evans Avenue and Building 666?
Okay, yeah. I would say, okay, and order the chief of police, send the order to the chief of police with the instructions to have those employees who supervise the building that contains the records cooperate with the public information officer in locating the records.
We'll supervise the records at these two facilities because we've narrowed it down this much.
Yeah.
And so to prevent a kind of, I don't know where it is kind of situation where.
Was it the?
I'd say name the.
Yeah, do you have the names?
Evans Avenue building. I don't know if there's an address.
Sergeant Lobsinger, do you know the address on that Evans Avenue? I'm asking you a question. This is Member Schmidt. That Evans Avenue location.
I can Google it.
I'll ask if Mr. Cicero finds it. He may have it too, but I just want to get the address so we can put it in one of our orders.
1550. That sounds about right.
By the post office there, it looks like. Okay, got it.
Wait. Just let me.
What was the other one?
Was it
Building
Building 606. Yeah.
the Hunters Point Shipyard.
No, that doesn't, let me make sure. That doesn't seem right. No, that can't be it.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I just looked at 1550 and that's not correct.
Is there only one building? If we were to say Evans Avenue, would that be clear enough that?
It's 1995 Avenue. As per the San Francisco Examiner, construction began on a new building in 2019.
Is it possible that it's 1995 Evans
Correct. Near Tulane Street.
near Tulane Street?
Constructions to end in 2021.
Did
You say, sorry, did you say Toland Street? Because if you said Toland, I know it's on the corner of Toland and Evans.
Oh, it's Toland. Oh, Toland, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
Toland and Napoleon. Yeah, it's an awkward intersection.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
if 1995 is at that intersection, that's going to be it.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's correct.
So Cheryl, can you read it back just to make sure I'm putting this in the right place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chair Yankee moves to find a violation for timeliness under 6721B as in boy and order the police department to do a search for these records, send the order to the chief of police with instructions. That's when you.
Okay, with instructions.
Compliance and Amendments Committee. for
Okay, yeah.
monitoring.
With instructions to specifically search the records facility located at 1995 Evans Avenue and Building 606 at Hunters Point Shipyard.
I would say to order whoever is in charge of the records.
Yeah, it's
Because someone in charge of the records, and that seems to be a very elusive.
To order the.
At the moment.
Do you want me to read back what you
Yeah,
said?
yeah. I mean, that's what I'm having a hard time.
Sure, yeah. So violation of 6721B for timeliness. Order the police department to do a search ASAP for the records. Send the order directly to the chief of police to have employees who supervise 1995 Evans Avenue and Building 606 to search for those records and cooperate with the supervisor of records.
I would still say who
Custodian.
supervised the records or the
Custodian.
property, meaning the records as property, who supervised the records. Because the building supervisor might be a maintenance person, you know what I mean?
My only, I know exactly what you're getting at. My hesitation is I don't want to name someone who might not exist. There might not be a supervisor of the records at 606, right? I mean,
Whoever is in charge of the records or finding records or digital.
well, I think that's Sergeant Lobsinger too, sir. I think he's the public information officer. So it's,
The records.
so they're telling him he's not allowed in the building, is my understanding.
Should we ask him?
Yeah.
Sergeant Lobsinger, do you have can you tell us who might be sort of in charge at either of those locations in charge of the records?
I am far from the person in charge of records. As you said, I'm a PIO. I deal with the media and city hall. I would put the officer in charge of the records division.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You know what? I would say officer in charge of property control division.
Okay, that's who's told you no is the officer in charge of property control?
That's what I would write. I can't say that officially, but officer in charge of property. Yeah, officer in charge of property control division.
Okay.
Great.
That is exactly what we need.
Thank you.
Does that sound good? Okay. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so Cheryl, I'm going to read it one more time here. Thank you so much to Vice Chair Wong for.
Somewhere else.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, you guys are kind of been going back and forth on this.
Yeah, I'm going to reread it again, probably from the beginning.
You could feel free to type in there too to move stuff around.
Okay, so here's the reworked language. It's going to be a motion to find a violation of 6721B for timeliness and send an order to the chief of police to have the officer in charge of property control
In charge of property. In charge of property control at the property located at 1995 Evans Avenue.
Hold on. Shh. Ms. Leger is moving ahead and after property control. And
Okay,
after-
but they're talking.
Or archival police records. I mean, I don't want them to, on a technicality.
Right, that's why initially I just said the chief of police, let him figure out who that person is. That's why I didn't want to be too specific and go down that path of naming the wrong people. But that's why I initially just named the chief, and he needs to figure it out since he's a department head. But
Well, archival police records seems like that's what it is. But
But the police chief and property control and records. So they all sort of are told, you know.
we don't even know who those people are. We're sending it to the chief of police, so we're telling him.
To figure out who they are.
Yeah, he's the one who should know. I mean, I don't think it's up to us to figure out who opens that building. That's what chief of police job is. You know, we say, I think what I'm trying to convey is the chief of police is a department head, has an obligation under the Sunshine Ordinance to enforce it. He needs to figure out how to go find these records, right? I don't think it's up to us to figure out who their middle manager is, who has the keys to 1995 Evans. And if we pick the wrong person on a technicality, they say, so that's why I was kind of leaving it vague to begin with, because I don't want to name the wrong person and have them use the technicality to get out of it. But
I don't know. I just worry that it won't go anywhere if they don't think I don't know. Property records or the building.
How about to the chief of police to direct to the personnel most knowledgeable about those subject matters. So it's like what we call PMK, person most knowledgeable, so that the chief has to, we tell them the subject matter and we tell the police chief, give it to your people who deal with that subject matter. Maybe something like that.
So most knowledgeable about property control and police archives?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
okay, I'm trying to figure out where we left off.
All right, let me read it to you. Move to find a violation for timeliness under 6721B and send an order to the chief of police to have the officer in charge of property control for the property located at 1990.
Okay, why don't we backspace all the way to and order the chief of police? Just go ahead and backspace and let me know when you're ready.
Okay. Chief of police, right?
Okay, and to order the chief of police to order the person most knowledgeable of property control and archived records. Persons most knowledgeable of property control and archived records.
Excuse me, can you say archived evidence?
Archived,
because that's going to be photos and all sorts of things.
Archived public records, we'll say. That's what we have control over.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of archived public records at 1995 Evans Avenue.
Wait a second. Control and archive records. And archive records, okay.
You said archived public records.
Archived public records, yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, my computer is really acting up. An order, oh, Jesus, an order the chief of police to order the person most knowledgeable. Persons most knowledgeable of property control and archived records.
Archived public records. At 1995 Evans Avenue and Building 606 at Hunters Point Shipyards to search for and turn over the requested records as soon as possible
As soon as possible.
and to refer the file to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for follow-up.
Second.
And Member Schmidt seconded that. And thank you, Member Stein, for your assistance in that.
All right, let me make this clear. Move to find a violation for time limits under 6721B and send an order to the chief of police and to order the chief of police to order the persons most knowledgeable of property control and archived public records at 1995 Evans Avenue and Building 606 at Hunters Point Shipyards to search for and turn over the requested records as soon as possible and to refer the file to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for follow-up.
I think you got it. Yes.
Bravo.
And we'll talk about it in a second. All right. So let's, any comments on that? Okay. Let's do public comment on that motion.
Okay, if there are any members of the public in the room, they can approach the podium at this time. And we have one member of the public who has called in. Okay, I'll go ahead and unmute our caller.
Great. David Pilpel again, still alive, waiting for item 13. So I expressed no particular opinion about the police department and their record keeping at this time. I think you're on the right track with the motion. Hopefully that will get to what you're trying to get at. I think this really sheds some light, not just on the police department, but on the city's record management practices generally. And this is another topic that warrants a greater discussion, not specifically like, but not entirely unlike the discussion with the district attorney about 67 point, whatever, all of that. I mean, I believe that the city still has records across the street in Brooks Hall connected to the Civic Auditorium that may be decaying and deteriorating, and I don't know which departments still have stuff down there. Literally, city departments have stuff all over the place. You know, PUC has stuff up at Moccasin and all the way in the East Bay and down the peninsula. The airport's got stuff at the airport. City departments in the city have things in various facilities that are currently in use and not currently in use, some of which are archived and indexed, many of which are not. There's a huge discussion to be had about records management, digitization, indexing, being able to find stuff, whether it's stuff from last week or 100 years ago. And I think this is just scratching the surface as relates to police department records. So again, I think you're on the right track, but I think there's a lot more to all of this with various departments. More on this in the future. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
I do not see any indications of additional commenters.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Any last comments, members? Okay, let's go ahead and move to a vote. When you're ready, Cheryl.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. 6 in favor, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. And anything else on this one? Okay, I think we're good. Sure. Thank you for coming out and thank you for staying with us late. Okay, we can move on to item number 12.
Item number 12, consent agenda. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force shall review file number 22107 to affirm that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction, that the noted violations of the Sunshine Ordinance, Brown Act, or California Public Records Act occurred, and if applicable, to issue an order of determination and refers the matter to a committee for monitoring. The complainant and respondent are not required to attend the May 3rd, 2023 Sunshine Task Force meeting, but may attend to provide testimony during public comment period for this item related to the above listed determinations. File number 22107, complaint filed by Peter Warfield and the Library Users Association against City Librarian Michael Lambert and the Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6729-5 by failing to respond to a request to provide the Proposition G calendar in a timely and or complete manner. On October 18, 2022, the Complaint Committee, moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member Wolf, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the task force consent agenda for violations of 6725 and 6729-5 against Public Librarian Michael Lambert by failing to respond to a request for Proposition G calendar in a timely and or complete manner.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. So do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda and accept the recommended findings?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
To accept the findings.
Okay, so moved by Member Stein to approve the consent agenda with the recommendations from the Complaint Committee.
Second.
Seconded by Member Schmidt. Any
Sorry, I didn't hear the recommendations. What?
to accept the recommendations of the Complaint Committee. Okay, so any discussion, members? We don't think. Member Schmidt seconded, yes. Okay, so this is public comment on this item. It looks like we have Mr. Warfield, and since this is a consent agenda item, he is permitted to make public comment for 3 minutes on this item. So we'll start with him. So Cheryl, when you're ready.
I guess the agenda says hearing, and I thought there'd be some kind of a hearing.
No, consent agenda items, we typically just move right to the approval.
You ready, sir?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Peter Warfield, it says 258. Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I'm fine with most of everything that the motion from October 18th says, except that I don't want it to be misunderstood that the content was discussed or complained about. We were particularly concerned about the timeliness. I believe this was a willful violation, and I believe that, in fact, they didn't have a Prop G calendar, which is a subsequent discovery when we late received the calendar, so-called. What we're asking for is for a full hearing with all of you, as outlined in our letter here. The reason is that the explanations were completely unbelievable. Initially, when we made the request on an immediate disclosure basis for a Prop G calendar that's supposed to be ready in 3 days, within 3 days, and we were asking for a calendar 6 weeks old, July, a calendar requested in September. The first thing they said was, oh, this is too complicated, very complicated. We need a 20-day extension, October 3rd. There was no basis in law for a 20-day extension on an immediate disclosure request or a Prop G calendar. Then when we made a complaint promptly because we thought, what is going on? And we waited an extra day or two before we made the complaint, still got nothing. Next thing they said was there was confusion. They were confused. Then during the hearing, when they got skeptical questions, thank you very much for Member Stein and Member Schmidt, they suddenly dropped in something about redactions. Now it was that they had to do redactions, and that takes time. Neither of that was not consistent with either of the two previous excuses or reasons that they had given. And if you look at the actual content, there was talk about, let's look at the redactions. And Member Schmidt said, let's look at the redactions, and had a problem with redactions, which I thought was going to be in here. And I'm not even sure if it is anymore. What were the redactions? The redactions were nonsense. The redactions on privacy from a reporter's email address or reporter's phone numbers. Almost every one of these things was an advance notice of something, not after the fact content. This needs to be heard in full, please. Thank you. And I want it to be clear, it's not about the content, which will be
thank you, Mr. Warfeld. Your time's
a separate complaint. I get it. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other public commenters on this item? Victor, anyone online?
If you'd like to make public comment, you can raise your hand at this time. Okay, no indications of public comment.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Are there any other comments from our members before we vote? Okay, seeing none. Cheryl, can you please call the roll?
Member Stein?
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Highland?
All right.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Vice Chair Wong?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 6 in favor, 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item number. Okay, so I know it's getting really late, and I know they try to get us out of the building by 10. Here's my thought. As we have our DCA here to maybe give us a quick rundown of his opinions of the city attorney memo that is attached to item number 13, even though it doesn't look like it's attached to item number 13. And this was part of file, and then maybe we kind of continue the remaining items if need be, because I don't think trying to take on these items at 10 o'clock and rush through them is the best way to do it. But we'll go ahead and call the next item. So Cheryl, if you want to, when you're ready to call item number 13.
I will, just a second. Item number 13, hearing supervisor of records obligation under Administrative Code 6721, D as in dog, to immediately order the custodian of the public record to comply with a records request.
Okay, so this is attached to this, as I spoke about, is a memo from the city attorney's office. Is actually related to a specific file. I don't want to talk about the specific file, but I think it's important that we take a look at what the city attorney's office is saying. And this is in response to a complaint from quite a while ago. And this memo is actually, it looks like about a year old at this point. But essentially what's being argued here, to my understanding, I'll let our DCA jump in here, is that the supervisor of records under the Sunshine Ordinance is told that they should, order a city department to turn over records when they find that a certain record, is not exempt and needs to be turned over. And if my understanding is correct, that this memo was basically saying that the city attorney's office does not believe they actually can issue such an order, which would thereby leave us as the only entity that can issue those orders. And I think it would be kind of a big deal, because that would potentially eliminate the effectiveness of the supervisor of records and their whole function as envisioned in the Sunshine Ordinance. So, Member Schmidt?
I want to make an important distinction here, because I don't disagree with anything that you just said, but you did say it in a certain way that I need to change. You said that the city attorney's office says. Now, it's very, very important in this instance that I think you were referring to our legal counsel and the advice that we got from.
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about just what's in this memo here.
No.
The city.
It's the memo that's from Mr. Price Wolf.
It
right?
is not. No.
It's the one that we got from the city attorney's office when we were looking at the case.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, this is what they're alleging
Okay.
as a
I'm
defense.
sorry.
And so I think we need to,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. My bad. My bad. Apologize.
okay.
I'm a little confused. You're saying that they're saying they can't order them. I thought they were saying that we can't order the supervisor of records. Am I confused?
Well, my interpretation was that the city attorney's office is saying that when they act as a supervisor of records, they can't issue orders to city departments, but maybe I'm misunderstanding that.
Yeah, this is Vice Chair Wong. I read it the same way as Member LaHood, actually.
Oh, okay. Maybe our DCA can jump in.
Are you asking about what this letter is arguing? What this letter?
Right. So I'm looking at the
Attorney's
section that
office?
says, although section 6721D states the supervisor of records shall order custodians of records to comply with the Sunshine Ordinance, the city attorney must apply that requirement as consistent with the city attorney's roles and role and duties under the charter. And then
where are you reading? What page?
I'm sorry. This is 106.
Mm-hmm.
Under that, I'm sorry, it might be, where was I? Sorry. Yeah, at the bottom of 106. Where it was starting.
Can I just throw in that it's referring to that section in the Sunshine Ordinance, which allows people to go directly to the supervisor of records for a declaration of whether or not a record is public and should be released. And this sort of relates to a case that we heard recently in complaints where, generally the supervisor of records doesn't come out and say whether, they usually don't come out and say something is public and should have been released when a department doesn't release it for various reasons of exemption. But there was a case where it did say that this piece of a record was public and probably should be released. And the complainant was arguing that meant they should have ordered them as per what it says in the Sunshine Ordinance if you go directly to the supervisor of records. But this was the letter that the supervisor of records sent to say this is why we don't believe we can order it, even if we think it's a non-exempt public record.
Yeah, and I think actually, not looking at it, it's the last sentence before the conclusion. And it says the supervisor of records did not order the SFPD to act because such an order would be inconsistent with the city attorney's duties under the charter. So essentially they're saying they can't issue, my understanding is they're saying that they can't, the city attorney's office can't issue orders to city departments to turn over records.
And that the charter conflicts with
In violation of not doing it. But the concern I have is that if a member of the public wants to find relief and wants to get a record and they go and follow the Sunshine Ordinance, say, hey, I'll go to the supervisor of records. And it says that if I'm right, that the supervisor of records will jump in and tell the city department to give it to me, that the city attorney's office is now saying, even if we think it is not exempt, we still can't order that department to give it to you.
So the thing that's, the thing that's baffling about that, and I think this is where Vice Chair Wong and I, so under point number 1 in the third paragraph where it says this language is unambiguous, and then it goes, section 67.21E does not authorize, well, actually, the first part is important. A person who believes a department has failed to provide public records as required under ordinance may file a petition with the supervisor of records. So they're admitting that they can be approached about this, or may file a complaint against the department with the task force. So they're sort of presenting these as two parallel things.
Right.
And then they're saying the section does not authorize the task force to find the supervisor of records to be in violation of the ordinance. So the only order that we can make is against the custodian, not the supervisor of records, to comply with the records request. So they're like, we're not in the middle of this.
Yes.
Right. And that's, I think they're actually doing two separate
different
discussions.
things. Yes.
Right. They're doing, and I think, that's a totally separate one.
Yeah.
The part that jumped out at me, I was actually more looking at at number 2, which was the more general defense that we can't issue orders any longer. We find that even though the Sunshine Ordinance says we can issue orders against city departments, it sounds like they're saying that the charter would not allow them to do so, despite that's how I was reading
That's what they're saying.
That's and whether or not we can then find the supervisor records in violation is a
Yes,
separate-
and
yeah,
yes.
yeah. I mean, but the concern I had is, anyone, if that's the position of the city attorney's office, then anyone who's pursuing, their records and trying to get the supervisor records to help them may end up with not any really useful help, because the supervisor of records at the end of the day may say, we still can't order them to give it to you.
I could I could just try to maybe say it a little differently, which is that according to this, this reasoning, and I'm not saying at this moment whether I agree or disagree, but the provision is invalid.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so the order provision it violates the Constitution of the city and county of San Francisco. It's therefore not valid.
Mm-hmm.
That's my
that's a better
But
summary.
technically, they aren't saying that exactly, because they're saying we're looking for some tightrope we can walk where we will never do this thing of, saying that there has to be an order because it conflicts with what we see as our duties under the charter. And the idea that these different agencies are also our clients. So they're not coming out and saying it's invalid, but they're saying we can't follow it and be consistent with our other duties.
So DC, is that a fair interpretation? Essentially, should we interpret this as the city attorney's office is not going to ever issue an order as the supervisor of records for whatever reason we kind of talked about?
Yeah, that's how I read this letter.
Okay.
Is they think, the language of 6721E, they read it so that that the task force can't order, the supervisor of records to comply or to do anything, right? It's outside their jurisdiction. That's their first argument.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one is, as Member Schmidt pointed out, it's sort of this like invalid, that section of 6721 is invalid, and that it wouldn't ever order a city agency to comply.
I don't feel like they come out and say it's invalid, but that's the upshot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they say like it conflicts with the city charter. So I think invalid would mean like forever and always.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a bridge too far they don't want to make in this memo.
Yeah, I think Member Stein is saying that they don't say, well, the provision's invalid, as much as they say, well, if we were to do that in that way, that would be a violation. It's a weird, even though in essence, I think it basically means that it can't ever really be a provision that applies, but they don't want to say it's in conflict.
They don't want to render it unconstitutional by acting on it.
Yes.
The concern I have is obviously we had a supervisor of records report not too long ago that was, a lot of pages that included a lot of people who went to the supervisor of records. And let's even say in every single one of those cases, the supervisor of records said, hey, you know what? We agree with the person who brought the complaint. Those records should have been turned over. The person still wouldn't end up with the records because they're not going to issue an order, right? So effectively, to me, that almost renders that part of the Sunshine Ordinance fairly useless to a member of the public unless they just are curious about something, who just want, a legal opinion, but if they want any practical action, they're never going to get it from that, which I think puts that much more responsibility on us as the only remaining, entity in the Sunshine Ordinance with that ability to issue orders. And so as we talk about things like backlogs, and I know, in the past we've talked about them like, hey, how can we shift people over maybe to supervisor of records and have them only come to us after they've exhausted that? To me, this is a bit of a game changer in that we really, the recommendation I would have if someone asked me off the street, where should I go? I would say, well, don't go to the supervisor of records. They can't do anything for you. They've said so. They're never going to. And so maybe, further on down the road, do we want to even remove that from the Sunshine Ordinance or recommend it be removed so that no one's confused? But in the meantime, I think at least, as we look at things like perhaps the next agenda item, right, how does that affect our workload, right? Now knowing that one of the two places that people can go is effectively no longer really there.
Well, I think they've always thought this. This is not new. And
Right.
This is how they've done business the whole time.
They may have done, but I think this is the first time I've seen it so plainly. I mean, we've always had discussions since I've been on task force about, gee, it really doesn't seem like the supervisor of records does much, and why don't they? And they get all these complaints, but yet we do stuff and they don't. But now I think it's now in writing, them admitting that, yeah, we're never going to issue an order. And so that's why I wanted this to precede the next item, which is the budget ask, because if we, and I'm not sure we want to get into the budget ask this late, but if we want to use it as to leverage an argument saying, hey, we've essentially now absorbing a whole bunch of work that the Sunshine Ordinance thought was going to a well-funded, better, no offense to, I'm sure you need folks there over there too, but certainly better funded than us. Maybe we should get some funding too. Was my thinking in preparing this agenda.
Genius.
Thank you. So
Yeah, I mean, the only other thing I would throw in there is, I mean, I'm not sure what we should do as, a body that's charged with protecting the rights of the public. I'm not, I've read the case that they're referring to. I've read their argument. I'm not really fully convinced by it. I kind of hate to I would hate to argue, let's just take this out of the Sunshine Ordinance, because maybe some different leadership would take a different view. I don't know, but that's a different.
yeah, I mean, and that's a good point. I mean, do you want to concede that point? But my concern would be if we don't, how do we tell the supervisor of records that we think they're wrong and get them to change their mind? I'm not sure there's anything we could do to compel them if we were to take that route, that they were wrong and make them do it. In the meantime, any member of the public who's trying to get their records is kind of lost. Mr. Wong?
I still feel like we can find a violation against them for not following up on those things via Section 6730, which says the task force shall make referrals to the municipal office, blah, 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 with enforcement powers, whenever it concludes that any person has violated any provisions of this ordinance or the acts. So what if we just keep finding them in violation? I mean,
And that's probably more on when we hear this case to talk about that part.
right.
I mean, maybe we could find them in violation, but
I'm just thinking of
Yeah.
how do you pressure someone into doing the things that they're saying they cannot do? Because from our perspective, it's
right. I mean, obviously we don't have our own legal counsel. I mean, so we can't sue or initiate litigation. I think the most we could do is just make a lot of fuss.
yes.
So strategically, okay, we could go down that path, right? And try to say, no, really, they need to do this. Or do we accept and say, fine, we'll accept that responsibility. We'll be the sole people, but in accepting that, now give us the budget to really do our work.
Or maybe it's possible to revise that amendment or that piece of the Sunshine Ordinance to say not that they must order, but they should advise departments for whom they believe the records are public and non-exempt to release them or thing.
Chair Yankee, but we're not asking the Office of the City Attorney for our budget ask, so we don't have to.
No, but if we were, and maybe we're jumping ahead of ourselves.
But no, I mean, what we could say is it now appears that we're going to get less help in this area than we expected, and therefore we're asking for a budget.
Right.
We don't have to yield or concede anything. And to Vice Chair Wong's point, they even stated in there, but the task force in its general oversight role regarding the ordinance and other laws may look into the operation of the supervisor records function under 6730C. So if we wanted to ding them, we can still.
You want the job? Take the job.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not an action item. I just, it's just for discussion. So I don't think we have to come out with a definitive position one way or the other. I like your point that, even if we don't concede, we can still say,
yeah,
at least for the time being, this is the situation we're in.
We're not
right
finding.
until this gets resolved one way or the other.
We're anticipating more work as a result of their position.
So maybe we call the next item and just briefly talk about it. Real briefly? Okay. Any public comment on this item, though, before we move on?
No one in the room?
Anyone online, Victor?
Seems like there's more to this going on.
Victor?
Anyone awake?
Sorry, I keep forgetting to unmute myself. We only have one person with us today. That is Mr. Pilfeld.
And does he have public comment?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
David Pilfell again. I think I'm awake. Hard to tell. So yes, I was actually waiting on this item. There's a lot that I could say, but I'll keep it brief. It's late. First of all, the date on the letter is confusing. The first page of it is dated April 18th, 2022, and then the subsequent pages are dated 2021. But it seems to me like it might have come in 2 weeks ago, so it might be a 2023 letter, or it could still be a 2022 letter. I'm kind of confused, and it would put in context a little bit better when the actual date was. As to the substance of it, I think it's a little clipped and a little tortured in the logic, but I think I ultimately agree with the city attorney as to the first point, that the task force does lack jurisdiction regarding 67.21D because of the plain language that they italicized, or if a petition is denied or not acted upon, et cetera. And yes, the ordinance does create two different routes, one via the supervisor of records and one via the task force to address complaints, or as it's termed, petitions. So I think I agree with them on that, but I think I disagree on the second point at the bottom of page 106 and top of page 107. I don't believe that there's a charter conflict. If you'll just give me a second, there are certainly examples that I can think of quickly, and there are others that I'm sure I could come up with given some time, of city departments, whether they are state mandates or merely charter creations, that have a particular charter enshrined function and yet are given additional duties under the admin code or some other city code, whether that's the city administrator's office or the treasurer tax collector or assessor recorder or the sheriff, or any number of functions where there are certain things that are absolutely required, mandated, inherent, intrinsic, and other things that have been added by code and are not necessarily in conflict, and where they appear to be in conflict, they are in fact harmonized, just as, for example, here with the task force that may work in ways that are adverse to certain city departments. There is a due process screen that is set up both by the Sunshine Ordinance and by provisions that the city attorney's office has made, that you're advised by someone who doesn't advise city departments about their compliance with Sunshine. So I think this idea of a charter conflict is
okay.
Not
Thank you,
true.
Mr.
Okay, more on this another time. Thanks for listening.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion on this before we move on? If anyone wants, is interested in further discussion on this, let me know. I could always put this on the agenda in the future. It's just a discussion item. Okay. Let's go ahead and just call the next item.
Item number 14, budget appropriation. Discussion and potential action regarding a request to increase appropriations dedicated to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for next fiscal year's budget.
Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. I'm thinking it's getting late. I don't think we want to necessarily formulate a budget ask tonight under the time constraints, but I just to follow up on what I said earlier, I think that if we're absorbing extra work, I think that's something that we could certainly use to justify why we need an additional budget appropriation. I also think that if we could show that by us being more efficient and having additional staff or something, how that would help other city departments, I think would be beneficial as well. And I think to a certain extent, this is just an idea I had, talking with others, was if we could tell, obviously our hearings are not particularly efficient. We've heard, 4 cases, and here we are at 10:30, right? At this rate, we're never going to get through all of our cases, particularly if we get 9 or 10 new ones. I think things have to be packaged up better and given to us in a way that we can, run through them more quickly. And that takes work on the part of some type of, I think, investigative staff or something along the lines of what you see other boards and commissions, right? If you look at some of the ethics commissions files, you see a lot of stipulated orders, and you see a lot of things where the ethics commission will, give a thorough investigation, and we're all doing that in real time here and trying to work our way through. The benefit I think that we could sell to, to the board potentially is that it's also quite, I would assume, costly for city employees to sit in our meetings for an extended period of time as they do this. Whereas an investigation could all be done during business hours, working with an investigator, and that would benefit any city department, right? So I think, we have to sell a budget appropriation about how it increases efficiency or how our workload has been impacted by certain changes. So those are 2 of the ideas I had. I don't know if anyone else has other ideas that might be a good way to craft a letter or an ask like this. But I think we have to do more than just say, we asked for the last 5 years, we still want it, because the city's budget is a lot worse than it's been in the last several years. So we have to really up our game, I think, if we want to potentially get something. Mr. Wong?
I think, we need to talk about how, if our backlog was actually taken care of, like what proactive things we could actually do as a task force instead, which, working on amendments to the Sunshine Ordinance, updating the website ourselves, having other staff to help us with the annual report so we can get it out sooner with help. There's just so many things, like we can, expand the OTC, and we can actually educate and work with departments instead of constantly having to find violations against them. Like, we could be out there doing more things instead of sitting in this room hearing complaints. So I think pitching things that way would be also really helpful.
The ways in which we could be proactive.
Yeah, like complaints and violations, that's all reactive. It's at the end of the line, and that's not really where we want to be as a task force.
Yeah. And yet that's the one thing that the ordinance forces us to have to prioritize because of that 40-day requirement. So all those other things get pushed off, and that's where we're at. So I don't know, does anyone think maybe we should continue this until the next meeting, maybe put it before general public comment so it's not a late night thing again?
I have a question regarding when budgetary decisions are made. Are we cutting it too close by pushing it into June? Isn't that when they're I think the decisions happen in June.
Okay.
Yeah. We're already pretty late.
We're already probably
maybe.
But then they do that. Was that
they kind of slide
add back and all that? I don't know.
Well, the flexing and dicing is where we've always been kicked out at the end, but
right. And I'm not even sure where we're at with. I mean, last time this went, we were included with the clerk's office budget, and she specifically asked for funding for us that got cut during that.
She included it, but my memory was that it was sort of like an optional thing. There was some way that she brought it up where she's like, we need this, and then if you could, we need this. So it was like, it's like a second tier. So it was supportive, but it wasn't like essential.
But I'm not sure we even have that this time around.
If Dave Pilpel's listening, he can probably shed some light on their calendar. We would know.
We could ask Mr. Pilpel, if you're there. I won't count this as a public comment, but if you could tell us,
I'm here.
With your vast experience, when the final time is that we could potentially get something added to the budget would be.
Or better yet, do we want to leave it that late?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So in my experience, well, and particularly this year, there is no May 1 budget for the enterprise department. So the entire budget is going over June 1. the mayor's office is likely balancing in the next 2 weeks, and we'll have a balanced budget, however they're doing it with Band-Aids and duct tape, whatever, in the next 2 weeks. And we'll send something over June 1st. The board will have its budget committee hearings in mid to late June, and will likely have their last day with public comment and then add backs at the end of June. It is possible that they would have some resources at the end to reallocate to add backs. I was going to comment in public comment on this, that I think it's highly unlikely and entirely unrealistic to think that there would be any resources allocated to the task force, despite whatever good arguments you have, given the budget situation. I mean, I've listened to meetings in the last week where people are arguing for millions of dollars for shelter beds and climate bonds and all kinds of things, and the police and fire departments are spending a lot of money on overtime because they can't fill positions, and the unions want more money by way of MOUs, and we haven't even heard from the nonprofit organizations and their cost of living adjustment requests. So I think it's going to be a bit of a terrible budget season. So I don't know if that over answers your question.
No, that's fine. And that kind of explains why, in the last meeting, I spoke about why I haven't independently gone and do this, because I thought that, there's the backdrop right now is not the environment where it looks like we'd get a lot of support. But nonetheless, okay, so that's where we're at. So we could.
I still think we should ask, because there's a record of asking, and if we don't let up on that kind of pressure, even if we don't have a chance of getting anything this year for whatever reasons, let them tell us that, and let's ask anyway.
I agree.
How did we want to ask? Obviously, we're different. We don't submit a budget. We're part of the clerk's office. So any ask we would do would be as a separate.
Through the clerk's office, as we have in the past, right? That we want.
Well, so right. That's my question. Do we ask Angela to include us, which I don't know if she would or would not, or do we send a letter directly to the budget chair? Do we send it to all the board members? Right, there's a variety of ways. Obviously, last year, most board of commissions, obviously, they have some control over their own budget, right? They can, approve and disapprove parts of their budget, right? If you look at some of the boards and commissions, they're doing that now. They're kind of going through their own budget asks. We don't have that. We don't have any control over our budget. So we can't just tell Angela to put it in, right? It's her decision as the administrative authority over us. So we could ask her if she could put it in. That could be our motion. So at least there's some record that we asked, or we could try to be more aggressive and send something to, the budget committees, or we could send it to all the board. I mean, I don't know to what level we want to do it, but knowing that if we go outside of what's submitted by the clerk's office, we're kind of on our own. We're not an official budget submitter. So that's just us asking as much as someone off the street asking for something. Maybe it has a little more weight because it's from us, but it didn't help before. So I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I will say that last budget season, I did call my board of supervisor representative and ended up having a conversation with several of her aides, and I think I wrote a letter as well. But then they scheduled a little meeting with me, and I explained why we needed the money, and they gave me advice on what to do. But that's sort of a different thing. But I don't see that it would hurt to send the board of supervisors just a little letter too. We're here. This is what we need. We may be ignored, but at least we put the message out there.
If you do that, I would definitely put a link and say, look at our annual report. I mean.
This
is an opportunity to show, like, we're not just showing up at the meetings. Like, there's work that's being done beyond this. We are trying.
But we're going to send them that letter.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're going to hear from us.
Or do we put that in that and see if we can get any traction among members of the public and say, that we could do more work if we had a budget? I don't know. I mean, look, I actually agree with Mr. Pilpa. I don't think that there's basically any chance that we're going to get it. And I don't want to run the risk of looking of an unreasonable ask at a time when there are people who are, living on the streets, and public safety is an issue. And for as much as I think the work we do is extremely important, all those are getting cuts, and I don't want to look unreasonable either. And so I don't know.
Then to me, that's an argument for just sending a letter to Angela and letting her decide
Yeah.
if it should be included or not.
I think that way, at least it memorializes it. I think that's kind of a good way, but I don't know. I don't know if I feel totally comfortable throwing something right on the board agenda, the board of supervisors agenda, and trying to compete with all those others. It just seems like it doesn't recognize the gravity of the situation of where we're at budget wise. I mean, if it's, people on the streets or an investigator for us, I know what I would personally pick. We got to get the person off the streets, right? That's I think more priority. But I think it's still important to talk about why we still need more money to operate better. I don't know.
Chair Yankee, your use of the word memorialize is in bad taste. You're suggesting where it's going to end up, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Death on arrival. But no, I think I agree, and we've debated this over the years. We've got polite maybes. That's the best we've ever gotten. So probably more of the same at this point.
We still have member neighbors, her literature for sending requests or sending information or, I guess, emails to the Budget and Appropriations Committee or to your supervisors. And she lists out a bunch of topics for public comment and a sample email. I don't know if we can pull anything from that, but.
In the past, we've also tried to reach out, a campaign to your own supervisors and along the same lines.
Yeah, it may be worth putting this back onto the agenda just to discuss how we do it next time way earlier. And yeah.
Yeah.
It would have been great to piggyback with the annual report, but didn't quite come together that way.
Yeah, that would have been a great place to put it, because that's. Does anyone have a motion how they want to proceed?
On next year's annual report and budget ask.
Or we don't have to take a motion. We can just move on and it is what it is. And at some point,
I can make a motion to continue it to the next meeting as an earlier agenda item.
Sure. If you want to do that, everyone? Okay.
So this is Member Stein.
Sure. Okay. So moved by Member Stein to continue this item to the next meeting. I will say before public comment, general public comment at 4 to 5 hour. Okay. To be heard before general public comment.
I'll second.
Okay. So moved by Member Stein, seconded by Member LaHood. And we'll go ahead and take public comment on that motion if there is anyone.
Okay. I remember. I think Pilpel's still with us. You're unmuted, and I see your hand up.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So very briefly, I would support a continuance to next month, earlier, blah, blah, blah. I would encourage one or more of you to maybe draft a paragraph or two. I think listening to this discussion, although I'm sorry, I'm kind of pessimistic about the money, I actually am persuaded that sending a letter to the mayor and the board with a copy to Angela, again, sort of memorializing that there are issues with the task force's ability to get stuff done. Having a staff person to assist would, you believe, expedite dealing with cases, free up more time to do proactive things, educate, all the EOT things that we never quite get to, blah, blah, blah. All of that, I think, is to the good, although the timing is never good, and this year is particularly bad. Bearing in mind that this is a continuing ask from the task force, and in particular having one FTE, I think it's an 8175 legal assistant, which is probably a reasonable classification, and figuring out what the salary and benefits would be for that, just order of magnitude, probably $150,000 a year. If the city is serious about promoting sunshine and compliance therewith, that seems like a relatively cheap investment in starting to tackle what is, a really sizable problem in terms of records disclosure, records management, meeting issues, evolving technology, et cetera. Something along those lines that it's not, a hard ask, but it's really just putting in writing for the record that it would be a useful thing for the city to consider. Something along those lines, and maybe you can pull something off the tape from whatever I was just blabbing about. Those are my thoughts. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Popel. So let's note that, before we vote, if anyone wants to draft something up and wants me to include it as an attachment, just get it to me by mid-month so I can get it over to Cheryl and we could, kind of work as that as a starting point, or we can, take consideration multiple people's ideas and craft something from there if we want. So
Yeah, just send it to me. I'll I'll bring it to my boss, Alyssa, and she'll tell me whose hands to put it in. And who'd actually get all this stuff, letter to the mayor, or supervisors, all that stuff.
right. I mean, I'm just saying if we want to consider approving one of those letters, that we should, get it to us to put on the agenda first as part of that, because we're continuing it. Unless, obviously anyone can write their own letter to their own, individually. But as far as from the task force itself, if we want to do something, that should be considered as an agenda item first, as an attachment to it. Okay, ready for vote? And that's on the motion to continue this until next meeting.
Yeah.
For
Member Stein.
Aye.
Member Stein, aye. Member LaHood.
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Wong.
Aye.
Vice Chair Wong, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 6 in favor, 2 absent.
Okay, if you call the next item.
Item number 15, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Okay, I see Member Stein.
Yeah, I just have a quick announcement, which is that I received an email from David Steinberg at DPW, who is part of a regular meeting of custodians. It's called Custodians of Records Working Group, that actually meets to try to develop their own kind of best practices of how to deal with sunshine requests within different agencies. And they got in touch with me as a result of the survey that I did for the annual report. And they've been talking for a while about how they would love to meet with 1 or 2 people from the Sunshine Task Force to discuss ways to provide better guidelines or improve, interactions with the task force and how the Sunshine Ordinance works on that kind of practical level beyond what it says legally, just the kinds of advice and ways that we might come up with to try to be proactive about having less cases and having sunshine better fulfilled. So I said I would go ahead and meet with them, but if anybody else is interested, maybe just email me. And then when they write me with whatever their next meeting date is, I can loop you into that if you're interested in going.
Thank you, Member Stein. Anyone else for this item? Okay, seeing nothing. Any public comment on Member Stein's announcements?
Can I
I
just
believe Pilpel has his hand up.
this is Vice Chair Wong. I just wanted to make a quick comment that I think it could be cool if we did a rotation, like where we all attend one of those meetings at some point.
Oh. Okay. Go ahead, public comment on this.
Mr. Pilpel, do you want to comment on this? You still have your hand raised.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
You still want to? Do you want to comment?
No, I think I'm good. You're all doing a fine job. Go home. Thank you. More fun next time. Whatever it is.
Thank you, Mr. Pilpel. All right. Next item, Cheryl.
Item number 16, adjournment. What do you have?
10:43. Do we have a motion to adjourn? No one wants to leave?
So moved.
Okay, moved by Vice Chair Wong. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Member Schmidt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, unanimously, we adjourn.
Thank you.